Liquid's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick.
Shadow Demon.
Radiant team pick. Luna. Liquid's turn to pick.
Sit down, sit down, sit down.
I never went anywhere. I was
Whoa!
10 seconds
Hi.
remaining.
Oh, fancy.
You can get on camera.
This is the most prepared hub of all.
Sit down, sit down, sit down.
Hello,
We're
welcome.
down. We're down. We're
Are we live? As in, are we
Drow Ranger
audible?
types, there you go.
Radiant
We are
team
audible?
ban.
Thanks, Owen. Thanks, man.
It is winners bracket finals.
I may not be a smart man, but I'm easily satisfied with a draw.
Almost.
Almost. Well, there's no Enigma pick in this
No, I
game.
mean almost. The accent was fully down. At the end, I
Oh,
heard a little
really?
bit of Australian slipping through. It's okay. You know, you gotta have something to work on. Team Liquid and Finem, one of the two, will move to Boston after they win the series. It's best of 3. This is game 1. Team Liquid, Shadow Demon, Drow. There's an Io and a Luna. Fogs, what do you think?
Well, I think that we would expect these 4 picks. The Wisp is probably a little bit the one that's out of the ordinary, but very in the ordinary for Finem. And then the Timbersaw ban is probably the other one that's a little bit strange, I'd say. Just, I guess they were just like, oh, you know, Liquid's, that's like one of their big ones that they've been winning with Matu on it. So pretty straightforward though.
What heroes are we missing in terms of bans? I feel like normally there's a Bounty Hunter ban against Finem, and that didn't get banned this time. So
That's weird they didn't pick
Yeah.
it first as well. They kept picking it first, didn't they, when it was left in?
and maybe next time is amazing at Bounty Hunter. I think they've won most of their games with it as well.
Who was first pick actually? Sorry.
SD was first pick.
SD was first pick.
Yeah,
So okay, so
the
it's
Luna was
denied
like a
Luna
block pick. Yeah,
okay.
the Luna's a block pick, and I guess they didn't want Luna Bounty. They wanted the IO Luna.
Yeah, I was like, the Luna pick was a little weird just because of like where it is, but now that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, that
Void
means
ban.
that Finem has prioritized Radiant over
Radiant team
over
ban.
Dire.
Wasn't that Finem though the team that didn't really care about like the SD Luna combo? Like that actually they just drafted against it and felt confident.
Maybe
they ran it
seeing-
themselves at least a game or two, I know.
Yeah, maybe seeing
So-
Liquid played yesterday, they were like, okay, these guys have got it down. We don't want to like
10
risk
seconds
these
remaining.
games versus it. It's like these games are way too important.
Yeah.
There is a lot on the line as
5
well. Like
seconds
winner of this goes directly to the major.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you don't want to end up like Mineski in the winners bracket
Reserve
match, and then
time.
you drop down, and then you lose those 2 games as well.
Yeah, it's a bit,
that's
it's tough. You lose a match and you have to play right after.
Yeah.
'cause I think I remember the last time they had the qualifier format, they did the winners match on the first day
Yeah,
rather
they
than
had
the
it
losers
the
match.
other way
so
around.
They
you'd
did.
start with the losers match, which is fine, because then the second, if you play 2 matches in a row, it's the team who wins who plays the second.
Why do you
match.
think they would have changed that? What's the benefit of having it this way around?
Absolutely none.
Oh.
I don't. I don't know.
The only benefit that I could see
Yeah.
is that
What?
nothing
Winner
is
ban.
decided on the first day in terms
What's
of
wrong
who's
with
going
that?
to Boston. So keep all the Boston
wanna see
matches to
that.
the end.
See what? What happened?
I'm just nudging Kobe. I'm like, Winner ban. He's the one who kept. He's been
Oh,
like,
the win rate.
He's been
Oh,
calling
yeah.
it, you know, the win rate.
Yeah, you
a
kept
couple
calling it
times.
out.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I kept calling for the pick, and I got myself a sandwich on day 1 from you just because.
That's actually true. I
Just
did.
because I got the pick for that one. That was Vega. That was Vega who liked running that combination. But it was good. It was good. It was fantastic
10
against any kind of
seconds
mid
remaining.
laner because all of a sudden it's like Shackle and rotation in.
Yeah.
So
Ban.
Bounty Hunter is still banned
Remaining.
Yep.
as well. And Batrider, I almost forgot about that hero.
Yes.
Another Darkseer, but a Darkseer comboed up with a Luna. Like there's no Sven. It's just.
But it's the
Darkseer.
Wisp for the double heal with the
I
mech, right?
really like it in terms of
Yeah,
just
true.
grouping up when they get the mech and just go.
The issue I have is Darkseer's counter push is going to be pretty abysmal next to the Drow Ranger. Like, she's going to take that offlane tier 1 tower with ease, and Darkseer will not be in a position to stop her.
But it is ad Finem. You know, they want to fight. And
Yeah, they'll
Drow Ranger is a group up lineup, so
pick
they
some
wanna
like
run
Darkseer
into 'em.
partner, like a Spirit Breaker or something here. I
Yep.
feel.
Yeah,
The bounty's banned, but
You
I mean,
still-
Ricky
you
even.
Ricky? Yeah, Ricky.
Yeah.
I don't
Then
know.
they lack disables though if they go for Ricky.
Yeah, they need the MNT hero though, so because Spartan's definitely playing that Wisp.
Spartan is IO.
You bring back the classic dual offlane, the Spirit as well as Darkseer.
Or Slardar.
Spartan usually plays the Earth Spirit as well for
Why
them,
not
but
just the Ricky Darks here?
Because there's no disable then for them.
Yeah,
They'd have to run a
Okay.
mid with some like catch/disable.
It's like what stuns do you then have? You got Lucent Beam, Mini Stun, and you got Vac.
Vacuum.
Yeah.
that's about it.
That's all you've got if you run.
Oh,
if you-
what about if he wants to pick up the Kunka?
That could still work,
that-
but
It would go with the whole ad Finem fight.
It'd be a bit of a combo for the Darkseer, and you know.
no, but then maybe Disruptor is even better.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Is that going to be the mind control bug?
I
Is
think
this gonna be?
I think that's their tempo
Oh.
setting.
Oh, is it?
Oh my goodness. That's
I see a
Shaker.
face
Yeah.
palm from Toby.
MNT's played the Shaker
Well,
support.
the last time we had an ES on this stream,
But it was a core shaker, wasn't it? that
it was a core
time?
shaker,
Yeah,
and
this
it's
is a support.
It's
Yeah.
much
Yeah.
different with the Darkseer and with the Luna, because then you can actually like protect your Luna a bit with the fissures. And well, Liquid, I like this though. Look, they kind of seem to be doing what everybody wanted them to, and having Miracle on that tempo setter in the mid lane rather than a hardcore. And oh my goodness, Undying pick, taking one out of Faceless book.
Yeah. Didn't we also see the Earthshaker yesterday where I think it was, I don't know who played it anymore, probably, maybe, no. But it was not aggressive enough, and I think maybe next time won't have that issue.
It was just the Earthshaker was passive on the lane. It wasn't like
Yeah.
the 5 clarity Earthshaker early on. It was like
Yeah.
just vision block and just that was all. It was.
Later in the stages, like Earthshaker versus Shadow Demon Illusions plus everything, like he's pretty good at clearing that out. But he has to get to that point.
I'm still not feeling the counter push from ad Finem. Like if they're going to defend their buildings when Liquid want to push, they're battling against Tombstone. They're battling against the attacks from Drow Ranger with the saving or the just the mass illusion spam with the SD. So Earthshaker still needs to reach a Blink Dagger, and this is a support Earthshaker then. So he's going to have an even harder time finding farm.
Oh no. Well, at least also they can Earthshaker block the offlane. So you were saying Darkseer's gonna have some, a little bit of trouble, of course, versus the Drow Ranger lineup. So
Yeah.
now he's guaranteed at least like a bit of experience and last hits, hopefully.
But
from that.
I'm just wondering if that's going to be the great thing that like Darkseer's going to get a little bit from that.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can get last hits into the tower, but the Drow Ranger is still going to get all the experience. And Liquid aren't even like,
Death?
they don't even have to lock
I mean, that's
themselves
full,
in.
full push, I guess.
That's a cool band though. That's definitely. I don't know if it's something Finem would have been thinking of, but that would have been a pretty good pickup for them.
What do you think about a Dragonite for Thug?
It would be very out of his pool that we've been seeing
Yes.
as of late, but it's okay. He just would get punished pretty hard in the lane versus a puck with Drow Aura, and the Undying would probably just come in and throw
Which
some
hero
decays.
doesn't get punished hard by a puck with a Drow Aura? Bless you.
Bless you.
By the way, stream, I have fixed the one ear situation, I believe. We were going out.
Oh,
it wouldn't be a
good call,
stream if we
Parker.
didn't start with
The
Nice.
offlane puck.
And the Templar
Instant
stuff.
TA
Ah.
pick. Okay.
Okay.
They were ready for that Invoker pick because they insta-picked that TA.
Yeah, it seems like they actually knew that. Wow.
Yeah.
Very
Darkseer
good call
TA
by
is
you.
pretty scary too. The Iron Shell on TA where you're just getting surged in, running at people, getting kills. Like you hit that Blink Dagger timing, and you have a Darkseer with a mech, and you start diving for kills. So
2 ancient clears now, more so the TA, of course, but I'm liking Liquid's draft a bit more, to be honest. The puck is gonna obviously struggle a bit, and they don't really have any lockdown on their lineup. But if they're able to like obviously group up and get their timings pretty decently, I think Finem's gonna struggle a bit because I think the Darkseer will get a pretty late mech. I haven't really seen Skylark have too much success on getting a great mech timing on the Darkseers as of late.
as far as the puck goes, it looks like he'll get help from the Undying as well. Like you can run dual lanes if you're Liquid, and IO is not the best zoning hero by any means.
Yeah.
10 seconds
Alright.
remaining.
Everything fixed, Audi?
Yeah, so
what
there
did what did you
there's
break?
been an issue where we're going out in one ear, but I believe that has been fixed. I don't think I need to restart the stream for that setting to take effect. But
Okay.
if you guys could keep an eye on the Twitch chat,
I'll try.
just in case I need to fix it. We can fix it. I can
Okay, guys.
reset the stream and I can do it so we won't have any downtime. So it's fine, but we will see. Also, hopefully everyone in game can it. What the hell is that? That's some kind of Korean penis copy pasta?
His keyboard is screwed. That is a
It's typing in
that
Korean.
is apparent.
Is that the issue? Is keyboard stuck in Korean? What? Oh dear.
Blue didn't let me play Io, dude.
I would have loved to see Madara Io.
That would have
You
been
know, it's a bit of the old Liquid, isn't it? Swapping the
would've been an-
position 1 and the support.
Auto loss.
Auto loss? What?
This will be the Kuro Drow Ranger. as
Oh,
we
it
can
is, yeah,
see.
it is it is the Kuro
It's like
Drow
the
Ranger.
Luna as well
Yeah.
as the Drow.
I don't think the problem would have been the Madara Wisp. The problem would have been the Spartan Luna.
The Spartan Luna. the Divine Luna, that would have been a lot
Flamer.
of fun.
Flamer.
I love Spartan. He knows that.
Okay, well they're ready. I think Odie and Guns are ready too.
Yeah, as I said,
Yeah,
can
sure.
you guys check, see if the it left ear
We
thing's
will
been
check
fixed?
and we will see you guys after the game. Have fun.
Yeah, do poke us if that's not fixed. But hopefully you guys and girls in game can hear us fine as well. We're looking to have less issues at the start of today, which so far we have. At least me and Gods, we're at the right pitch. We're not a couple of tones too low. And here we have
Much
it.
to some people's disappointment.
I was
but
going to say, it was. I felt my voice was a little bit sexier when it was a bit lower, so it's a bit of a shame. But you're stuck with high pitched me. It's indeed me. ODPixel and Gods. Ready to take you through Finem versus Liquid. And of course, this very much going to be a game where people ask, have Finem finally got it in them to make it to the Mage of Gods? Because in terms of Valve events, they've got so close the last few times.
Matu, good position, scouts the smoke gang, had the ward in the lane, and then was in a position where he would see them and then get back to safety. So early aggression avoided by Liquid. They do ping the lane as if they know there's going to be a lane ward here. And yeah, they get the insta-D ward, so it's kind of a double-edged sword there with Liquid scouting out the
30
smoke gang, because it
seconds to
does give the free D ward information. Good recognition from Finem that there was a ward there.
I mean, overall, looking at the draft scores, do you have a preference here? Do you prefer this, the fact that they get this Drow SD, or do you feel that Finem can kind of stop this pressure with the heroes? And MNT Shaker, again, as we talked about in the past, we're just not that used to seeing. People aren't running the Earthshaker anymore.
Yeah, I think there's a few heroes like the support Shaker you look at maybe being as potentially a bit of a weak pick in most situations, but Finem have the kind of draft they want. They can play very aggressive after the lane stage ends with the Darkseer, the TA blink timing. They want to fight around the Eclipse. Fissure's a good setup. You can just kind of sit back, throw it, use it to protect your Luna, your Darkseer lane. Liquid, though, similarly have heroes that in play style that they're going to be comfortable with. It's the Drow strat where they've got Invoker Puck benefiting from the aura. They've got good laning support. So I think both sides have stuff they're happy with when it comes to the draft.
Awesome. Well, the laning situation from Finem, running this aggressive tri-lane versus tri-lane.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, going aggressive against a lineup with an Undying is... Are you going to be able to deal with this if you're Finem? Or is the Undying too strong against tri-lanes?
Stay split up. Don't give them any multiple hero decays. That's kind of one of the key... that's like one of the first big key things. But with Luna's also one of the best tri-lane heroes because plus 14 damage to your entire lane. It's not dependent on being ranged heroes, and it's such a value point at level 1 where it's a flat bonus damage. It's not percent based, it's flat 14. Everyone in this Finem tri-lane will right-click very, very hard. So I give like a small edge to Liquid as far as the tri-v-tri, but it does give them some 1v1 matchups that they're going to be happy with.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking elsewhere on the map, mid lane Thug TA up against Miracle's Invoker, and down on the bottom, Skylark against the Mind Control Puck. So, yeah, you're talking about these other lanes. Is there kind of a clear edge for a certain side in both of these then, in your eyes?
Yeah, Finem have a small edge in both solo lanes.
Yeah.
The TA over the Invoker, as well as the Darkseer over the Puck. Despite being a melee burst range, the Iron Shell is just something that Puck can't really stop you farming with. And Darkseer can even push out the lane, then go and farm like the side jungle camps if he wants to be full-on efficient. So both lanes that should be slightly won by the Finem side. You can see already TA with a big CS lead over the Invoker, 12-4 to the 4-1 of Miracle.
I mean, that is a massive... I mean, is that expected to be that big for the TA in this kind of lane matchup? Or?
I'm no mid player myself, so I couldn't say exactly what the difference should be. I think every now and then you just have maybe a slightly off game. It's still just 2 minutes in.
Yeah, it's totally good.
The lead is going to be at its biggest at early levels. Once Invoker gets more higher points in the Forged Spirits, it gets easier for him to last hits. So being down 10 CS in the first 3 or 4 waves isn't a big deal. Like that'll... The difference between these two mids may stay 7 or 8 CS, but it's not going to increase by that much.
Up to top lane. Looking at the CS going on between these tri-lanes. Dara 7 for 1. And look towards the Drow 9 for 0. So slight edge here for KuroKy. I mean, the question is, with this tri-lane up here, is there a side that's relying on getting kills, or is it enough just to ensure that both of your position 1s are getting farm?
It's mostly looking to secure the farm. For Liquid, they're taking the approach where they want to deny farm and XP. They're using the pull camps really well. They dewarded the big camp. They've already denied a couple of getting a lot of key denies just because of the pulls that they're doing. So they're kind of trying to look to starve out Finem, keep them as lower level as possible in their tri lane. Drow's already level 3.5, and the Luna's only level 2.5. So Liquid's already done a better job at kind of using the pull camps to their advantage.
Bottom lane as well, as you said. Skylark expected to do fine, but to give Mind Control credit, he's getting a lot from this lane.
He's actually got the Drow or something I didn't take into consideration. That's given him a lot of denies as well as CS, so he's slightly ahead of that Darkseer. Mid lane, you can see Invoker's already close to catching up to the TA, is only 5 CS behind right now, so it's not really a one lane for the TA. At least it's not going to be the kind of win that can affect the outcome of this game. If anything, you look at this more like they're just trading farm a bit.
In terms of the levels that the supports are getting, what we're seeing, coming up to the level 3 on MATUMBAMAN, level 3 on the Undying, over on Finem, halfway through 2 on the Iron, halfway through 2 on the Shaker. So as you said, I think with kind of these pulls and such, it looks like Liquid are, for the moment being, just getting that little bit more from the lane than Finem are.
Yeah. Earthshaker doing what he can to try and stop the pulls from happening. Had to throw a fissure just to stop Matu getting the side pull off onto the wave. If you lose too many creep waves to that big camp, you've definitely lost this try v try. Already it's Liquid with an edge in terms of experience, and the gold is slightly favorable for them as far as just looking at the raw CS on their core heroes. But Liquid just playing they're not going for kills. They're just looking to play this passively. They realize they've got the Drow aura on both the 1v1 matchups. So even though the TA started off beating the Invoker with the Drow aura is going to do just fine in catching up.
Look at the Skylark coming towards mid with a haste rune. So the plan is if he just wants to pull the wave, and that looks to be the case.
Interesting timing. Goes into the creep wave. He's got to know that's coming. I mean, you look up top, you see a clockwork, not the clockwork, and know exactly when that's coming back.
It's coming back down. MATUMBAMAN's actually TP'd down here.
Could be bad for him. There's a puck level 6. The Dream Call could be the death of him. No TP score on Skylark, and yeah, he's been caught in the coil. Mind Control blinks past him, and
realizing
no
this
escape.
Could very much be a free kill until Spartan turns up and maybe allows him to turn it around. There'll be a disruption. Spartan still tethered up. Skylark's going to live. Fisher from MNT holds back Mind Control, and MATUMBAMAN now in trouble. They've tried for a Sunstrike, but it's off the point. And MNT and Spartan looking for MATUMBAMAN. The Shadow Poison comes in. It's only 1 stack, and well, with the recent nerfs, that ain't going to do jack all. So Skylark survives, and Finem with the reaction get themselves first blood.
Okay. It's not the outcome. I thought that was just going to be a free first blood, and they just couldn't quite kill him fast enough. Both supports TP rotate. It's kind of awkward because now Luna's left solo up top, and I'm about to say Luna almost just wants to TP bottom. Yeah, there's no farming up top when both your supports have abandoned you against a dual lane or even a tri lane. Kuro's got already multiple points in ice arrows. There was no staying in that top lane for the Luna. So smart decision, just TP's bottom, gets out of there, and it's a pretty clean rotation, and you have to commit 3 TP scrolls if you include the Lunas as well to make that first blood happen, but it's worth denying it from Liquid and getting a lane where Luna's going to continue to get some good farm. She wasn't going to be able to maintain her farm in the top lane, so she moves bottom.
And as of course, if you're moving the Luna, do you expect Liquid in response to send Bulba and MATUMBAMAN down there? I mean, what's their plan now? Obviously, they've got no one to really bully up on the top lane. What's the use of these supports now in this?
Yeah, Matu's definitely looking like he wants to be on the roam. And we saw he was the one who actually moved first when they went for that bottom gank. So possibly see him try and find some pickoffs either in the mid lane or in the bottom lane. I was curious to see who goes top right now. It looks like Skylark will be going to the lane, not the jungle. There is definitely consideration towards sending someone like a Darkseer into the jungle and giving Shaker the XP up top, but seems they're happy that maybe they want to keep Maybe next time kind of on the roam, finding places where he can be useful. Protection from the Undying and the Shadow Demon ganks and rotations as well is kind of his key role here. But it seems like it's going to be like more just defensive, passive farming in the laning stage. You've got Invoker falling back to the jungle. Shadow Demon just takes over the mid lane to try and get like some XP towards the level 6. MNT is going to go into the... thinks about going in. Yeah. Interesting scan. That scan was literally just so he could get that ward down. He scans the high ground just so he knows that his smoke doesn't get popped. So this is kind of the fluff and stuff style smoke. He used to do this a lot where he just smokes to get down wards, and getting down those 2 key wards and knowing they were unspotted is pretty strategically advantageous to you. So definitely don't mind him using smoke in that way.
is
He
under
has
attack.
been he's spotted MATUMBAMAN out now. And he might go for a bit of a funky play in the mid lane. TP's already coming through the nerf. If they get the Fisher, they could have a chance of bringing down the SD. Thug being tethered up, Spartan allowing the TA to get in position, and MATUMBAMAN's down.
Yep.
Just like that. Finem pick up another kill. And very nicely done again. Finem just seeming to be on top with the TP.
Well,
they always know who to bring in and when to bring them in.
And those wards, again, help. They saw
Yeah.
Miracle in the jungle. They know they're not going to be countered by a Cold Snap Forge Spirits killing off either someone like a Shaker or an IO there. They're totally safe to just dive. Once the disruption's on cooldown, Shadow Demon has no defensive tools, so
Dire's
very calculated aggression coming out from Finem. It's only been the 2 kills, but they're picking their moments and picking them very well so far. They're even looking to pressure the bottom tier 1 tower now.
Absolutely, already down to half health. KuroKy was trying to do his best to put the pressure up on top, but with Skylark just constantly pushing the lanes back up with the Iron Shells, pretty much minimal damage was done to the tower. You got a movement from Liquid. Mind Control has the Dream Coil back off cooldown. MATUMBAMAN there as well, ready to help him set up for some action.
Radiant's middle tower.
yeah,
IO
for
is
the
nearby.
time
This,
being,
this
they're
could be
avoiding this.
dangerous because of the Eclipse, but Luna getting a bit low on HP to start things off.
But look at Spartan's position. If
Yeah.
he hangs around, it looks like he's not going to. He needs to stay near this Luna. And I think, he's well aware. He's there to back up Madara, unless you get the Dream Call on the silence onto both, which they may just do, as Mind Control looking to open up, comes across, drop down the tombstone. Madara's trying to get back, and in fact, the Luna's going to be all right. Frozen loose and beam back, the tether across from Spartan, and again, Liquid, even with the Dream Coil there, unable to get the catch that they need. And Finem back behind the tree line. They could still be in trouble though. They're being pincered in. Mind Control throws an ult through,
He's
but
got
a
no ult
fourth
now.
TP. That's going to put Liquid off from going any deeper. And indeed, with the mangoes eaten, MNT nearly getting the Fisher first. Is silenced initially. Unfortunately,
awkward
has to
Fisher,
block
yeah.
off the pathway to hit that stun.
Yeah,
So
that-
no follow through. But again, Finem keeping everyone alive. Coming down, dropping the Dream Coil, dropping the Tombstone from Liquid, and they don't find anything productive with it.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, he went for the relocate just to pull Madara out, which immediately got cancelled by a disruption, but it meant the disruption was kind of wasted. It wasn't used really for any offensive gains, so Finem had all the tools they needed to react to that one. There was a lot of 1 charges on the Luna, so she had plenty of sustain. If anything, that could have gone even worse for Liquid. If not for the fact they have a Tombstone there to protect them, Luna likely goes for some kind of big pressure using the Eclipse.
Spartan
There
could
you go.
just take a sudden strike to the head, but just had enough HP.
Kind of reveals the fact there's a ward in that
Yeah.
area. It's hard to know where because there's so many ward spots around that bottom room, but they see a D ward coming out. Interesting. Thug's going straight into the Deso, not the Blink. That's always
Okay.
like a toss-up. Normally, I'd say would almost lean towards a Blink because of the Darks on your team. You've got the
Yeah.
Iron Shell, and you can play very aggressive in the mid game, but just a different approach and something that means he feels like he's not going to need the Blinkers early because his team's doing just fine without having that initiator.
Yeah, absolutely, and it seems that they've already got the potential gap closing in terms of the IO, helping him get in position. MNT just kind of laying down these fishes to catch heroes by the tip, allowing Thug to walk in, get that meld hit off, and follow it up with a refraction slow.
Yeah.
And of course, as always, if you get the Deso at an early time, it's, for its money, it's one of the most efficient DPS output items.
Tower is under attack.
Yep. Well, Thug's TA, I mean, one of his classic best heroes doing just fine so far. 5.8k net worth. He is leading the net worth by a big margin. Miracle's Invokers just set up camp in the jungle for the most part, trying
And-
to farm passively there. And
Miracle will catch up, but he's got
Absolutely.
the Midas. It is Miracle. He's on his Invoker. Unless they consistently punish him over and over again, the Invoker's farm is going to catch up to the TA and get ahead. The only way that Thug can keep ahead if they start to spiral out control that Finem and find those kills.
Yeah.
But
I mean, Thug is just huge with he's almost hitting level 12. Like he's halfway there. That's just crazy for a TA having the ancient stacks and just getting the free farm in the mid lane as well as the jungle. He has played as good of a TA as you can play. As far as like not even getting many kills. He was involved in just the 1 assist, but it's been phenomenal early game from him. He just needs to back up with a good mid game because you can
This
have the
Deso's
best. You
gonna
can
be
have like the best early
ridiculous.
game possible, but if you play too aggressive as a TA or blink into some bad situations, feed away that, and you'll quickly feed away that lead.
Yep, and with these Ancients, that is going to be the Deso done. So 12 minutes in, having Treads, Desolator, if you can get your hands on any of the members of Liquid, you're going to be bursting them down in a matter of a few hits, some of these
Yes.
supports this early on in the game. MATUMBAMAN, though, with the Invis Rune, maybe looking to get a good setup on to next time, and with the Soul Catcher Sunstrike, that is a tried and tested combo that never proves to disappoint. Insane amount of damage at this stage, and goodbye to the squishier supports.
Yep. He comes in now and blocks the Ancients, although that was something potentially spotted by that Radiant Observer, or at least they kind of knew where Matu was in that area. Top lane, meanwhile, they're looking for the puck. Looks like they might get this kill. Yeah, with a relocate up there. The Darkseer kind of baited him in. The orb was on cooldown for a bit, and until that orb came back up, he didn't have an escape plan. So nicely played by the Luna Io duo, getting their first successful relocate gank, and possibly a tier 1 tower to follow.
Yeah, mid lane Thug comes in with the Deso reveal, takes down MATUMBAMAN. But it looks like the Sunstrike did clip Io. Io was kind of left down bottom on the relocate back.
Yeah.
Liquid were there, ready to catch it.
He left Luna top 2. Like, okay, there's a lot of heroes down bottom. This doesn't look too safe. I'm just going to leave you, Luna, to push this tower. I'll throw away my life. And Spartan, very good at recognizing those situations where it's just not worth trying to force a fight that could go poorly for you.
Absolutely. And, another tower into the pockets of Finem. Liquid are able to hold on to this tier 1 mid, and Liquid did get that tier 1 bottom after bringing down Spartan on the Io. KuroKy on the road to the Dragonlance, as you would imagine, still about 500 gold to go for that.
Yep.
But things coming together for Finem's team fight. Skylark has the mechanism complete, so very much ready to group up and go for some action. Indeed, towards the mid looks to be what they're going to do. They smoke up as 5. The line is drawn. I mean, obviously with the Deso on Thug, they could even think about trying for an early-ish Roche, but they may be more content with finding a kill. And Mind Control, he's about to get a Fisher. The question is, can they get the damage in time? He's going to duke out the first hit. 1 hit, 2 hit, though, and just with a mini-stun of the Lucid Beam, absolutely destroys him. Sunstrike comes through. It's not going to be enough damage. Spartan helping with the damage reduction. And there we have Finem getting the kill, and maybe even getting more. The vacuum back onto MATUMBAMAN, taking the balls to the face. The Fisher from MNT finishes off a second. And Finem, now Spartan will take Skylark back to base. Get him topped up nice and healthy.
That's just such good calculated aggression. They see the puck orb, the creep wave down, so you know you've got this small, like 6 or 7 second window before that orb comes back up, and they just jump him.
Yeah.
His orb comes up right at the end, but it's already too late. He's already been taken out because of the fissure into the TA right-click damage, and this is before TA even has a Blink Dagger. These kills get just that much easier with the Blink Dagger online, so very concerning for Liquid, I think, with how easily Finem are finding pickoffs right now, and with it only getting easier, it's a very dangerous state of the game right now for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Thug TA, absolutely out of control.
And
It's the hero that we've seen him bring out a couple of times. It's kind of like their wild, the wild card. They bring it out, and it always seems to be picked up in the right situations. Because Thug, I'm pretty sure every time he has played the TA, I think it's just the twice, I want to say, or has he played it more in the
I'm not sure about the group stage as a whole, how many times he put it
But we've definitely seen it at least twice, and I'm pretty sure in both games he's had an absolute standout performance.
And it's one of those things where you're versing a team like Liquid, you don't even... He's probably telling the team, like, oh, let them pick Invoker. Like, Miracle Invoker, let's give it to him, and then we insta-pick TA. Like, that's a hero he wants to verse mid as a TA. So he's more than happy to let his captain know, like, you don't have to ban Invoker against this team. Just put me on TA. And they've... Even the rest of the heroes, it's almost like they had a draft that worked well. Like, the Earthshaker is really good with heroes like TA, just because it's such a great long-range stun that allows the TA to go in and kill someone in just 2 right clicks before they're even undisabled. But still, it's not all terrible for Liquid. It's about a 3k gold deficit. Problem is, if Finem start just 5-man taking towers, that could get a whole lot worse. And Liquid don't have the best team fight to play around. They've got a lot of single-target damage with the Drow, the Invoker. The teamfight control is not really that amazing until they get something like a Blink Dagger on the puck, perhaps. They want to have that max waning rift with the coil initiation. There'll be another tower dropped as Finem continue to press forward. They can take Roshan, like you mentioned, very easily. I don't even know if they have to smoke for it. They could almost just walk right in if they wanted to. But for now, let's take some more towers. They've got Deso, they've got Luna. Very easy for Finem to take objectives.
Yeah, this pushing power is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, they're setting up mid. Earthshaker's TP'd back, but looks like he'll be a little late. He was trying to make a play there. He was trying to TP back, get a fissure off as someone TP'd onto that tier 1 and they could find a kill, but the tier 1 just died too fast, so unfortunately.
Tools coming together for Liquid now. Miracle's managed to get the bots on top of the drums Midas, and as we've just seen, Mind Control has picked up the Blink Dagger. Yep. So we'll see if they can get something for that. For the time being, though, Finem into the pit. Thug ready to go with the Deso. The damage output from Madara.
Liquid is smoked. They saw it because they had the Drow creep camped in there. They're looking to contest this. The scan sees them, though.
Yeah, let's see what kind of a jump they can get. As you said, Finem know that something's up there. They've already backed out of the pit, ready for Liquid to come down. It's a question of whether Liquid want to come around and try and find Finem over in Finem's jungle. forward. Thug's back in the pit. Bulba coming in with the ultimate. Look at the silence onto MNT, trying to control him on the sideline, but the tether comes through. Spartan keeps MNT alive. MNT will survive. Now they'll be able to turn around onto Bulba. Again, Finem fighting as a team. Spartan, you know, MNT may just be the support shaker, but Spartan makes sure that MNT lives. Spartan will pay with his life as Mind Control picks him off. But it's a 2-for-1 trade. Finem back into the pit. Sunstrike isn't going to clip onto anyone. Liquid still maybe looking a bit desperate, wanting to try and get back into this. Mind Control comes through. Oh, he snatched the Aegis. He didn't get the kill, but he got the Aegis. The question is if he can actually play his way out of the damage that's going to beat him down. He gets the phase shift. The 4-man silence is not enough. It was a nice Aegis snatch, but at the end of the day, it's still all dandy for Finem. They take the Roche kill. They get themselves Mind Control at the end of the day. The only thing that they don't come out with is Spartan's life and the Aegis.
God, I mean, Finem, they probably feel like they could have gotten more there. They win that fight. If anything, it's still a great play by Mind Control to snatch the Aegis because it limits Finem's ability to just 5-man take down all the towers on the map, even threaten the high ground. Io almost relocates out there, who was so close to getting back to the fountain, healing himself back up and coming back in without and again, it was Mind Control on the puck, making the plays that small little plays that mean Liquid, they're still behind, but they're at least not too far behind. If you don't kill the Io there, if you don't snatch that Aegis, Finem is suddenly, with an Aegis in hand, 5-manning every single tower on the map, and you could just lose this game in 20-25 minutes.
I mean, the question as well for Thug now. Again, he's mounted up 2.2k gold. Does he go for the Chrysalis, or does he just go and get the BKB, play it safe, make sure that he doesn't throw away this lead he has?
Don't know for sure. What the best item is going to be. There's, like you say, the BKB just to force the high ground push in the fights is definitely going to be an item you want at some point. It's a matter of how soon do you want it. There's other smaller items, like you go for the Dragon Lance is really good for pushing high ground just for the added range. You can just be further back hitting a tier 3 tower, but it looks like the fact he's saved up this much money may mean he wants to go for something a bit bigger. Like you say, the Crystallis into Daedalus. The burst damage potential from a Daedalus Desota is just insane, and that's going to absolutely melt a lot of these Liquid heroes.
Here we have Finem. They are very much ready by the looks of it to think about pressuring the tier 3s. Liquid are TPing back.
Yeah, this is where they wish they had the Aegis. That's where Mind Control's play makes such a big difference.
So they're just up there with the refraction, hammering it into the towers. Iron Shell as well, of course, just helping to clear out the way. Pinks come through. They're going for the rat though. Miracle with the Forge Spirits. He's going for a bit of a race here. TP now will come back from Skylark. Miracle backs away. This little bit of a split push pressure there.
They caught him with a vacuum. They have relocate.
If they could turn and kill Skylark. Him back, and indeed there it comes in onto KuroKy. Thug ripping KuroKy to bits, but Core. He's lost Spartan. Can they kill Miracle? He's trying for the TP out. MNT with the Fisher gets him with the vision. It's not there. Miracle.
He's trying to cleave, but he cleave off the illusion. No.
Oh, sneaky.
Oh, no detection for him. They know he can't TP.
He's got 30 seconds till TP. Yeah.
They could try and scout the Ghost Walk animation, but it looks like they're not going to find him. Yeah, you can see
Thug,
he's walking around up there thinking maybe he's hiding. No, he's not going to find him. Miracle, he's like, where do I go? He knows he can't walk into an enemy hero. If he walks into an enemy hero, he reveals his position. Oh, they found him.
Oh, they've got dust. They've rumbled him. Miracle's been rumbled. Oh, he might actually kill Skylark.
Fisher! He cancelled the first one.
Yeah.
It's tough. You got to stay hidden so you don't reveal where your Ghost Walk there, but at the same time, he knows that. He's trying to just stay as close, tucked away in the trees as he can.
Oh, man.
And that's Shaker's Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that's Shaker's Blink Dagger. Thug, he's got 3.9k gold that he's casually holding on to, and the way that the game's going, I don't feel like he even needs to buy anything. He's already doing so much with
he
his
doesn't
items.
need any items.
That's the scary thing. He's doing what he's doing with a 4k net worth lead that he's not even utilizing at the moment.
Again, I'm really, like you say, well, I have no idea what he's getting. Really curious to see what it's going to be, whether it's the safe BKB, the Daedalus, a Moonshard type item. They've got creeps in the high ground. They're going to go back to top knowing that it's low already, and with no Invoker, they might try force this.
Let's see what kind of defense they've got. Oh, P.
Shaker not in the range just yet, but at the same time, Liquid engaging
where's MNC at?
Liquid aren't looking to engage. They're just looking to store it now. They've already used Disruption just to get some Lunar illusions for themselves. The Puck's Blink is on cooldown. This is just Liquid trying to chip away and at Finem to keep them back. So if anyone's engaging, it's at Finem here.
Let's see what the kickoff is. Already falling low. There we go. Actually relocating out.
That was a bit of a
little
panic
bit of
play.
a BM relocate? what was the point? I mean,
I don't. Perhaps thought Liquid were about to jump them. I don't
Yeah,
know.
maybe
It was it was an odd play from Spartan, but
there we go.
either way, no
Actually
big
gonna
deal.
back up.
Yeah, they
They know Liquid's
well,
all back, I guess.
your TA had 5k gold she hadn't spent. Why push high ground without the
Go and
TA's
spend that
BKB?
money. There we go.
It's at base. You're
Yeah.
pushing high ground without the BKB. Luna's got 2k. Like 10k of your net worth isn't even on your heroes. Like why push high ground when you're missing that kind of farm and itemization? So they're gonna back off, rightfully so.
Oh, and of course, Madara with evasion. It's so brilliant this game because MKB is, if it ever comes out, it would be on KuroKy Drow, but it's a long way away.
Yeah, not an item you want to like. You don't go straight into like an MKB with just a casual Yasha Dragonlance. So maybe you do because you see that item, but it's very difficult to play into this talisman for the Invoker as well as the Drow. Helps against like the SD disruption illusions. It is level 4 illusion, something that kind of looked at when they were defending high ground earlier. Matu's poison sacks just don't do as much damage. We've seen so much of this max disruption build.
Oh, here we go. We'll duke it out the first hit with the self-disruption, but MATUMBAMAN's going to need a lot of help. One more touch and he's gone, and there we have it. One down on Liquid. All right, just pummeling into the racks. The Glaive's doing all the work here. Ranged Rex to fall. Now look towards the melee racks as well. They jump in though. Fisher onto 2. He melts 1. He looks towards KuroKy with a BKB. They just can't stop this TA. That's a triple kill for Thug. 3 down on Liquid. They don't have buyback. There's 3 heroes down for 50 odd seconds on Miracle and KuroKy. And at Finem, they're getting the racks for absolute free up top. And they're not even done. Fisher onto MATUMBAMAN. It's another kill for the Greeks. No mercy.
It's game. It's multiple lanes of racks. There's no coming back. No one has buybacks. It's at least 2 lanes. It's really 3. It's actually should be GG. I expect the call any minute now. It's such a strong performance from Thug's TA and Finem as a whole playing so well together as a team. What dominance coming out in game number 1. They have played so well here. They're not wasting time on the mid-range racks. They go straight for bottom lane. They want the megas. They even get mind control. And Finem have secured game 1 at this point.
Now, this is absolutely ridiculous. GG, what a performance from Finem. I mean, this is a team that... I think that was the first Echo we've seen all game as well.
Yeah, you don't need it.
He doesn't need it. He just needs a Fisher. I mean, a team that's come so close to qualifying for a Valve event each and every time, and now they're only 1 game away from doing it.
Yeah.
They've got, if they take down Liquid in the second one, winning the series, securing their spot at the major, they've got to be feeling on a bit of a hype train right now. I can imagine they can, I don't know if they're screaming and shouting quite yet with that first win, or if it's just kind of calm, keeping it cool. They know, it's not they've got to win that next game.
They're not calm.
Yeah, they're not calm. They are going out.
They're probably as nervous as ever. This is like with them. It's great that you can have a player like Thug just step up and play such a good game, though. Like, not to say like his team didn't deliver, but he was like the star. Like it's not a player you think of as having like star performances like a Miracle or an Artesia or a Sumail, but that's what this was. This TA just went off. He just like solo kind of carried this game as far as just dominating Liquid went.
He's been playing better and better and better and better every single game, honestly, that I see him play. He was doing super well in the laning phase. I think they did some really interesting lanes. I don't know if the aggro triangle really benefited them so hard. It put KuroKy down a bit, but what really happened was the Undying had like little to no effect in this game. You pick Undying so that you can fight early, but they gave up every single one of their tier 1s. They fought a little bit in the mid 1, but they couldn't really fight at the other tier 2 ones. It just wasn't possible for them. And I think that actually also, like, I understand what they were trying to do with putting having KuroKy go to like the Ancients and give the Shadow Demon the lane for a bit, but when you have your Invoker jungling like he's just jungling pretty much the first 10-15 minutes, your Drow Ranger jungling, you have an off-lane puck, you have no way to pressure the enemy team. So Finem was just like, okay, we're just gonna farm for a bit, and then we have mech. So let's group up and we take towers, and there's just no way that Liquid could respond with
It looked like it seemed like Liquid were kind of doing okay, just because, like you said, it was this passive farming. But it was once Finem decided to actually push towers, it was like they didn't change and defend anything. They didn't fight. It was very defensive. Almost, it reminds me of what EG used to do, where they just try farm the whole map and play super efficient farming Dota, but never fight you.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just really well played by Finem, honestly. Like.
I want a special shout out to Spartan. You saw the death list. Skylark almost died multiple times. There was maybe next
Spartan
time
higher.
almost died multiple times, and Spartan was just so on point with his saves. It was insane. And one was a little bit maybe
2 on point.
too on point,
A little bit too close.
expecting something that wasn't coming, but
Yeah,
he
but-
was still there just in case.
Well, you miss a relocate like that, it's not like you pull the Luna back to base.
Yeah.
It's like you just moved her a tiny little bit, so it's like, oh, well, you just have to now play without relocate. So
Yeah, they didn't really need it that much. In the end, it was more like the saves and the overcharge. It was really crisp plays. It was great to watch.
I think Liquid Game 2 need to find a way to just get Matu back on carry. Nothing. I think stay away from the Drow Luna stretches because you need Matu to be playing his role where he shines. That to me is definitely an issue this game. Finally, it felt like a team was like, look, Matu can't do what he wants to do on a Shadow Demon. Kuro is like a very stable carry. He's not going to make plays. It's a Drow Ranger. Put Matu on carry come game 2.
Through these qualifiers, I feel like we saw like a couple games where they were having like these passive games, and it was like that's the games I felt they struggled the more. When they had this like aggressive type of lineup, that's when they were looking great. When Bulba was able to make the rotations with KuroKy early on, when Miracle was playing an active hero early on in the laning phases, every single time that I saw that, that's when I saw the Liquid shining. That time it was the same. It felt kind of the same. It's like Miracle was playing this more passive farmer that takes a little bit of time to build up, and then the rest of the lineup just couldn't fight because
It's
without
like the
him.
worst team to do it against as well. Like as AF, like we were talking about at the start of the game. Like we know AF is coming. It was like the only logical explanation we could have is like Kuro going into the jungle, SC in the lane. It's like Team Liquid looking for this perfect timing of both levels and items on all their heroes, and the timing just wasn't there. They never came because they just kept getting run over, and then it became a game of trades. Like you trade 2 tier 1s for a tier 1 and tier 2 tower, so you push the side lanes out. The money's still rolling in, but while this is happening, the Luna's getting bigger, and the one person they never did anything to ever try and shut down was a Templar assassin.
Yep.
There's no rotations. It's the SD. It's an Undying who never moved, and TA who's ancient stack farming and getting more and more powerful. We were joking around saying, hey, maybe she goes for a straight butterfly because she's got so much money she didn't know what to do with it.
She could have done it,
Instead of
yeah.
even getting the BKB.
Owen asked me, like,
looked
what did she buy?
Thug.
I'm just like, fuck if I know. Buy a moonshot. I don't know. Any item's going to
It
work.
looked like Thug didn't know. He was like, I have 4,800.
Did he actually buy something at the
Yeah, he
end?
got a
Bought a
BKB.
BKB.
But like he
That's
could have
definitely
bought
safe
a
play.
butterfly, could have bought a BKB, could have bought a
bought anything.
moonshot, could have bought a
Yeah.
Daedalus, any item. It didn't matter what item it was. It's like
It was just the way that they played, honestly. Like taking those tier 1s versus a Drow lineup, they can't, like they need to get the Roshan, they need to have a time to build a group up. They didn't give them that time. They just, the pace that they played was just much quicker than how Liquid wanted that game to go.
the other player who we've probably given the most like Skylark, he actually had a really good game.
Yeah,
like
he had a
was,
great game.
Made all the right moves and plays, was backing his team up when he needed to, starting fights. His TP bottom when he set up that relocate in, that was actually like, that's where you know the game's in the bag. You just killed the Drow and the Invoker. Yeah, you lost your IO, doesn't really matter. You kill those two there. That was like the play that kind of set up the game for Finem as far as securing the win.
Probably going to see Spartan's Wristband out this game.
Would imagine
Yeah.
so. And then hopefully we're gonna see maybe next time's Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
If they can't get an IO first pick up, then Bounty Hunter would seem close second.
That seems like
For
their, like Finem's kind of like solution to their laning problem, which they're fixing. The last like
Yeah.
multiple games we've seen, they've had solid laning phase, but whenever they have the Wisp, that seems like it's like laning phase is no issue anymore, guys. We're good. We just need to make it like just fight. Just fight. and
Have a
mech.
TA versus Invoker matchup too. That always helps. Like, maybe it was, I think the other ban is maybe we do see a ban on TA like later on in the draft, like second
Yeah.
stage or at least a 5th ban on the TA, just because.
They knew. Like you even said it too. It's like Invoker pick, instant Templar
Yeah.
assassin. Like they didn't. They were just like either waiting for the Invoker pick or just were hot set on that TA pick.
I mean, I imagine like last night, like before this morning, they're discussing what do we want to do draft wise, like do some mock drafts basically, and
Yeah.
they probably talked about, hey, we're gonna have if they're gonna choose first pick. That means we have the 5th pick of the draft. Let's try and 5th pick TA against Invoker, for example. Like that's one of those things you actually theory craft as a team when you're captaining and coming up with a draft against a team like Liquid.
Yeah.
They probably even wanted Kuro to be playing a carry like a Drow or something like that. Like they took the Luna away, gave him the Drow with the SD. It's not as scary as an SD Luna. It really felt like the entire that felt like Finem had prepared for every like Liquid pick. They knew they were going to take the SD first, and then knew they were going to block pick the Luna. They'd probably assume they'd take Drow instead. And then they're like, they probably didn't know what the other offlaner was going to be and all that, but they expected the Invoker, and they're like, they're going to Invoker, we TA. We win the game.
SD Drow is actually extremely underwhelming.
Yeah.
Like SD Luna is like holy crap SD Luna because you have the Lucent Beam at least that gets amplified with like the Soul Catcher and stuff, and then the Glaives later on is just ridiculous. Drow, it's like, what do you like? The illusions aren't really that buff.
It was more synergistic with the Invoker.
Invoker for the
Yeah.
Sunstrikes, yeah.
But then you would have had well, you know, an active laning stage that you could actually roam around and disrupt people so you can Soul Strike, and they
Yeah.
didn't really have that. Also, that was largely at Finem's wards. They were very well placed. They could keep the pressure on all the time. You mentioned it during the game as well, that they had just perfect warding going on.
Yeah, I actually completely forgot to like that. I even said that. Like they had during the first 12 minutes, I think it was. They put one in front of the tier 1 Dire tower, so they could watch whoever was farming there. So they're like, okay, Drow Rangers just straight up jungling. They put one in the enemy jungle, so they see Invoker straight jungling. So they're like, okay, there's 3 people just kind of casually farming. We can just do whatever we want.
Well,
We
it was
can
when
literally
they
do
dive
whatever.
for kills in mid because they see so many heroes on the map. And that was when MNT even smoked to get both those wards down, just because like I'm gonna smoke these 2 wards. These are key for us. Let's make sure we get them down. And the SC Invoker combo with like Disruption, Sunstrike, Earthshaker is a great pick to stop that because you see someone disrupted, you just fissure, and then everyone disengages. So the whole draft worked really well for Finem.
Yeah, super well played. Let's see if they can do it again this game. I think Liquid's going to change up the way that they play because that was that was not the Liquid that we saw the last like 2 days.
I mean, they were winning games with KuroKy, and I think that's where they're quite comfortable picking up a Luna or Drow because they I think they won all of the games where Kuro was on carry, at least maybe all of except one, perhaps.
Yeah.
They were either 3 out of 4 or 3 out of 3 or something, so they were winning lots of games with him on Drow and him on Luna.
But the draft worked a lot better, I think, also when Kuro did that. Like, there was a plan to victory. I don't think in this one the plan was even there.
I want to see Liquid do either Miracle on like a nice tempo setter like I've been kind of mentioning, and I want to see Bulba on a hero that can rotate easier. Undying is not really one of those heroes that you can just like move to a lane and make something happen. You run over and you're just like, decay.
You want to see him back on his Rubick or something.
Yeah. Rubick, I mean, Ogre's probably, I think maybe it'll be left open this time, but those are the ones that at least stick out for me.
Do you think the whole Matu Kuro carry thing is a situation they need to address, or you think that's like the rest of the draft is more important though?
I think the rest of the draft is more important. I think that those 2 guys are they're very good. Like I think that they can both kind of switch it off, but I don't know if they're gonna want to do that on this game because like, you know, getting dropped down to the lower bracket is a bit scary.
Well,
so
I think more in the context of the draft, like, do you think they should be picking these Luna and Drow strats, or going back to like the more aggressive Matu heroes, like pulling out the Slacks or whatever it may be, the Ursas and things like that for Matu?
I'm actually not too sure. I don't know. I think they can probably still do both. I don't think that they should just be like so pushed off from that one loss, just being like, don't pick Drow anymore. You know, like it's just like it's not gonna work. It just was Finem played great, and they just Liquid had a bit of a
like Drow
weird
lost
draft.
every game yesterday or something. It felt like every team was just like wanted their opponents to pick Drow, or it was
They
just
had a
losing
very
games.
high
I think
loss
you might
rate.
be right,
isn't it?
actually.
Yeah.
I haven't actually checked that. I think they might.
And I remember it started getting
games.
ignored where Finem had like their
Yeah.
Dark Seer bounty game, and they were just like, we'll leave Drow in the pool, go ahead and pick it. There were other games where it was being picked and just straight up losing. I mean, Secret were the ones who picked it twice, and they lost their games, as we saw. They were, 0-4 yesterday.
I'm gonna find out right now.
But it
least for EU.
seems like teams perhaps finally getting better at beating Drow strats, maybe? I don't know.
Let's hope so.
No.
It's taken a while
It's taken a while.
to get there.
Normally, there's always something on the horizon that will fix everything that
Yeah.
you know people think is slightly overpowered or slightly too strong. Like this guy.
Like this guy.
Oh,
like
yeah.
this guy. Like OD.
What a shame we didn't see him
What a
today
guy.
yet.
Astral Imprisonment, the hero.
But, this time, first picks Finem and Liquid took Radiant.
Look at Mind Control's team name.
Is that even his picture?
Is that what? Oh, it's a picture of Mind Control.
Yeah, it looks like
that
Mind
Mind
Control.
Control?
I can't tell. It,
Nah,
it
that's
just
not
looks like a
Mind
liquid.
Control.
Not
It,
Mind
Nah,
it
Control.
looks like a
that
liquid
wasn't
jersey.
Mind
Okay, never mind.
Draft
Dire
time.
team back.
Draft time. Okay, so let's see if IO
Liquids
makes
Mentioned-
it out or
Yeah, you guys
Templar
mentioned
says it.
Spartan's IO.
Yeah.
I think
there's-
it's safe to ban it.
There's the Shadow Demon Luna type heroes. Then there's the Bounty Hunter of MNT. They didn't actually. There was a second stage bounty ban last game, so
Yes.
they didn't go for a first pick because they wanted the
10
IO Luna.
seconds
It was
remaining.
Bounty and Bat that were then banned by Liquid.
Yep.
So also Bat still
Dire
possible for
team
first 2
back.
pickup.
I'm so bad at using this website. I was trying to find that out for you if Drow lost all the games, but I'm actually just terrible at using Dota buff. I tried my best.
It's not the most user-friendly in that regard if you try to look up something
Yeah,
specific.
it's not great on phone.
It's got 46% win rate in Europe for the Europe qualifiers, so it actually is kind of
Yeah.
kind of low.
Low.
Turn to
Yes.
ban.
Liquid
Well.
actually bans out the Luna instead, so maybe that was what they thought was the problem.
Bet out the Miracle Timbersaw.
Yeah, the Miracle and
Interesting,
It's
yeah.
kinda
The
funny
Timber
when
actually
they're-
banned.
When Liquid have second pick, like they actually were the ones that could pick up the
10
combination if they
seconds
wanted it,
remaining.
and they're the ones that still want to take out the Luna.
Well, I guess you're worried about Ad Finem because they'll first you pick either an SD or a Luna maybe. And then you don't want to give them SD and then have to pick the Luna. Like
Well,
if Ad Finem first pick SD, I think Liquid's saying, yeah, they did the Luna thing, but we don't want to run Luna without the SD.
Just like we kind of expected. Wisband, Bounty Hunter first pick.
Yeah.
They love having that early game pressure on Ad Finem.
I mean, Liquid just like pick your poison. Like
Yeah.
you've lost to one, let's try verse the other one now. It's kind of what they're saying.
It's the OD Drow time.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep.
It really could be.
You think?
But don't you think
Drows
that's
are
a
just
little bit of a
losing.
bait?
Drows are just losing.
Yeah.
I think Ad Finem will just pick maybe like a Darkseer second or something if you do that, or just do something that can run at you and fight. I don't know about a Drow. That's what like a team like Seeker would do. I just don't feel like that's the Liquid way.
Could be the Kuro way.
Yeah.
Kuro will just be like, I know this will work, so I'm going to do it. Damn the odds, damn what everyone else
I think if
thinks.
anything, he'd look at the odds and see how many times Drow has lost and be like, Drow's not going to work. We're not picking Drow.
Big change up. Yep.
Oracle faces Void, so what do you make of that opening then?
It's a lot better for mind control. It means he's actually going to play it like a stronger tempo controller than the waiting for the puck dream coil.
Yeah, and it's gonna. I mean, more than likely that's my
10
control playing it,
seconds
so they're
remaining.
already setting up for late game potential.
It's probably them going back to their old roles as well. Put Bulba on the Oracle, have Matu playing the safe lane, put Kuro on some kind of roaming full position, a Kunkka type hero or something. I think we'll probably see the more traditional Liquid player hero role assignments.
And the Batrider.
And they get
Gets
Skylark's
dubbed.
bat. Instead of
Not
going
too
for the Darkseer, they go for this
Turn
this
to
time.
bat.
But we've been seeing like this. I feel like we see Batrider versus Void almost like majority of the times when we see both heroes in the game. Like, what am I saying? When we
And-
see one hero, we see both. Yeah.
And Batrider happily into the Oracle. Like, yeah, it's the False Promise is of course good against the lasso, but it's still like the hero. Batrider has more than one spell. He's got 3 other spells, which are all very annoying to deal with.
We've seen his
5 seconds remaining.
buff on the damage of Flame Break, etc. have a massive impact in his laning stage and kill potential.
Reserve time.
So that fits well into Finem being nice and aggressive early on, if they want to be.
Yeah, the Oracle pick probably also deterred the Darkseer pick. Obviously, because you just remove the remove the Iron Shells really quickly.
Dire team back.
Thug's Mirana band. So Ed Finem will probably ban. Ooh, Lifestealer ban. Okay, yeah, that's every single time we see Batrider picked up, it's either like we see the Lifestealer band or it's picked up against the Batrider. It's just a very good matchup overall for the hero.
Yeah. Let's see what other heroes do you now want MATUMBAMAN to play without banning out,
10 seconds.
without
remaining.
forcing Kuro to play carry. If they want to do that,
5
they can
seconds.
let the draw in still.
There's still a lot of like other calls they can just go with. Like the Juggernaut is something we haven't really
Yeah.
talked about today yet. One of the few melee heroes that gets picked up with the Faceless Void, just because the way Omnislash still works with the Chrono.
I think the
Yeah.
Sven's also quite good. The Sven with Void doesn't seem to have any issues. You chrono a couple, Sven can blink somewhere else and hit other heroes.
Alchemist ban.
Oh, we also saw a Slardar ban last game. Perhaps that is also an option in this game for either team actually.
OD ban. Nice.
Liquid's
Just a safety thing.
turn to pick.
Very good versus Batrider with the Astral every 3
Very
seconds.
good against anything with the Astral.
Very good against, yeah. It's just
Fantastic with the Oracle.
Yeah.
I actually haven't thought about like really what the Oracle's going to work with. Like it's great having False Promise, but like does
10
Kuro go down the
seconds
lines of
remaining.
like the heroes that you want to keep alive that keep fighting? Do you look towards Death Prophet, for example, which is one of the older
5
combos?
seconds remaining.
Do they try and find push from this on that front?
Legion Commander.
Oh, new hero.
Dire
Is that? I
team
guess that's what
That's a Kuro.
a
It's a
Kuro Legion.
Flex. It
that's-
could be.
That's gotta
Could
be
be
a Kuro
4. Yeah,
Legion.
quite likely a 4 position, but could also be like a safe lane farming type hero. We've seen Legion ran in.
Your head can't go back.
I'm just like I'm just getting like knocked back by all these picks.
Oh.
I don't know the
I've seen Legion like off lane, mid, carry, and 4 position. I've seen the least 4 position Legion of anything.
Maybe
at least in
it's-
this qualifier.
Maybe it's the legendary Bulba Legion.
10 seconds
What's the
remaining.
legendary?
Well, no
no,
one's
no,
ever
it's-
seen it. That's
I
why
just-
it's the legendary.
It's definitely Kuro.
Kuro's played at 4 position
Kuro
before.
loves playing the hard farming 4 position, so you end up with a 4-core lineup.
Reserve time.
But the problem is he's doing that against Bounty Hunter, which makes me question mark. Like if you can actually run a jungle Legion, then rotate.
Were you saying there's no chance it's going to be mind control and then MATUMBAMAN safe lane void?
Yeah, it's a decent chance of that.
Yeah.
It's not like again. It's I've seen more of the draft. It's
Like, do you pick a jungle again, as you said, Topes, against the bounty? That seems really,
Yeah, like
especially
initially when I
MNT
saw
bounty
it,
as well.
Initially when I
MNT's
saw
gonna
it, I'm just like,
screw
you know
you
what?
over.
You always want to have mind control and focus. He's just so damn good on the hero.
well, they could put Matu on Legion
it's-
safe lane too. I've seen quite a few teams do safe lane Legion.
I would
Yeah.
Mostly Imperial,
Yeah.
I'd say.
I would never expect these two teams to pick the Rubick, and then I would never expect Liquid to really pick the Legion there in that scenario. I guess I can understand it too, because now they have two different purges for the Batrider, so Batrider can't get great lassos off because they can just remove it. They can also remove all the tracks with Fortune's End and press the attack. But yeah, that was a interesting pickup by both teams for sure.
Rubick also a bit of a deny pick to Miracle, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Spartan Rubick.
Hmm.
Can't say I haven't seen it very often.
Yeah, just it's an instant lockdown.
Oh, I
Oh.
like that
The
hero a
combos.
lot.
Yep,
Dire
combos all over.
I
Full
like the
Legion.
combos as well.
Skywrath Void, Skywrath Legion.
We're DC now. That's Skywrath mid.
I mean, this is one
That
of the
might
takeaways.
actually be a
Maybe.
thing. Yeah.
The takeaway for me from that like Alliance game when they were out and they just picked like Skylash was like some of these heroes like Skywrath are still really legit strong supports. Like people are kind of sleeping on them. Like, oh, you don't consider Skywrath as a support, but no, he's packs a punch. He's definitely very viable.
I thought that
Death
Death Prophet was going to
Prophet.
go with the Oracle, but it's the opposite.
Yep.
But this is Adfinim's first real push hero now.
Yeah.
They had almost nothing that was going to destroy buildings.
10 seconds.
They were-
They needed
remaining.
something.
They were
He's-
kind of lacking damage too, so that makes up for a good amount of damage in the early
5
phase.
seconds
It's like
remaining.
Rubick, not really the greatest damage. Batrider's kind of just a lockdown. He has decent chase damage, but not
Reserve
real like
time.
burst potential or anything. And now
Which,
Bounty with DP's nice with the movement speed.
Which Madara hero
10
are we thinking
seconds
up? I'm thinking
remaining.
maybe they're gonna go back for the good old
Dire
Slark.
team back.
Although
It's-
Faceless Boy is very good against it.
Legion's pretty good versus it as well. You can't break out of either one of those disables. which is
But
kind of
then again,
unfortunate.
neither can any other core.
Yeah, of course.
Phantom Assassination would have been really
10
nice.
seconds remaining.
Kuro's already over that.
5
Sven gives them
seconds
armor and
remaining.
stuff, but it's
Yeah.
not really the greatest, I would say.
Would give them an extra disable.
Yeah.
You've still got Juggernaut if you can just play around.
Dire team
Jug's good with the healing ward with Death Prophet as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But he has been losing a lot too, I feel. I feel like I keep seeing Jug lose lately.
The Jug option seems alright. I like the Magnus band from Adfin, and we saw a Magnus from Miracle yesterday, and something that works very well with the 2 melee cores.
Ursa
Ah,
there.
yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Ursa.
Kind of forgot
Ursa.
about it. We're
Good
sleeping on
pick.
the Ursa.
Way to negate a hell of a lot of that damage from Liquid.
Can
which
you
looks to be a lot of magical pop as well.
can you enrage while duel if you have an Ag Scepter?
I don't
Probably not, because you're
think
silenced,
so.
right?
I don't believe so, no.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay,
5
Liquid.
seconds
Time to
remaining.
reveal.
They at
if
least get
it's
to
a
see
core
everything.
Skywrath.
Like that's the upside. They see everything which
Reserve
Infinite have
time.
got
Yeah.
before they pick up their last one.
5
Downside is they don't have a lot
Could
of
be
time
another
left.
Invoker.
They don't have a building hitter on the side of Liquid.
It's a
Oh,
Juggernaut.
they Jug.
So they go for
So
Jug.
what are lanes for Liquid? What have we got coming out here then?
Void offlane, Legion, short
Miracle
lane.
Miracle
Jug.
Jug in the mid. Okay. And then you assume Matumba Void, or could they even do Matumba Legion and then Mind Control Void offlane?
It's
Either way.
it's Matumba Legion more than likely.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, either
and I'm
way,
waiting for the
I
duel.
think they
the
could
duel
still be
start.
they could still be deciding. Like we see, they
Yeah.
still haven't even picked it up.
But
So.
to-
No, they
Void.
get.
Might
Matu
be
Void.
Why? Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
My control Legion and then.
I still cry because my control is so damn good on Faceless Void.
They don't really have much, like, real team fight on the side of Liquid. Sure, they have like the nice Faceless Void Skywrath combo, Legion Commander Skywrath combo, but Adfinim's lineup overall, like looking at a team fight, it's pretty devastating. If they have the Exorcism up with tracks and like sticky Napops and the Chase Out
And
combo,
they
it's
love
very
fighting.
very nice. And they love to fight exactly.
Liquid's all very single target. You look at like their support
Yeah.
specifically, like the Purifying Flames. You're trying to burst one hero who's jeweled up. Skywrath made same thing. It's all this single target burst damage, whereas Adfinim have more the team actual team fight tools.
Rubick's got some pretty decent spells to steal now too after those last few pickups as well. So I mean, I'm liking Adfinim.
Let's go at Finem. What do you say, Topes?
I'm down for good Dota.
Down for good Dota.
I
aren't
love
we
Liquid.
all?
I love Adfinim, but let's go Adfinim.
Have fun. Nobody picks one, God.
Hey, here we have it. So Finem, one game away from securing their spot at the Boston Major. But Liquid, of course, going to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening, as they themselves wanting to use this series as their foot in to the Valve event. The question is, I mean, Liquid with this draft now up against our Finim's, Are you feeling a little bit more confident for them here in round 2 after what, first round was pretty much nothing less than a stomp from AF.Finem?
Yeah, it's a very different look from Liquid is the main thing. We're seeing them go back to the Matu on carry. Kuro's done with his Lunas and Drows, so I think more confident AF.Finem just because of how dominant they've been. Liquid, yeah, they won yesterday very convincingly 2-0. They really stepped up their play. Their group stage, though, they had some very shaky games despite their good positive record. Finishing third in the groups, they weren't convincing in some of their wins. So they're a team that's looked very volatile, very emotional. We had Matu in one of our interviews for Dream League where it sounded like their team was maybe trying to deal with some issues. So I definitely feel like AF.Finem is the ones kind of on a high with the momentum in their favor.
Yeah, and of course, it's obviously the fact that they did let MNT get the bounty, something that I remember pretty much, I believe it was in the qualifiers for back at Manila, I want to say, where they were picking this and winning every game. And ever since then, of course, still MNT sees the opportunity to get it into a game and just be incredibly destructive. So it's just going to be down to whether Liquid could deal with MNT and the bounty plays.
Kuro already taking some hits here. MNT deciding if he can win this right-click battle, and he's coming back out again.
So just keeping Kuro's attention away from anything else. And he's got one more invis. We'll take the damage though. Meanwhile, top lane, bit of a go on to mind control. Let's pop the Q with that move speed. He will get himself out. So indeed, the lanes from Liquid. Mind control up top. KuroKy's headed up there to back him up at the moment against Spartan and Madara on the safe lane. MNT going to be roaming across the map towards the mid lane. Miracle up against Thug's Death Prophet. And finally, last but not least, Skylark on the off lane against the dual lane of Bulba and MATUMBAMAN. So lane-wise, do you expect to see any kind of clear victories from either side? As you said, game 1, AF.Finem had some good solo lanes. Was it a little bit different this time around?
Let's see. So I think AF.Finem have a slight laning edge. The Bat should be able to get a decent amount from the off lane. Death Prophet versus Jug will probably become fairly even / maybe even slightly AF.Finem favored with the Bounty Hunter lingering around, playing pressure. Bounty Luke's going to go the high ground. He's going for it. Oh my gosh, what a legend.
MNT with the game sense.
What a legend. That is...
He knew that they'd be doing it.
He just ran up the hill.
Oh... He just knew. I mean, I don't know if
blowing.
that's actually, would that be for just watching replays, knowing that Liquid always poise it there, ready to go?
Watching replay / just that's what you mid players generally just try and leave it if they're worried about a bounty career snipe. It's a very common position, but
MNT, he's seen it. He's seen it time and time again. He's like, yeah, you can't pull that trick on me. You cannot pull that trick on me. My goodness, MNT. In the current, so of course mid lane, Miracle, what's he got left in regen? Well, it's just down to the Fairy Fire now at this stage. Yeah, obviously got a point in the healing ward.
Guy TP's mid, they're looking for a kill on Thug here, but the Spirit Siphon's out and...
4 heroes big coming in for that
So,
one.
yeah, they had Kuro TP in mid from Fountain. He could have actually brought Miracle's bottle. He could have dropped on the ground.
Now for the potential tip, Miracle. Oh, he's got to be careful.
Yeah, Liquid look out of it. I think they make a mistake there by not bringing in the bottle on Kuro, who TP'd in, and then also just not finding... If you're going to TP in there, you have to be getting that kill. At this point, Miracle is kind of left in this mid lane without that bottle, and he is going to struggle to remain CSing. Not going to ruin him too much. Like, he's only going to wait a couple of minutes for the courier, or may even be telling his teammates, hey, one of you go grab that, but it is definitely a downside now for the Liquid laning stage.
Skylark. It should be fine. The heal's there, and Bulba not enough mana to dispel that, so he will be A-okay. Well, so far, MNT continuing his best to be as annoying as
Matu
possible.
at bottom, by the way. He's maybe found Skylark here. Didn't get the bash.
Again.
Yeah, if he had hit one bash, it would have been a kill. He saw him going shopping in the side shop and time walked forward for the pressure, but no bashes, unfortunately.
MNT just sapping some of the XP of mind control. He's managed to find himself level 2 from that. Mid lane Miracle. Got 3 bottle charges, so he'll be okay. CS-wise, he's doing alright as well, regardless of the fact that he did have that salve held back earlier. We saw, I believe KuroKy was the one to bring out one instead. So 19 for 3 against the 18 for 2. Holding his own pretty well in that mid lane. In terms of the safe laners though, MATUMBAMAN, 18 for 4. You look up towards the top lane, Madara sitting on 28 CS at the moment on the Ursa.
He's free farming away, getting a lot more out of the lane than the Void, which is credit to Skylark on the Batrider, contested the lane, playing kind of applying pressure, but also just tempting the Void to go on him. Void's trying to zone out the Batrider and missing just a CS here or there as a result. And Skylark, despite all that, is level 4 already, so it's been a very successful offlane for him.
MNT coming in. They do have the sentry down. Liquid, of course, are getting a few smacks onto MNT. See how he plays around this one. Will just head himself away. Mid lane, you've got eyes from KuroKy, keeping tabs very close on Thug. Level 3 at the moment as well now on the Skywrath. If they do see an opportunity to make a jump, Miracle, of course, not quite got that level 6 yet. Whereas Thug, a little bit ahead in XP, nearly has his own.
Yeah. Not sure if he'll be going for that exorcism or not. Sometimes you'll see Death Prophet just kind of skip it.
Yeah.
Not the most high impact spell necessarily when you first hit level 6.
Bottom lane, MATUMBAMAN. Taking a lot of harass there. Still just level 1 Time Walk, of course. Interesting with maximizing the bash in this lane. Is there a reason for this?
Looking for kills. He wants to play super aggressive, get kills, try and zone out even more.
Lane. Thug nearly going down, but he's
got
got the
the
Siphon.
double
He wants to
spirit.
actually man up, come back in with a Crypt Swarm, but now with the backup of Bulba as well, Thug will fall. That'll be the first blood for Bulba. Liquid coming in with the rotations, coming out on top, forcing Spartan back as well. I mean, it was a good job that Bulba turned up there. With just the two of them, it looked like I've been nearly able to turn around with the DP Siphons.
Yeah, the double Siphon was going to probably save his life until the third hero showed up.
MNT, mate, a little bit greedy. he sees it, he tries for it, he doesn't get it. So a little bit of an overestimate there of his damage capabilities. It's a freebie for Liquid. Liquid picking up the kills now, 3 for 0.
It's good news for them because their laning stage was not, well, it wasn't going terrible by any means, but they were slightly behind in terms of just CS and experience by the looks of things. The Batrider was getting a bit more, the Ursa was getting more than the safe lane Void, so does even things up a bit with Liquid getting those kills. I think bottom for Matu.
That's a chrono.
Yeah.
And he may, actually with that time, okay, he's got the stick charges, and he will go in
Can he get
for
the
the
wand
back
off?
kill. He's got to be careful though, MNT actually helping keep Skylark alive, and oh my goodness.
He was praying for a bash there. He had 3 points. He needed 1 bash in the chrono. He got 1 bash in maybe 4 or 5 hits. It was, I guess, the kind of expected amount. He was hoping for a second one, a bit of luck.
And even just, I believe he was just about to get one extra attack, might have even have done it, but MNT throwing out the shuriken with a mini stone, cancelling the attack animation.
And he had the 1 charges too. He just had to survive the chrono to get the 1 charges off. It was neck and neck. Matu going to be a little bit upset about the RNG as far as how that went, but it was also very well executed by Finem.
And MNT's just kind of sent a base down in that. And may even have eyes on Bulba if he comes too close to Skylark. Nearly hitting level 6 as well, so let's check the lasso soon. MNT getting that nice ward deep down behind the tier 1 on Liquid side. So you can see if the backup comes through. Still mid lane, KuroKy just babysitting Miracle at the moment. Constantly keeping himself in the tree line just in case Finem try to make a bit of an attempt. And they may do soon. MNT's coming across. We'll see what he's able to hunt out. Drops down the Obs ward. And
you'll see Kuro as well, so
yeah, pings him out
about his
in the
presence.
neighborhood.
May actually look for a lift if they get vision. Spartan. Kuro tucked himself a bit further back, so Spartan couldn't get the vision he needed.
MNT actually coming across. He's actually going to dispel the smoke here from Mind Control and Bulba. They'll drop down a sentry, but MNT's out of range. So Liquid's move here being rumbled. And MNT, well, for the time being, at least he's going to be absolutely fine. Gets another ward down. It will be pinged out.
That was the potential dual kill as well. Like, Legion just hit level 6. You've got good burst damage from an Oracle, from a Skywrath. Any target you catch in a duel is very likely going down if those 2 supports are there. So they were heading mid to make that happen, and no result that they were hoping for. Ursa's now got Mask of Madness. I believe he's taking Roche. He just TP bottom. He sees a couple heroes mid, a couple heroes top. And with 1-3-3 and the Mask of Madness, this should be a free Roche for him. He even smokes just to be on the safe side. He does bypass what was a Radiant Observer ward.
Absolutely. It's absolutely essential that they smoke up for that. The question is, are Liquid going to send anyone over to potentially pass by? It looks like
they're too far.
They're going to get this for free.
Yeah. Void's in the neighborhood, so there's a small chance Void could go in and scatter by himself, but that would be... he is actually going to, but I don't know if he can easily fight this.
Oh, he's got a chrono. He has got a chrono. He may think about going for some sort of a play. Maybe a little bit early. Actually gets bashed by Roshan. And he's got a time walk, so he should be fine.
Oh, God. Matu almost got that Aegis.
He's got the he doesn't use the time walk in time, though. He lets himself get lassoed. So they don't steal the Aegis, they don't steal the Roche kill, and they give up a free Faceless Void. Liquid really wanting to try and fight here. MNT going to be the target of the duel, so they do get the Bounty Hunter.
Meanwhile, Ursa's chasing Bulba down bottom. Bulba.
Disarm.
That'll be enough, okay.
Yeah, doesn't have the Enrage. But again, you know, add Finem to sum it up. They lose Bounty, but they get the Roche, they get the Aegis, and they get the Void kill.
Yeah, there wasn't really much Matu could do that. Perhaps he could have definitely lived if he just ran away after scanning the Roche, but he couldn't stop the Roche from happening. He chronoed. Roche still had like a sliver of HP, but that's a Void with no damage. Void is not going to finish off Roche. He doesn't even have Tread, so there was no chance for Void to actually finish Roche off. Best case scenario for him is he steals an Aegis, really. That's all he can try and do is steal the Aegis. He wasn't going to get the actual Roche kill itself unless somehow Ursa left Roche on actually like under 100 HP, but Roche had like about 500 or 600, and Madara was able to easily finish it off, and then I guess the grab for the Aegis was won by Madara.
And they'll see anything that comes in here, of course. Finem, I know MATUMBAMAN's in the neighborhood, doesn't have a chrono, so Madara just actually comes in, starts running straight at MATUMBAMAN, hits the first hit bash, holds back the big old bear. At top, looks like a bit of a goose chase as MNT. Just following up our eyes onto KuroKy.
Skywrath hitting level 6 soon means they will have the Mystic Flare as important damage to partner with the Chrono as well as the Jewel, so imagine Kuro's probably going to either pick up a Tomb of Knowledge or at least try and get some XP in lane for that. And the tower bottom gets taken by the Siege Creep. So
he needs to be a bit careful. He's got an Aegis, he's actually just going to rage up and turn around and swipe down on Bulba. He walks it off and says, "You what, mate?" Oh my goodness, once again. On top lane, Fortification came out, so Liquid unable to finish off a tier 1 tower in trade. MNT still keeping eyes on the situation up here. Let's see if they bring up anyone else. They're going to bring in the Rubick back to the tier 2, and now with the TP's in. Control will stick around to find the tower, but MNT there is making sure that he can't get away, has the Shuriken to cancel the TP. So Liquid get the tower, but it costs them Mind Control's life.
Yeah, not the best exchange for Liquid. It was a tier 1 for tier 1 with Finem getting the bottom one, but then Liquid lose a hero on the escape, and it's a hero that they're trying to farm up a key Blink Dagger on.
Oi, oi, oi. Miracle has the Omni Slash, but Madara has Miracle's life in his hands. Again.
Omni even being used. That's 2 minutes now on cooldown. Liquid just seem to be falling apart here in the mid game.
And this is getting a little scary game too already for Liquid. Finem stepping it up if they continue to get these objectives as well.
Ursa's just ginormous. He's got that, taken the Aegis, picked up a Blink, the Mask of Madness. It's not a hero normally known for its farming abilities, and he hasn't farmed lanes by any means. After that early game lane stage, he's just gone around starting to farm heroes.
What is the plan from Liquid? The pressure being put on up top. Thug with the Exorcism. Fortification comes out. TPs will come through. They want to try and fight this. Skylark already trying to Firefly his way out to the sidelines. He'll actually make it away here. MATUMBAMAN jumping forward. Maybe looking for a chrono. Thug coming back in. It's actually going to be able to burst him down by looks of it with the Mystic Flare. That's going to be one. But they've already lost the Skywrath. The jump in. They've tried to go for the duel onto Madara, but Madara's surviving through it all. He'll turn. He'll take Mind Control, getting himself the double kill. Now looking towards MATUMBAMAN. Time Walk still called out into the Mana Telekinesis is there from Spartan. Triple kill for the big old bear. He's not done yet. Madara once more finally taken down, but he's got the Aegis. And Bulba could be in trouble. Flame Break back. Finem to take another, getting the track kills as well. They'll finish off the tower by the looks of it. And Finem once again 4 for 2. I mean, one of them was even only just the Aegis that was being lost.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, and also we saw that fight, track kills coming into play as well.
It was just a Death Prophet death. Liquid really committed hard to kill the Death Prophet. They went in with the Chrono, the Mystic Flare finally coming online. They wanted to use it. Batrider tried to keep the Skywrath away and try and zone him using his spells to prevent the Mystic Flare. Couldn't quite do it. Skylark did his best, but in the end, it's still a big Finem victory in that team fight. Ursa is just getting out of control. Picks up a point booster. He may have a very fast Aghanim Scepter at this rate, and he's looking for Kuro at top with the Blink Dagger. This should be a freebie.
Oi, oi, oi. KuroKy. I mean, 7-0-1. This game beginning to look absolutely brutal for Liquid. And no slowing down, but looks a bit trying to move in onto Bulba. Skylark tries to Firefly with it. We'll get the duel off, and with the Omni Slash, that will be a guaranteed kill. So they get the plus damage, and Madara already working through the back of the fight. Takes one. Liquid with the panic smoke there. Well, track starting to get laid down by MNT. They will be able to nuke down Rubick as well off the back of this one. So Liquid do this time get themselves a couple of kills in return. Onto Mind Control, so managing to shake Finem up a little bit, slow down the progression, and that has secured Mind Control with the Blink Dagger. The question is whether they can continue to just find the picks that they need with this one to really bring themselves back into the game, Liquid. Because look how far ahead this bear is. 3k clear ahead at the highest farmer on Liquid, which at the moment is Miracle's mid lane Jug.
Yeah, he is getting very, very scary at this point of the game. And with an Aghanim Scepter, he won't be afraid of the Chronosphere because he can enrage inside of it. Kind of weren't sure about how the Jewel works. I don't believe he can use it. Okay, he can use it during Jewel. So the Ag Scepter works very well against the Jewel for that reason. And yeah, it's going to be a very hard to beat bear because of that. Bottom lane, Matu's gone in. Solo, Chrono, and Bat. There's the combo. Chrono and a Mystic Flare. Liquid just have to keep finding kill after kill. Anytime they've got Mystic Flare up, either pair up with the Jewel or the Chronosphere and try find kills. Madara, though, he's looking to punish.
Let's see if we can get something done here. Liquid maybe questioning if they themselves could turn and take a pick. The ward's been dropped by Finem. Finem backing themselves back towards the lane. And MNT just going to continue to find what he can, as he knows most of the attention from both sides is down towards the bottom lane. 11 for 8. Over arching kind of look, as we can see just siding on Finim's side around the 6k mark, so by no means irrecoverable from Liquid. If they hit these fights, as we've seen, that they've got very, very simple tactile pick-off potential with Chronos, Mystic Flares, Jewels. They've got the combos. It's just going to be whether Finim could continue to try and play around those combinations in these fights.
And like Death Prophet, her exorcism is kind of scary and good at pushing, but it's very easy for her to die on the front lines. If she's ever trying to just exorcism push a tower, Liquid will throw everything to kill her. That's where this game is quite difficult for Thug. And we've seen him already die a couple of times this game, so despite having a Yule Scepter, he's going to need to tank up as much as possible to stay alive.
Looking to defend this tier 1 mid. Miracle heading forward, gets the deny. Skylark on the sidelines. Lasso the ready. 1700 towards the blink, so he himself wanting to be careful. He doesn't want to get picked off anytime soon before he has that item complete. Bottom lane, Thug heading down. And he's just MATUMBAMAN on his own. And looks like MATUMBAMAN's actually going to TP away, so avoiding any kind of potential engagement with Finem. And Madara back to farming up top. Wants to finish off his Ags, a few hundred gold, and he is going to have it done. Just 60 minutes in, Ags, Blink, Phase, and Mask of Madness.
Yeah, you're playing with that Roshan and Aegis as well right now, so spending some time, giving Liquid room isn't the biggest deal in the world because you'll get that Ags, and then Rosh will be respawning soon, so you can fight with the Ags, maybe go for a smoke play, and then fall back, take Roshan, and start looking at taking objectives using Exorcism. So yeah, it's not the best ideal scenario for Finem when you're ahead to be giving Liquid room to kind of catch up, find pickoffs as well. Like they're actually looking for smokes and pickoffs now, but it's kind of like something that's they decide they can't really avoid because of the Ags timing on Ursa.
Skylark. Can he find the pick with this blink? I mean, at the moment, Liquid 4 heroes up towards the top lane. Miracle on his own in the mid, and that could be the target. Finem sweeping across. And we'll see if they are able to find a lock into this. At the moment, looks like they're just prioritizing searching through the jungle. They've obviously got some vision off to the east of the Radiant jungle, but the rest of it, they have to cover by map. So they won't find anyone there. And Liquid actually playing very cautiously, keeping themselves together and making sure that they don't get caught out by any kind of movements like this that Finem are trying to pull off.
Yeah, Finem, it looks like Mage just try brute force the bottom lane, get the tower. They can fall back and take Rosh afterwards. It's respawning in the next 10 seconds, so... Again, it comes down to Liquid, how they can use their smokes to engage. If they can catch the Death Prophet, burst her down, that's the ideal scenario for them. And there isn't good save or defensive tools for the side of Finem to keep the Death Prophet alive. So Thug's positioning and his Yule's usage has to be very good. If he can Yule's himself or something before the Chrono hits him, it could save his life.
And we have, with the Exorcism Ghost ready to take a tower, Liquid looking to just go for the tier 1 trade in the mid lane. Fortification will slow them down, and already Finem actually sending Skylark back towards their TP's into the tier 2, so they want to try and fight this one. The tower will almost certainly fall. The question is if they actually can find anything off the back of it. They'll send in the Ursa on the front lines. Actually blinks past the majority of the fight here. On the back though, there's the jump. They get the lasso onto Mind Control. Chrono comes through. Mind Control already incredibly low, ticking down in the Firefly. The Firefly kills him. He goes down. Madara now godlike, and Madara jumping forward. He's been disarmed, already used the enrage, but the stolen Chrono by the looks of it comes out from Finem. It's caught them out. They've lost 3. They're going to lose Miracle as well. It's 4 heroes down on Liquid. Spartan with the Chronosphere there to secure the end of that team fight. And Liquid, they're looking to be knocked back into a similar position they were in game 1 as Finem starting to roll away with this game.
It doesn't even feel to me like Liquid are playing bad Dota, right? Of course they're not. They're in the top 3 right now as far as this Boston Major European Qualifier goes, but Finem are just playing like Greek gods right now. These guys can't do anything wrong. Every single player stepping up when they need to, making the big plays. A stolen Chronosphere from a Rubick. The Ursa just having a phenomenal game, 10-0-2 on Madara's Ursa. Game 1 it was the Thug show. This game Madara is saying, oh, I can do better than that.
Yeah.
And now they'll secure themselves a Roche.
No way that Liquid can do anything about this. Heroes just coming back onto the map. And we'll look at the net worth. It's going to be painful for the Liquid fans out there. And indeed, that Sharps just drop off after that last engagement. Now up to a comfortable 10k plus lead for Finem. And of course, going to accelerate even more so with the Roche. The mech now done on MNT. Things continuing to come together for Finem.
Interesting they give it to the Death Prophet. I quite like this choice. Yeah, she's not going to respawn with Exorcism, but she's the one who can actually die in a fight. Ursa with 1700 HP, the Aghanim Scepter, the ability to enrage through the Chronosphere, through the Jewel, means he's almost certainly not going to die unless somehow he tries to blink into a 1v5 scenario. So giving it to the Death Prophet just allows him to actually push with Exorcism. Even if Liquid decide to blow everything to kill the Death Prophet and you lose Exorcism, you still have the Death Prophet for the fight. And Finem can easily win a fight there. They'll have the silence from her, they'll have the Crypt Swarm, they'll have all the tools at their disposal to win any kind of engagement with that Aegis on Death Prophet.
Liquid up towards the top.
Kind of looking for the tower trade scenario, but
objectives.
it's going to be a much slower push. Thug has Exorcism back up already. And I don't see Liquid as a line that can really threaten that much with their counter push. They have no good, strong pushing heroes, so if anything, they're about to be forced back. Their high ground about to be sieged.
I mean, obviously Liquid, so far in these qualifiers, they've been looking strong, but I mean, Finem making them look like last week Liquid. You know, it's just next level performance from the Greeks. And Liquid, they need an answer to this. With Finem knocking onto the tier 3s, up to the high ground, and Thug just sitting in the, he's sitting on the high ground.
Yep, he's got the Aegis. This is
like,
why you put the Aegis on Death Prophet. You can kill her, but you're fully committing to a fight just to take out Exorcism, and you'll lose that fight. This Ursa will destroy you.
He's just base camping.
That Exorcism about to wear off, so they may have to reset here without it.
Like, this is the easiest melee racks of his life if he gets them. Now the Exorcism will run out. He won't quite be able to finish them off. Let's see what kind of jump in Skylark gets. You can see him on the wings.
But
Let's see if we can find
unfortunately,
anything.
it's the melee Rex which will heal up, so if they want to go back in, they'll have to do so without Exorcism. But Finem can actually make the choice just to back off, wait the call. Yeah, they're going to TP back. Yep. Yes, that melee Rex will heal, but the only reason they don't get it is because they had to go through the tier 3 tower. Next time they push, it'll be just the melee Rex. There'll be no tier 3 tower to go through. They may as well wait for Exorcism, and what a great rune for Death Prophet to find. Arcane Rune for that next Exorcism means that'll be a much shorter cooldown when he actually goes for it. So this is huge for Finem. They're looking in prime position to take at least one lane of Rax with this Aegis, possibly the game.
Madara nearly has that Diffusal Blade complete as well on Ursa.
Yeah. Liquid's moved out aggressively on the map. It looks like they're like, okay, they have no Exorcism. They're going to come push our high ground against soon. Let's find a pick. I imagine they would have smoked if they've got to smoke. They decide they just want to move out and try to find something regardless, but it's Finem who are already drawing lines straight down towards the bottom lane. They say, ignore anything top, ignore anything mid. Liquid can't split push. There's no Invoker. There's no annoying hero that's going to threaten our high ground. Void, Legion, Jug, these are not heroes that split push particularly fast with the items they've got. And Finem, I don't even think they care about finding a kill with this smoke. They're just going to be looking to push this wave as fast as possible.
They've got to clear this wave out first. Get rid of that backdoor protection that Liquid will have at the moment.
And they don't have a TP on Matu right now. He can go buy one from the side shop, but he needs to get over there ASAP and actually do that.
Yeah, they're going to have to hold this, and it's indeed going to be a hard defense. As you said last time, the tier 3 was in the way, in the path of Finem this time.
It should be a free Rax, really. I don't know if Liquid can even make a fight to try and defend this Rax. They may just have to try and play from behind with one Rax down because of the Aegis on Thug. We'll see, though. They may try and concoct something.
Yep. Goes out, indeed, under the power of the Arcane Runes.
From the north come
Liquid. A little
Liquid.
bit quicker. They do have a fortification.
They've caught Ursa. No, he can't duel.
Ooh,
He's down.
He's down. Mind control has been false promised as well. You'll see them try and get the lasso. Can they actually finish him off? Is the damage going to be enough? Omni Slash comes out, but KuroKy 2 stacks on him. They'll look to chase it. And the Siphon from Thug, they've chased down a second. going to be mind control down for 40 seconds. No buyback either on Bulba as well. Liquid, only 3 men left alive. Thug looking to finish off the melee racks. He will do so. Can they get the kills though? Liquid, Miracle hitting onto Skylark. MNT getting the tracks out from the back of it. They're going in onto Thug, but Thug keeping himself alive. Now the buyback from Bulba comes out. Miracle looking to finish off the DP. Will hit the crit. Take down the Death Prophet. Skylark forces himself up to the high ground. MATUMBAMAN jumping forward. Looks like Skylark will be able to play his way away. They'll turn their attention back towards Death Prophet. Thug's still caught in the middle of this fight. MATUMBAMAN jumps forward, trying to catch him out with the time dilation slow. Thug potentially in trouble. He still has Skylark and MNT near him. Skylark jumping across, just trying to create as much chaos as he can. KuroKy's ticking low. KuroKy's down. Bulba incredibly low as well. Miracle trying to fight this, but again, just the right clicks from Thug at this stage, forcing them back. Double kill for MNT. Liquid still with 3 up. Thug's back up to full health, pretty much, and full mana. Mind control, Miracle and MATUMBAMAN just trying to get themselves out of there, but AF.Finem saying, no, come back here, boys. Thug, he's going to have a siphon again in a second. He can look to chase, and he will indeed. Continues to move in onto mind control. He has to dispel. It looks like they will get themselves away.
They've got Exorcism again soon because of that Arcane Rune, so
wow,
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, not sure they'll look to force the high ground issue at mid. They are saying let's push the creep wave. It's more whether they try and go in high ground without a creep wave since they've got
Greaves done
one
an
in
MNT
bottom.
now as well, of course.
They're going back in, looking for a pick, but
luck.
Liquid have disengaged. Yeah, that was a good attempt by Liquid. They just wrapped around, got the jewel on Ursa, burst him down, and he didn't get a chance to use a spell. AF.Finem could not keep him alive.
This.
It looked like you can't actually use the Enrage, I believe, in the jewel. I mean,
was it, or did he get silenced at the same time? Because he wouldn't be able to defuse himself.
It may have
then
been that.
rage,
Yeah,
you know
it may have been the silence with the jewel.
Yeah. Because that's the combo that catches him out. Otherwise, you know, he can take off the silence with the defusal, or he can, you know. Because
I believe when you're jewel does morphing, you can't actually morph strength as well. So maybe similar to that, where you're kind of silent. It silences you in some way, but again, mechanics. So many in Dota that you don't know absolutely everything. But right now, AF.Finem, they're looking to make another move. Even without an Aegis, they may try and force a fight or even potentially a push onto the Liquid high ground. They've got the Batrider to perhaps lead things off with a pick-off. And Liquid, they took a big blow to their economy with the number of buybacks they had to use for that fight. And it wasn't even a fight they really come out on top of, having lost their melee racks.
This could be big if they get something out of this one. Smoked up. Miracle to lead the way.
Yeah, Liquid see the ward here, but I see they engage. Do they go for this?
He's coming forward. Mind control ready to go for the jump. Has to play Mel out. Goes for the jewel onto Skylark, but immediately the telekinesis dragging him back, and they've already lost 2. Madara just ripping them to pieces, and the stolen jewel from Spartan. He has to get into the plus damage. Miracle tracked up, chased down. He's to fall as well. Liquid lose 4, get nothing. Once again, AF.Finem taking the fight, taking the objectives. And Miracle, he's got buyback, the rest don't. I mean, on the plus for Liquid, they're still on pretty short respawn timers. Yeah. But with Exorcism up, AF.Finem are going to start to make short work of this base.
Exorcism will wear off. That's the good news for Liquid. The bad news is, again, he had an Arcane Rune. Where does he keep finding these purple runes? It's going to be that short 35 seconds longer left on the cooldown, as AF.Finem will take at least the Tier 3 tower. It looks like Madara wants to go for that melee racks, but needs to be careful. He'll blink out, disengage. If you're AF.Finem here, you're saying, look, we've got another Exorcism soon. Don't risk it. Wait for that cooldown and go again when we've got it. Almost level 16 as well, if they really want to wait for that on Thug. But more importantly, is that Exorcism cooldown, and we'll see what their next play is going to be. They are in the driver's seat, up by a huge gold margin, 20k gold. They have a melee racks. They have all the tools they need to break through the high ground once again. And if they really want, they can even wait for another Roshan. It's another quick respawn favoring AF.Finem. We'll see how soon until they scout that one. Not something they'll know until Roche actually comes back up, but if they keep an eye close to there, they will be well aware of it soon. Ursa even playing it safe. I think he recognizes the threat of things like Jewel, as well as the silence from the Ancient Seal is going to go into what I believe to be a Linken's. Could be a Hex, but to me, Linken's is just the safer, more reliable item. You don't need extra lockdown or things to guarantee damage output. You just need things to protect your own life. And there we go. Roche is back. He sees it. This is Aegis and Cheese. You get an Aegis on Ursa, you can put a Cheese on Death Prophet. This is brutal.
And with this Roche kill as well, Spartan's going to have enough for Blink, and he's still got a bit of time left where he's got Jewel. And I'm looking at Mind Control. He's only on 34 damage. I'm saying, you know, Spartan with Blink, he could end the game with more Jewel damage than the Legion.
Very
See if he gets the opportunities to do so.
Hey, with that Aether Lens, you have the extra cast range on the Jewel too.
That's
so
true.
You're not
Bring him in
getting
from
too
further on.
close.
Yeah.
Oh, the small things. Liquid, they smoked up, perhaps trying to contest that Roche, but they just didn't get there in time. Again, that fast respawn not favoring them. And it's Finem who are perhaps just looking for a bit of info now. They don't see any of the Liquid heroes, so they're perhaps a bit antsy. They won't push out anywhere by themselves. They'll wait till they're grouped up and they'll clear out the map together. Now they see heroes on the map. Miracle shows himself bottom, and they'll probably feel a bit safer knowing what Liquid's up to. They can kind of piece together that they were smoked up, making a move for that Roche, and then just had to back off.
Liquid need a massive defense at this point to hold back Finem. They need the perfect chrono from MATUMBAMAN. They need Bulba to be on point with the false promises. And mind control getting the duel. Because they do have a lot of disable. You know, between these heroes, if they can coordinate and just control Finem at the start of the fights, they've got potential. But Finem indeed just running away in the lead, about a 25k net worth lead now with that last rush.
Finem was so close to qualifying for their first Valve event.
I wish we had a webcam at their boot camp.
Yeah.
When the wing goes down, because these guys are going to go absolutely ballistic.
I mean, these guys, some of the nicest guys you'll meet in Dota. They
Absolutely
deserve. They've been so close the last two Valve events.
And they're one of those teams as well that, you know, they are going to be incredibly fun to have on in those booths, you know, on the stage.
Yep.
Finem are going to just lighten up the entire event.
They've got to get there first, and that's what they're looking to do. Breaking through one more lane of racks is the next objective for them. Exorcism has been used.
They're going to jump in, going immediately onto Ursa. He's going to get bursted down immediately. A good start for Liquid. Spartan drops down the stolen chrono, allows them to finish off Miracle. There'll be a buyback from the Ursa. They realize this could be the chance to finish off the game. They want to go in, and they want to go in hard. Thug already diving deep here, has the ghost out. Lasso onto MATUMBAMAN. MATUMBAMAN falling low, gets the chance for the time warp though. He'll be able to live another day. The racks falling low in the melee racks, they will pop. Miracle coming in, he still has the Omni Slash. Looks towards MNT first, will take down the Bounty Hunter. That's going to be one. Another one here for Liquid. Need to find more though. Thug just focusing on the range track. They get the silence on the Madara. This could be a dieback. He gets the enrage out though. Ready to turn, but again he's being slowed down. Held back, has to get himself
Needs
out.
To just run. At this point, if you're Finem, just don't give up more kills. Be careful
Thug ain't running. Thug's
he's full
staying in.
HP actually.
He's ready for the fight. They just can't bring this man down with the Octarine as such. Thug, he feels
Ursa doesn't want back
invincible.
in. Ursa's low HP. He needs to be careful.
Thug has to be incredibly careful. Thug's gone. Aegis down. Madara actually jumps back in. Oh, this man, his buyback's on cooldown, but he just doesn't give a damn. He feels invincible. It feels like he's on top of the world, but it's not going to happen. Okay. He's dead for 80 seconds.
Yeah,
they do lose the top racks though.
Not clean from Finem, but it'll get the job done as far as taking a racks here. They may lose Thug as well.
Oh, this is a painful fight for Finem. Liquid do make them pay, but the objective was achieved. The line is drawn down the mid lane. The question really is how much Liquid can get done with the 60 seconds without the Ursa. Death Prophet does have a buyback.
Yeah, they can't get much done.
Look at the gold swing.
That was very, very sloppy from Finem as far as breaking the high ground. And again, we see the Ursa get caught out. And I think at this point, it's a mistake giving the Ursa cheese over Aegis. He's the one who needs the... I guess he's a bit squisher when he gets caught in that duel. Whoever doesn't have Aegis is getting jumped. So it's clear decision from Liquid. Whoever doesn't have Aegis, jump that hero. Get them with the duel, burst them everything. Don't let them get the cheese off. And Ursa went down without a chance to use that cheese that he was holding. It was meant to be his second life, but he had to buy back for that fight. And the other big thing is when he went back, when he had his second life, he just silenced the whole time. At this point, you're thinking he needs a BKB. He needs something to get rid of those silences because he just got destroyed by being unable to use it.
The complete Lincolns might help him.
Yeah, the Lincolns will definitely help. I think with the Lincolns, it could have been a different story, but Finem was so far ahead, it was definitely the right time to go for the high ground push. It was just slightly mispositioned on some of the heroes to get caught like that, and very good play from Liquid to jump as they did and find the key hero in the Ursa to bring him down. But it's still Finem. You're up 4 racks.
Oh, yeah.
Your gold lead is still 20k. Like that lost fight basically makes it go from 25k to 20k gold lead. You're not looking at an Finem team who should be worried about the outcome of this game. They maybe get a bit nervous just because of the fact they died back on Ursa and the number of deaths they had, but Finem just need to keep playing confident Dota, keep pushing forward, keep looking to put Liquid on the back foot, even go for that last racks.
They're smoked up around Thug. Thug being used as the bait. Question is, did Liquid bite? Skylark's going to have his dispelled as they are on the high ground. Oh no! Matumba jumps in, he's chronoed absolutely nothing. Madara jumps in onto the back lines, takes down KuroKy. Thug moving forward with the exorcism, but we look
Stolen
up
chrono.
towards the north. Bulba trying to TP out, but again, Spartan with the stolen chrono cancels Bulba's TP. The jump forward from Skylark, disabling in Miracle. He does get the Omni Sash out, but he's almost certainly going to go down
Is
as
there a steal?
Finem surround him.
No.
And Miracle does not have buyback. It's not there. It's still on cooldown.
There's not much left on the exorcism, so they'll have to push without it.
But no jug for a full minute.
Yeah. And there's no chronos. That's the big thing here. Yeah, you don't have the building damage from exorcism, but you can just slowly chip away at this. You're feeling very confident if you're at Finem. You know your opponents have very few tools to kill you. Also, no Skywrath. The Mystic Flare is a big source of damage.
Jump in time with the jewel, but immediately the telekinesis and mind control's thrown his life away. He's down for 50. AF moving in more, and it gets the stolen jewel. Spartan, he's manning up, controlling the void. He nearly goes down. In fact, the tower hit might just kill him, and it does. He does lose his life, but he allows them to take down the void. MATUMBAMAN has buyback. They have fortification, but GG is called. Finem have done it here, knocking down Liquid 2-0. Liquid will have a second chance, but Finem, they're going to the Major gods.
Look at him. They're so happy.
They're going
the
to the
first thing
Major.
Thug types is like, like we just
Yeah.
won. We've done it. Like, these guys are going to be just absolutely thrilled. I mean,
and I think a lot of people watching will be happy as well. Obviously, there's a lot of Liquid fans out there, but Finem's run here and during the other qualifiers, I think they will have won over a lot of fans. It's an incredibly fun team to watch, incredibly entertaining. They've kind of got that kind of CIS flair, and I'm talking like, pretty much like 2015 CIS. It works. They make it work. They're not losing games, they're winning games, and doing so in an incredibly just kind of gun-ho, divide fashion.
Yeah. How are you feeling, Fogged?
My heart was literally racing that whole game. Honestly, I don't know why. I was just so excited. I really want to see them go to Boston. But
Who doesn't, really?
Holy crap! They all played so well. Like Madara shined so much that he actually overshadowed the Bounty Hunter and the Skylark. They both had incredible performances. And then also, Legion Commander Duel is a silence, so you cannot purge it off. That's what I initially thought. But then a bunch of people were saying yes, and so that was my bad. I actually told Parker I
You
threw
can
him the
get
wrong
rid
way.
of
That
get
was
rid of
my
her
fault.
disable, but you can't get rid of a silence.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
But I'm still shaking almost. I really want to see Bulba. I really want to see Matumba and Kuro make it to Boston still. But those guys, they deserved it with the way they just performed the last two games.
they're the underdog story. And the thing that's been great about them is they've stuck together and they've kept improving too.
Yeah.
It's not like they've stuck together and just been a bit unlucky. They've actually gotten better. Like, they didn't make it to Manila. They said, we're going to get better. TI, they were just as close. The competition got stronger. They didn't make it. This is the best we've ever seen Finem play.
Not even you don't see their faces and everything right now, but when you see some of these teams win and everything, you don't really see that big happiness expression and everything. EG from time to time, they're kind of just yeah, good job, guys.
Just wait till you see the Twitter post they're going to make.
I tweeted their
Thug's
manager.
just hey. Even before Liquid called GG, he's already bursting with the energy, with excitement. So that's
I was
beautiful
just checking to see.
Have they
It's
spoiled
the
the
inevitable
result?
spoilers, but they're
No
actually holding
spoilers
back.
are done yet,
Yep.
but I tweeted the manager of Finem to hope that he has a camera on there, because
I really
last
hope-
time they did. Is there a
MNT
tweet?
Dota, we
Well-
did it, fam. He all caps it. He's happy.
MNT, yeah, he's not holding back the. I mean, no, who can
You
blame
don't
him?
think about spoilers.
Who cares?
I mean, if you're
Just
watching that game
do
too,
it.
you know it's very likely
Spoilers.
going that way.
You don't hold back.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
I'm not even
great stuff.
following MNT. That's a crime.
Yep.
I'm
It is a
going to
crime.
follow
It
him
is a
right now.
crime.
Everyone, MNT Dota 2. At MNT Dota 2. Go follow the man. He's only got 800 followers. Come on, guys. What the hell's
needs
up with
some
that?
more.
I want to see that at least hit
He is a
1,000.
Boston Major contender. He deserves some more.
Go
followers.
and follow Veros Apostolo. What a name. Am I saying that right?
Very
Got
Greek.
fogged.
Dude, I don't know. I can say my name. That's about it.
Yeah.
That's all the Greek I can.
Are you extra proud because they're Greek? Does
I-
that play a part in your happiness for Finem making it through?
It definitely does a bit, and I talked with them a bunch when they went at Summit. They were just really nice guys, like we've all been mentioning.
Yeah,
They were very they lost out of the tournament, and they were all just super cheery and were willing to be involved with everything as well. So these guys, like they were mentioning as well during the cast, when they go to Boston, you're gonna see them. They're gonna be down
Yeah,
to
that's the
everything.
thing. Dude, they're going to be on stage. If they win a
Everywhere.
game, they're going to be running around the stage.
They're not gonna hide too much. Even if they go out early, they're not gonna hide in their hotel room or anything like that. They'll be out there.
Spartan is literally smiling 24/7.
Spartan is
he's
literally
angry and he's
laughing
smiling.
24/7.
He's just like,
he's
what are you
amazing.
doing?
Yeah.
There's a big grin on his face.
I lost.
They were so fun. It was like the summit when they lost a match and you'd see them outside like kicking a football around, like having a great time. You're like, wait, didn't you guys just lose a match? Most Dota teams would be just kind of like emo, not talking to anyone.
They lost one of their matches. They walk out and they literally are all walking out laughing, and they all just point at Scar like they're like, "You're terrible." You're just like, okay, well.
They won't be
they
saying that to that Skylark.
Oh,
I
he
mean,
had
all
an
of them had
amazing
good
game.
performances,
He
but
played
Skylark definitely wasn't holding
so
them
well.
back. The bat was absolutely great performance.
And come on, maybe next time Bounty Hunter, you gotta ban that out.
Dude, yeah.
Dude, that courier snipe. Oh
Yeah.
god, so like,
I'm
when he
just gonna
did that,
walk up
just like,
blind to your high ground. I know your courier's there.
and he's got to know there's a good chance. I mean, he died just to the tower hit, so he's like, I'm committed to this play.
Worth.
He went for everything, including even Kuro. Like when Kuro was running back and he had the extra support, still went for it. Died, don't care. Go back in, do it again.
I love watching these guys play.
Yeah, they just. I mean, they when they have their Wisp, when they have their Bounty Hunter, it seems like their lane
So,
problem is just completely solved.
There is the S4 haste rune. Can we call it the Thug arcane rune? Holy crap,
Yeah.
he got like loads of those.
2 in
Three
a
or
row.
Yeah,
is
2 in a row.
Yeah.
That was like 2 in a row as pushing high ground. He had some earlier than that too.
Yeah.
God,
At the right times.
that was good
Yeah,
stuff.
Do you wanna- Topes, do you wanna get on?
I'm actually
Swap.
with you, Fogged, where I kind of wish Adfinem lost just so we can cast them now.
Yeah, you said that.
mean, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
you've got VP Liquid. That's going to be.
I'm not
It's gonna
complaining.
be-
I'm definitely not complaining for VP Liquid.
Well, yeah, but
but-
Ad Finem are fun.
Holy crap, Adfinem are playing fantastic Dota.
Are you showing off
still-
your
my
Ursa
heart is
shirt
still- I'm
that
still
you're
just like-
Oh
supporting?
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you-
Look at
you're
this.
luck- you're
Very
lucky.
apt T-shirt, isn't
You're
it?
lucky.
Really, with
We've got a
Madara's
break.
performance.
Mhm.
Look at that.
We've
Prepared.
got a break.
Rigged.
We've got
Illuminati.
We got a break.
We've got like
45 minute
15
break.
Yeah, maybe 20, maybe 45.
Okay,
Maybe
it's
something.
time. It's
Time for
time
some
for the
Max.
15-minute Toby monologue. Here we
Yeah.
go.
Toby will do a monologue while we go get Max.
Yeah, we'll go out.
Stories by Toby.
Story time with the.
Once upon a time, in the land of Dota 1.
I'll just think of something to say from Dota 1, and you'll be like, "Oh, I remember this game that I played. This story that I played with like Let me think.
I
of something.
hyperventilated during a Dota 1 cast one time. Passed out, stone cold after a game.
on camera.
There was a picture taken of me unconscious on the stage.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What happened
Now we
to
need to
that
find that.
picture? Yeah.
It's still floating around somewhere. Yeah. That was Malaysian land. That was SMM.
Oh, that's the one you were talking about before. Nice.
Yeah, this is a slightly different one, but yeah. Yeah. There's like multiple ones. But we were talking about the original Drow aura change.
Yep.
With the
Yeah.
offlane puck and how puck had like crap tons of damage when phase Dagon offlane puck. Mind Control's first game kind of flagged that memory. You'd remember that, Gods. We cast that game.
Which game is this? Some
Remember the
Dragon
one we
Park?
did in the like that little theater area, and it was puck offlane, Drow Ranger. We're talking Warcraft 3 Dota.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you remember that game with the
yeah.
puck offlane
Yeah.
and Drow, and I can't remember what the other one was in the mid lane, but it was like here's 5 range heroes who were all
Yep.
like completely abusing the new Drow Ranger aura.
It was one of the Filipino teams.
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, we got Toby going. Think of another thing,
See,
guys.
yeah, it works.
It just
Dota history with Toby.
Dota
He's
history.
got all the stories.
I don't remember a lot until I get like poked and prodded.
Yeah, it comes
About,
back when you
Yeah.
you hear like a little tidbit and you're like, oh,
TI1
yeah,
memories. How about that?
TI1 memories. I was unconscious most of the time.
Oh, see, there you go.
You casted everything,
Yeah.
right? All the games.
Everything. That was 6 straight days, I think it was.
Mm.
We actually started before Gamescom opened. So on the the preview days they have these special days where you invite all the sponsors to come in and they get like the special looks at the booths before like the general admission comes in. So they get like they have to wait in the queues and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So on that day was like the first day. That was the group stage day. And you had guys who were standing up to play their games most of the time because they were playing it almost like when you go into game, like ever been to, like a big gaming event.
I've been to Gamescom
Yeah.
once.
Yeah, and like you have like all these test PCs which are just standing up and like you walk up to them and
Yeah,
use them.
yeah.
It was exactly the same setup. So they had like high chairs for the players to sit in
Oy.
and the computers were getting so hot like they had fans underneath it, but because they were just basically like 10 gaming machines running like Dota 2, which like it was not as kind to PCs back then. The entire box was like a sauna. Yeah. I think they actually had, I don't think they had a computer overheat, but it was bloody hot in there.
You gotta set the zooming options, Odie.
Oh, so
What?
are we actually going to be
Zoom.
having quite a delay, or are they just going right into it?
Oh, I can check. I'm getting.
the
Well, you
log-
got VP in there.
I think the
VP with
rules
it.
are there was like 45 minutes delay
The
or
team's
something.
going to have up to 45
I can
minutes, yeah.
guarantee
But-
you Kuro is going to take as much
He'll
time as he
use
possibly
all of
can.
it.
I think that they
This
should.
is at least a 20 cigarette break.
Well, they should.
20
They,
sec-
that's a really good thing just to like reset, forget about the last game.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
completely forget about what just happened. You're going into VP. It's a completely different way that they play.
Yeah.
Completely different drafting style, completely different play style.
Yeah.
Think about that. Reset completely from that last series.
Did you turn the smooth drag back on?
Alls-
OD? I mean, sorry, the zoom back on.
Yeah, I keep. Yeah, I've turned the zoom on for you. No, I just done it.
Thanks, OD.
Just done it.
You can ask him.
Oh,
about
apparently
how long the
MNT's
break
now
was.
got 1,000 followers.
Nice.
Well done.
Let's
Nah.
check it. What's he got now? Let's have a look.
Good job, Owen.
Yeah, good job. I got you. I got you back. I got you back, MT. Yeah, he's now up to 1,041, so instantly
nice.
up 200 plus. There we go. His Twitter exploded. Well, I don't
there's
think
no video
Huh?
of the Greek guys because they weren't boot camping this time.
they weren't boot camping,
Not this time.
so they were playing online from home, from
Yeah.
separate locations.
Yes.
Wow.
Damn. Because I imagine Liquid are boot camping, aren't they? Or maybe not.
Not sure.
I don't know. Pretty impressive. No, so of course, yeah, the next game will be Liquid versus VP, fighting for that final spot. The question is, which way is it going to go? What do you guys reckon on the panel? Liquid, VP? Who's got the edge now?
I think VP.
Do you think
VP still top their group. They still have played amazing Dota. They dropped down, but
Yeah.
come on. Hey, VP is still amazing. It's just really hard. Like you want to say Team Liquid, but you almost want to say also VP is going to be a lot more stable.
VP
coming
crushed
into this.
Liquid. VP
The
got
first
crushed 2-0.
series.
That was
Yeah.
this is a repeat matchup, but
Yeah.
I think it changes a lot because Liquid are coming off a loss. So going from a loss into a next series is always tough.
I really wish they would also change that for
but-
the next qualifier. I don't know
Yeah.
why it is this way for this one. It makes no sense with the scheduling.
Lil is actually the first person that I heard say actually thought that Finem would make it through. Had an interview on Wednesday evening, I think it was.
During Dream League. Yep,
and
he said
and
they
he
were
said
very
like,
scary.
who are you gonna face in the finals? And like at Finem. At Finem, Liquid, and Secret, I think were his strongest opponents that he mentioned. So he was a spot on. Well done. But I do think Virtspro. I don't know. It depends on how well Liquid can shake off these losses.
If the Liquid from yesterday shows up, it's going to be probably a 3-game series. If the Liquid from this
Yes.
morning shows up, I think it's going to be a little
Quick
bit different.
2-0.
But we'll see. I mean, we'll see. It's completely different teams. At Finem looked incredible.
Yeah.
So not to take anything away from Liquid like today, because that was kind of like not really like proper to say.
Yeah.
But we'll see like what happens because at Finem just played so well.
They played really well.
So well.
Hey, Owen, can you otherwise ask the admin how long the break will be?
I'm not allowed
We're
to
gonna
type in chat.
I'll check on Skype maybe.
You're allowed to type
It's
in.
not-
I don't like
Skype
typing in
iOS.
lobby chat.
But-
They'll be
but-
like, shut the fuck up, OD Pixel.
No, they
if I
won't say
type
that.
something.
They don't do that unless
You
you're
know, they ain't
rude.
going to stand for my jokes, are they? They're going to be, get out of the chat.
It's
This is
fine,
a serious environment.
but we should probably go to a break anyway because we
A break? We ain't
we
having
don't
no
know how
breaks.
long this is going to take. Hey, you can just sit here with story time for this.
You can
I'm
have story
taking
time
a
with
break.
OD
I'm going to
Pixel.
go get people food.
Uh,
If you want.
Oh, I'm all right. Yeah, you go. You go get
I think
yourself
it's
something.
okay.
Yeah, get
It's
yourself-
time for afternoon tea.
I don't mind if
Oh,
you
good
get me something as
You
well.
want food? Yeah, don't
Thank
speak
you.
for yourself, Owen.
Yeah.
No food for you.
Wait,
we'll get
no,
food for everyone else.
what's this full screen camera?
What is up with the quality? This didn't used to be this
Oh,
bad.
you said, Steve, you said you couldn't see the other
because
cameras
there's
because
no light, Shiva.
What?
We're
No, you
behind
could.
you.
I did that.
This
I fixed that.
Oh,
I made that like that.
Yeah, we
so
got the
this,
good
this,
cam.
this is why Owen should never be in charge of production.
look at this.
Dota 2 shirt on. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
so,
bro.
yeah.
This is better than joint Dotas.
So, see, just think of it, because the Dream League producer is now gone. This is what Dream League's going to turn into.
Where was this?
Owen has the reins.
Oh God. Well, luckily,
Just wow, you just got cut out of his life, gods.
I don't know that way.
What are you
you
trying to
are
do?
you trying to put him behind the couch? Here he goes.
Like,
Trying to put it over you.
Just paste it over someone's head. There you
Hello.
go. Oh god.
Okay, so can we go to a break or something?
I can make my head really even bigger than it is. I don't know why I lifted my arms up then.
Can we go? Come on, Gods is gonna get us food. He already took his microphone off.
No, I've just made you 10% more attractive, Sheep.
Thank you. Really needed that.
16:21 CET is the next game.
16:21.
16:21. That is in
Like 30 minutes. Yeah, 33
25
minutes.
minutes.
All
something like
right,
that, yeah.
break time. Play some Mango Bay.
Can't go back.
Oh,
Shall I play a beautiful song in honor of Liquid?
Do it.
play a beautiful song in
In
honor
honor
of
of
Liquid.
Finem, you mean? Or
No, in honor of Liquid being knocked down. It's a
Alright.
real tearjerker.
Cool. Take us to a break, because we won't be able to hear this as well. Remember,
Yeah, we won't actually be able to hear
it's not
the
in
song.
our ears.
Wait, Tobes. Fog. I want you to pull your most. It's a shame that Liquid got knocked down face. I want you to feel like you're the biggest Liquid fan. Just hold this face as we listen to some beautiful music. As we then go to the break. All right. Have a bit of a cry. No, it is.
Trying, dude.
Keep going. Go, come on.
What's the song?
They'll see on the stream. Just keep your face going.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid, and all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. It's a cool place, and they say it gets colder. You're bundled up now, wait till you get older. But the media men beg to differ, judging by the hole in the satellite picture. The ice we skate is getting pretty thin. The water's getting warm, so we might as well swim. The world's on fire, how about yours? That's the way I like it, and I'll never get bored. Somebody once asked if I'd spare some change for gas, and I could get myself away from this place. I said, yeah, what a concept. I could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid, and all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the no. She's running out the door. She's running, run.
And we're back.
Hello.
Hello.
We are back.
And Toes, remember to drag down the sound for audio. Yeah.
Yeah, already
Can
on.
they hear us?
Already done, bro.
So all of Liquid is in the lobby now. They
Yeah, we can
are
get up on the
deciding
screen.
sides and
Put it
pick.
up on the screen, Toes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now you can
Get
see
there.
it.
Oh, I know on that one.
We lost our webcam. Oh, we got one webcam.
Oh, hey.
What did you do to this?
You need to go to the draft. Go to draft on the overlays, and then add the game back. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there we are.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey.
Greetings.
Greetings and salutations, Dota fans.
I am updating.
Yeah,
the
whatever
chat.
happened to Death? Him.
Whatever happened to Death?
Yeah, I don't know why I said Death.
He
I
meant
actually didn't even
AC.
mean to say that
You
word.
said that?
He meant
That
AC.
would be a pretty badass name for a caster, you know. Next up, Cinder and a Death. Hello, I'm Death. Welcome to the cast.
Maybe.
Be beautiful.
Yeah. But for some reason, like, all that's happening in the lobby is us waiting to start and Lil talking about not Lil.
Well, we translated what he said.
Starladder
No,
have
yeah, Lil-
3
Lil
odds.
talks
about
What
horses.
is going on there with Starladder? 3
Well,
observers.
it's the split screen
Triple.
cam, innit?
That.
Damn.
You know what I
That's some tryhard stuff. This qualifies.
mean? We've got 3 observers, gods. What are you on about?
Yeah.
These are all observers in ours.
Well,
Why are
we've got what? One
Why
guy on a
is our
laptop.
country set as Estonia or something?
Greece. That's
Is it
Greece,
Greece?
right?
Greece. It's so
We're set as
tiny.
Greece.
Oh, it's Greece.
That's all
Okay. We're
Know,
the
know your
Greeks.
know your flags, man.
I don't. What's
Estonia.
the art of flags called? It's like called flagography or something. It's got some fancy name.
Flagography isn't very fancy.
I don't think it's flagography. Yeah.
there is a specific
There's
art
a
for
weird, there's an
flags.
art for knowing all the flags.
Yes.
Oh,
Bos-
major Boston winners. They're
Confident.
confidence.
And then you got mind control.
Pussy hunters. Who will make it to the Boston Major? The Pussy Hunters or the Major Boston winners?
Well,
That's a good question.
that's a good question. I don't know. I think Virtus Pro looked a little bit stronger over their games, but then again,
Outside of yesterday.
Do you like VP's team, Battle Cup team?
Yeah. We just, yeah.
We're just been for
I
that.
I was updating the chat
What are
that
you
they can know
doing
it.
in
No, he
China?
doesn't have. He doesn't have. Any
Oh, you
I had
can't
you
hear us
guys. I don't have
properly.
any
Yeah,
ear
we'll
either.
let
I
you
can't
off.
Oh
hear you guys.
yeah.
I've endured that spot.
Yeah, we'll
My
let
guys.
you off.
It's okay.
I forgive you.
Oops.
Are we
I'm
going
sure
to
it'll be
confiscate your
okay.
phone during
Yep.
the cast?
That's not. I'll put it over here.
Oh.
All right, so in we go.
Okay.
I was updating the chat, man.
Just let them know we're about to begin.
Yep.
Okay.
Is,
Draft is underway.
is your mic going in game, Tobes, as well? It's making the speech bubble up.
You
Yes.
see the
Yeah,
speech
we
bubble? Yep.
Nice.
Relax,
Speech
Owen.
bubbles there.
Chill.
First
Chill on the couch, bro. This ain't my first barbecue.
Barbie. Put another shrimp on the Barbie.
Oh my! Can you just hit him for me, gods? Like you're close. Just,
Oh, don't
just
worry.
slap him.
Abuse! I'm filing a complaint.
Oh.
Actually, we'll get the stream taken down if you hit me.
What?
Yeah,
No, we
you
won't.
can't have abuse on stream.
No, but you can have discipline on stream.
That's not discipline. It's in the freaking
VP
90s.
looks like they're taking a page out of Ad Finim's book, though. Banning out the Timber
10
first.
seconds remaining.
Yeah. If anything, watching
Thank God.
Liquid lose, you can kind of take some tips and pointers.
Can we
Yeah.
even have Liquid losing on stream according to OD's rules?
No?
What
What?
rules is that?
Reserve time.
No abuse.
What? How's that abuse? What?
Virtus Pro is gonna abuse Liquid.
Well, Liquid could abuse VP.
Yeah.
Goes both ways.
Yeah. I have.
Don't be teamist.
Yeah,
I-
don't be teamist.
I'm allowed to be. I'm not commentating this match. Fog and Toby cannot be biased for this match. I can be. I can
We're
have
not
my
biased at
prejudice.
all.
Fogged, our resident
Why
bias
would we be
screencaster.
biased?
No. You cannot be biased. Well, you normally
Yeah.
aren't biased, so
Come
you're
on,
good.
Tobes.
Always
But
biased
I
for the
can
underdogs,
be
right?
biased.
I know Russia's
the
near
Australian
Australia,
way.
Toes,
Okay.
but you got to hold back.
So you're biased for the underdog. Which in this team do you
There
feel
is
like
no
is
underdog.
Exactly.
This is going to be fun.
Well, is
It should be
there? Like
brilliant.
VP
Yeah, it
was
doesn't-
still #1 in their group. Team Liquid technically are the underdog.
No, I don't think Team Liquid 2-0 stomped VP yesterday though.
that
Yeah.
first series was bad. Yeah.
I think if
was-
anything, there's actually no almost no favorite coming in.
There's
Based
not,
on
there's not.
yesterday's game and the group stage, it feels like it's pretty even.
Yep. Lifestealer ban coming up from Liquid. Ramses' Lifestealer's pretty intimidating for sure.
Every support gets through.
Liquid's
Yep.
turn to pick.
It's like the opposite of the last series was like every support being banned.
So there's Shadow Demon, Luna, Drow,
Ogre.
OD, Ogre.
Luna.
Wow. Okay, Kuro.
No.
Whoa.
Luna just. Kuro just wants to
Is he
play
trying to
carry
bait
again.
VP to pick the SD?
They're not going to SD Drow, will they?
You don't know that's Drow?
I think VP's one of the teams that just goes for whatever they want to pick.
Yeah,
they
they-
don't care about Liquid.
Yeah, that's kind of their style. They kind of
Yeah.
really just like, all right, well, we'll just take the heroes that we want to play instead of worrying about what you guys are going to take. While Liquid, it seems, is like you're mentioning, the response team.
Oh, they take it anyway.
That's
They
the
do.
Ogre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Supports.
I like this better than like a SD Drow or something.
Yeah, I agree. I like him.
You just
a
win
lot.
mid lane. Your cores are wide open. You don't need a Drow for any reason. Like, you can go for a more VP style draft here.
Why do I feel like Kuro was just trying to play chicken in the draft?
What do
Like
you do
I
when
get
you
the
play
Luna.
chicken?
You assume you're going to get one support as well as one core as a return. So they still get one of the supports they
Wisp.
want.
They're going to go for the same approach as
Dire team
the Greeks did the last game.
I mean, it worked out for them.
So VP, we're definitely watching those games though, so they probably will ban out what? They might even ban out the Dark Seer, just to be like, you know, we don't want to deal with that mech 5-man with the
Anything
Wisp
that can
Luna.
prevent that timing
10
push.
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
We'll see though.
It was,
Dark
it was
Seer
still
lost to
very
that.
odd. Like they
5
couldn't plan
seconds
for that
remaining.
to fully happen.
Mm-hmm. But seeing those two, I mean, it's like a. So they get rid of the Rubick. And a quick Liquid ban on the OD.
Yeah, at least Liquid only has
Yeah.
to ban cores. For Virtus Pro, it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
We've seen the No One OD quite a bit in the mid lane, and it's a hero that benefits a lot from the Ogre's presence.
It seems like VP's trying to make sure that they don't have that like Bulba on a very aggressive hero that can move around early on. So they're banning it. They take the two heroes that he's been, the Ogre at least that he's been playing a lot. They ban out the
5
Rubick.
seconds
So they're
remaining.
making it so it's like they're trying to put Liquid on that back foot so they play that more passive style. Because that's like what Liquid want, or that's what VP wants already, especially with Ogre with Bloodlust plus Shadow Demon Illusions. That's like already enraging your carries, whichever cores they decide to pick.
More bans
they're
coming
ban-
out.
They're taking their time.
I mean, I don't think they'll ban out the Oracle because they've seen Liquid like not have the greatest success with it,
Yeah.
even though they like it a lot.
Legion Commander.
They
Would
go
it be
for the
more
Legion
worthwhile actually
Liquid's turn
like
to
actually
ban.
putting Bulba onto the IO and
Oh.
letting Kuro have more of the Roma?
I mean, I was
Because
going to
he
say.
could bring up his Chen or his Enchantress, bring that back into the
The
pool.
thing is as well, you know, I'm pretty sure. Have we actually seen MATUMBAMAN ever play Luna this? Because hasn't it always been KuroKy playing the Luna when they
He
dropped
did it with the SD Luna. I don't know how they'll do it with the
Yeah.
non-SD.
Because
Quest
KuroKy
Luna.
played Luna last time.
Yeah,
At
that's
least
true.
one game.
That is
Yeah.
actually very true.
Yeah.
I think it was even definitely 2. I feel like we've seen KuroKy playing the Luna.
10
Okay.
seconds remaining.
What's the other?
Well, I'm sure Matumaman would be quite capable of playing Luna.
I'd
as
love to
well.
see
Yeah.
MATUMBAMAN IO.
Is-
That would be.
that would be.
That'd be a little
Luna,
weird.
Luna is
I
not
don't
rocket
think-
science.
If they get him like a Warlock or something.
IO is
You
rocket
see this?
science.
Oh,
I
I
love
lo-
this though.
Me
Like
too.
they take the Darkseer instead of banning it out because they're the first pick. So this is a really cool approach.
I feel like Darkseer has a very high win rate in this qualifiers as well.
Yeah, it
When
seems
he
like
fits really well.
those mech tempo setters, like the Tidehunter for Secret was having great
Yeah.
success. The Darkseer mech timings have been looking really good with just that mid-game team fight domination.
5
And
seconds
Virtus Pro
remaining.
also really likes the Dragon Knight on no one, so
Yes.
that would fit in perfectly with in terms of timing with the Darkseer.
Reserve
What would-
time.
What illusion hero do you think that VP's looking at? Since they banned the LC too, they
Yeah, I
are
was
like
thinking
heavy
that.
emphasizing that they want an illusion hero to like benefit from that.
It could also just be a bit of a like throw off too, where
Yeah.
Liquid then think they're going illusions, but they're
True that,
really just
that's
going to go. They likely often what VP more does is go for the 3 tanky cores, like get the DK plus a tank like DK Sven or something. Is something I've seen VP do.
So yeah, Liquid takes the tide, so they want that mech carrier with the IO. They're taking this is definitely an adjustment.
And this is looking like it's gonna be a clash game then.
Team fight versus team fight.
Yeah,
Well,
because
oh,
both
yeah.
teams will want to set the tempo, and both teams
Mhm.
will want to just hit the timing right before the other team, so they can.
It just
get
seems like
advantage.
the team fight like meta, I guess you could say, that's kind of developing this in this last couple games is just like it's just a little bit easier to play instead of like, okay guys, we have to play like perfect. If we have to like avoid fights for quite a while, if we take a fight, we're in trouble. So this kind of like gives them a little bit of a leeway, and this could be the elimination for Liquid, so they're definitely adjusting a lot.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm missing from VP's lineup right now is Sven to work with that Darkseer, and
That's-
then you've
How
got the
about-
big
how
team
about
They
fight.
could
Sven-
spend DK.
Sven DK,
Yeah.
yeah, that would work.
That would be pretty ideal for them.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
one.
And that's
Good call, Toby.
that's like the VP style too. Like as much as they have the SD and you think illusion strats, like they rather have the tankier cores. That's normally what they go for. Not gonna be a great matchup for Sven versus the Titan lane per se, but he's got the supports to help him out.
I like that one as well, though, for Liquid. A bit
Yeah,
more
more
control,
sustain.
more sustain, more control in team fights, and the double heal with the IO is great.
Wish Dr. zoning out the Darkseer is probably not going to be as effective. But you do have some kill potential with the like a lot of witch shots have been going early points up at Maledict. So you go for the stun Maledict, combine that with the Lucent Beam.
How would an
But you've
aggressive
only got
trialing
IO
work
to
out?
help. That's all.
How would an aggressive trialing work out? IO, Witch Doctor, Luna versus Shadow Demon.
I don't
Ogre,
think you're
Magi,
going to
Sven?
really get much. Like, what damage are you going to do? Like, Ogre and Sven, like, Ogre might start in the mid lane, which may give you some extra advantage, but anyone you go on is just going to get disrupted.
Yeah.
So and you've then still got Warcry, so your physical damage early on is probably not going to do as much either. So
So
I don't think they can get away with an aggro try.
So we're thinking more than likely the DK pick for no one.
But if we're
There's
thinking
still bans
Liquid,
left, though. There's
Liquid
still
is
bans left.
definitely thinking it, and they would then
Both-
ban it out.
Both teams are looking at the mid lane.
Yeah.
VP having the overall last pick gives them a small edge here, perhaps.
They ban out the Jug.
Jug works well with the eye with the healing ward and the 5-man push.
I'm wondering what Miracle plays.
They want another core for sure.
Yeah.
Like someone else who can scale quite well.
Well,
because
there's-
they definitely don't want solo
But
core
who's your
Luna.
scaler? Do you go back to the Invoker? which
Invoker
we
they
saw
saw,
before?
but if they want to do that, ban the TA. Like that's what wrecked
Yeah,
him
yeah,
earlier.
yeah.
But then
And if they ban a DK and they still go for the Invoker, does no one play TA? I think yes. I haven't really seen him play that much.
I haven't seen him play it that much, but he's he's one of those like high like
He's-
8 point something
Yeah,
players.
yeah.
He fiends.
He would have.
I
feeds
feel
that
like
mid lane.
he could just suddenly pull out like a mid hero that hasn't played this tournament and be fine on it.
Yeah.
If that's what the situation called for. But yeah, I don't think Liquid want to really do like solo core Luna. And if actually Liquid run the DK, they could do DK Luna and just push towers themselves.
Yeah, they could.
Yeah.
They ban Invoker. Oh, they're the ones banning Invoker.
Liquid's turn to
What
pick.
does that mean?
Does that mean DK? Is a Magnus here an opportunity? Miracle. I mean, it's not really the core that you were looking for, but it does fit in the plan.
It's two very big team fight specialists in Tide and Magnus and just the one carry, but it sort of works if you don't let the game, like if you can do well enough in the early to mid game and not go like too late.
Oh wow!
Huh.
Ember Spirit.
So they do want something that can scale, like we were kind of mentioning. It looks like they're going back toward that type of style. They don't want to get stuck in a weird position.
I
It's
don't
an
like
interesting pickup versus the Sven, though. Sven is pretty good versus Ember throughout most of the stages of the game.
It does give Liquid though like power on one big front. The fact that their split push is going to be far superior to VP at
But
the
only
moment.
later
like
on.
they've still got one pick to go.
Yeah. So
But VP are going to have a hard time watching their side lanes and always like pushing the issue. But if they do catch them, they're in trouble.
I think VP could be looking at what, like Death Prophet or DK for those timing things.
Yep. I mean, if they get the timing right, that Ember Spirit is not going to do a single thing.
Death Prophet can dominate the mid lane. The DK a bit less lane
Yeah.
dominant.
Yeah.
That's
which is
kind of
where
But there will
thinking
be
as well.
Ogre Magi as well.
yeah,
maybe.
but that's where like a DP plus Ogre would like Ember's getting nothing out of that
Yeah,
mid lane, and
yeah.
that's where you often see an Ember mid, and you're thinking, how can we exploit this? What hero can we put there to give Ember like 0 CS?
Can you look for a Hunter and Disabler more? Like, what if we actually look to the other spirit? What if we look towards Storm?
They do lack catch if
Yeah.
the game gets to that
Oh,
point.
nice one, Toby.
Toby
Right,
calling the
yeah,
last
go,
two.
go,
Yeah,
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 there you go.
I'm getting that.
Yep.
I'll take that.
You're getting
I'll
a
take
pound.
that.
That was a very good call.
Yeah, there's actually no there's just what, like a Blink Ravage, like the Insta Ravage is the only real good disable to deal with a Storm this game.
Yeah.
So this is a very difficult to deal with Storm.
So, is Virtual going to do it, Guns?
I like VP's draft a bit better. I think they've just got the good opening, the strong support duo. They can win the lanes with this. I give VP a slight edge based on the draft.
I can't remember the last time I really saw an Ember Spirit just have an amazing game. It feels like that hero is just... There's so many ways that it could get crushed at the beginning and be incredibly hard to come back in. So I think VP are going to be really scary this game.
I agree with that. So I'm gonna. I was gonna already turn. I was thinking everybody was already gonna pick up their hero and give it all to you, but then they took so long. Probably still deciding on their plan as well.
Oh, it's Batuma Man IO! It's Batuma Man IO!
Is it?
It is.
It is Batuma Man
Oh
IO!
my
Oh my
god!
goodness.
Wow.
Well, we're in for a treat. I've never seen him play this hero.
If his chronos were anything to go by in the last series, it's not.
I believe we do have Knoxville on the stats, so he can.
He'll be able to update us. With
He'll be
everything,
able to update us
Yeah.
with all the IO
Oh,
stats.
boys.
Fog, Toby, I think you're gonna enjoy this one.
This is definitely going to be a unique game, and yes, we do have our wonderful stats man along with us. He'll be able to hear us inside the game.
And it does look
So
like
give us the stats, man.
it looks like Liquid's going for some type of aggro. Both teams smoked up level 1, but it does look like Liquid's going for that aggressive lane like you were kind of mentioning, because they have the double regen up on the Luna. And he looks like he's prepping for a magic wand right away. So it does look like they want to put the pressure onto VP.
I'm wondering how long VP stick around. You see this aggressive movement coming in. It could just be a warding mission through the Radiant jungle. If it's an aggro tri-lane, most of these wards that VP will plant down it will count for almost naught. But Liquid are also going in very deep themselves to leave one observer ward up also high on the lane of VP, not something you normally look to de-ward out. And then they group up, and this may be their catch box. If they want to hang around here and wait for the rune, VP have already done their loop around.
They both block the pull camp from both sides, but one is committing a full observer ward, the other, while Liquid is committing a sentry ward. So we're underway.
There we
Lower
are.
qualifier game. Whichever team wins here goes to Boston. Whichever team loses is unfortunately knocked out. And not
Well,
going to
they
be
can
having their
appear as
shown.
guests on the panel later on, be it Russian or English. So VP starts with the Ogre Magi, not actually helping out the mid lane. This is actually like a pure spirit on spirit, brother on brother mid lane. Very rarely do we actually have this where no secondary support has any influence.
Yeah, this is going to hurt Ramses' farm a lot, though, because now he's versus that, tri-lane, and he's all alone up there with just a Shadow Demon who doesn't even have a pull. So Solo's going to be looking for that sentry ward.
Can they let this happen for too long, though? Like, normally... okay,
He rotates
instantly Lil's up. They ignite. They go for the damage. Now they realize the Bulba's actually here as well. Cask won't bounce over, but Solo here for disruption. Bulba not looking too healthy.
He's still
There's
got
an
Iron Shell
from the Dark Seer. He came up with the Iron Shell. That's where the extra damage was arriving. And first blood goes the way of Virtus Pro.
Lil has a stout shield, too, so in that lane, it's going to be like... If he's just in the front line, there's no way they can bring him down at all.
Liquid really caught off guard there.
Solo actually does find the D ward now, so the poll's going to be open in the next 50 seconds, so they're going to be able to get a little bit of an XP advantage. Mid lane, though, no one. 8-1 CS to the 3-0 Miracle, and he's pressuring him as well.
Well, how's Miracle meant to really CS against this? Like, he's going to, what, Flame Guard, harass no one down? That's still pretty consistent.
Yeah, he can just overload him like twice, and it's broken. Miracle dropping very low. 64 HP.
No one doesn't have another Remnant yet, so we can't actually hit him with that big overload.
Yep. And we do see Lil starting to make this first move. He looks like he's going to try to deny himself to these alpha wards. It's going to take quite a while, though. He's going to beat on them as well.
Maybe he can farm up. He's too tanky.
He's like, I'm just gonna go check the rune instead. Like, what am I doing? I don't take any damage.
And then he gets a regeneration rune. Everything just worked. Everything comes up roses. Nope, he gets Arcane.
Oh,
but he's going to come to the mid lane. Miracle is already pushing pretty aggressively up against no one. It's only a level 1 Lil, so he doesn't have a Hellfire Blast to add. It's just an Ignite.
Yep, burns part of the Flame Guard. Just slows him down a little. Just annoying.
He's got to find something bigger to die to. So he's found Black Dragons.
There you go, Lil. He's still so tanky. What a hero. Liquid, though, doing a good job in the top lane, making sure that they keep their levels up, having to keep pulling that side pull. That's exactly what they have to do in this lane in order to just keep the tri-lane caught up with the other team.
So he's actually 7 to 11.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Stun on
that's
KuroKy.
Pump Games. The big initiation, Kuro already disrupted up, so he couldn't just keep the initiation and the damage going. Maledict damage is spilling out, but not enough to kill off Kuro. Bulba takes a big hit, but it's Ramses who's in more trouble, getting popped by the Malediction, plus the extra damage, but no! He doesn't go down. Instead, it's going to be all
kill.
3 of Team Liquid. The aggro tri-lane is pushing up the daisies.
That's something I've never seen either. Going for the Maledict in an aggro tri-lane instead of the Voodoo Restoration. I feel like that's more of like a zoning tool. I think the Voodoo, the heal would have actually probably saved them a little bit better in that situation.
The Voodoo seemed to be like more of a... They never actually wanted to have a 3-on-3 fight. They wanted to get a support hero out of position, pick him off, and then take the balance. But it most definitely didn't work out that way. Ramses has to deny himself to a neutral. The only way to get back, and Lil's not too healthy either. So they reset the top lane because he'll come back in and TP forward. But what seemed crazy was like the initiation started out and
mid
it looked
lane,
like
Miracle.
VP had the upper hand. No one's out of mana, so it won't.
Yep.
Yeah, you won't get much more there. But like the SD disrupted over on the Lunar. I thought he was going to go defensive, but he didn't. He went on Kuro and stalled up the fight.
Yeah, it was like as soon as he got tethered up, he threw him under the disruption. Oh, the suicides. How many is that already?
That's all of them. That's the entire tri-lane, defensive tri-lane suicided themselves.
And Ogre had already denied himself once before that, so 4 suicides already in this game. On the
As
side
many
of VP.
kills as VP has got.
And no one aware of the rotation there by Liquid. They put down a ward. to watch that mid lane, but
It's also because they left the top lane very, very, very obviously. Like Ramses was farming on the lane. Kuro is now alone.
did I hear smoke? No, I didn't. Okay. Thought I had.
Not yet.
Not quite yet.
Nice little observer ward left behind by Liquid in their movement. So at least they see the movement from the mid lane up to the top. We'll scout out the Ogre. At the same time, VP are also looking for this rotation. The second anyone moves off this tri-lane or comes towards mid, both VP and Liquid will have some early warning systems about it.
Yeah, they're kind of trading the fact that they're pressuring this Sven a bit, even though they died very unfortunately like 3-0 in that tri-lane. They're trading that off for my control getting full free farm in that safe lane.
But doesn't this go both sides? Because it kind of feels like you're already having the big duels up on top, but then it's the Darkseer and the Tidehunter who are both going to be pushing now into mechs. So the mech should be arriving at very similar times.
Yeah, Pasha actually does get forced out of the lane, though, a bit being so my control is actually pulling pretty far ahead in this 1v1 matchup.
True. But Pasha's already back. Looks like top lane. They're already starting up. Solo, another disruption. Tries to keep his distance. It's over on Bulba with a follow-up stun. They just want him dead. The war cry. They're just
the
so
Shader
damn
Blast.
tanky in the Shader Blast. It helps the game, and Matumbaman can't get away either. The poison continues to stack. As it's actually Ogre Magi as Lil, who will claim his third kill. He's got 50% of the kills that VP have gotten so far.
Did you see what item Lil's going as well? Who needs arcane boots on Ogre? He's going phase boots on Ogre. Just gonna run at people and beat them down. 6-0 start off for VP. Definitely not what Liquid wants to be having happen, but they do have that nice security that MC's gonna be free farming and farming a little bit better than the Darkseer.
You get this Miracle. He's got defensive spirit. He's okay. Storm Spirit does have his ulti now, so if he wants to, he doesn't have full mana, but Soul Ring and Bottle.
I think this might be the time where they need to just get the hell out of that top lane. And it does look like KuroKy wants to go toward that bottom lane.
But now you also give Ramses the freedom to finish up his first item, which is going to be that armlet. Like, he's already walking around with the Helm of Iron Will.
You think armlet or Dominator?
Ooh, good question.
Probably the Dominator, I would think, in this game.
Are you planning to go more for the late game and you just like look towards the stacks?
Ooh, bottom lane, though.
Looks like our first commitment of Ravage.
Yeah, KuroKy ports down there. They do actually commit the Ravage, yeah. So nice kill there though by them. So they kill off the Darkseer. Now my control's pulling 600 gold ahead of him. But yeah, we'll see what Ramses decides to do it. I think it's more than likely the Dominator just because it's so it gives you that security.
My mind went to the mech, to the armlet, just because the mech timing is going to be so early on.
Yeah.
So if VP want to try and force it, having the mech and the armlet at the same time can make them a really unstoppable force.
Yeah, he grabs the Dominator and actually takes the catapult from the top lane.
Okay, so it will be that.
Let's get those stacks going.
Well, in the meantime, bottom lane, paralyzing cast causing a couple of problems. Lil getting up in Kuro's face with the help of Pasha. He puts down the wall. Lil takes so much damage with the Lucent Beams. Two of them went from Kuro, and the Magic Wand charges. Even salving up, makes a break for the trees. Pasha is chasing up the poison off target, and now it's Solo coming in, but another paralyzing cast from Bulba. A defensive disruption has to take the SD out of this fight, but now Solo will also go down. More damage, including Miracle, spiriting forward. He's able to get the Searing Chains up, and Darkseer Pasha body blocked by Miracle. He couldn't get away, and Team Liquid, for everything they've lost early on, even without Ravage, they just take a fantastic engagement on bottom.
Yeah, definitely a little overzealous by VP there, but Miracle felt kind of forced to even make that rotation, because if you look, no one has 60 CS on this Storm compared to the 34 CS of the Ember Spirit. And they just keep filling up his bottle constantly with these TPs.
Liquid really needed something to try and bridge the gap between the big cores. Lil makes his way up. My control, he should have known that there was no observer or sentry on him.
See that? MC also went, or my control actually went for a hood rather than rushing for that mech first. It's a little bit different than what we're used to seeing especially when there's like a mech and you're going for that tempo, but it's still very good versus VP's lineup because of how much magic burst they have. But
is it meant to
definitely
finish the
still
full pipe, or does he still does he go back to the mech now?
I think he should go. I think he should probably be going back for the mech now. Like I think they definitely need it, especially because the Luna suffered a little bit in that aggro tri-lane because of those deaths.
Both teams have just checked out the ancient area. Bulba did his little move over with the observer ward down. He's scouting out the fact that it is being stacked at the moment.
3x stack now.
There's actually such a big thing as well in the game. Like both teams stacking up the ancients, and both teams capable of cleaning up ancients. So the ability to steal is quite high.
Yeah, Mind Control just gonna sit there and farm them now. KuroKy getting some much needed farm bottom lane, putting some pressure on. VP seems perfectly content with this. Everybody's farming the jungle. 4 heroes farming jungle while no one sits in the mid lane.
It's still the cause of VP who are getting the upper hand,
And
like as far as net worth goes.
KuroKy was beating on the tower a bit, so he kind of expected like some kind of rotation. So they used the scan on the tier 2, but now it looks like VP might be making that move onto him. But the ward should be able to catch it out, that new ward from Bulba that you did mention.
Yeah, it'll see no one moving down. It may not properly see the Iron Shell, which is over on Storm Spirit.
Yep.
Another thing just to keep in mind that bonus damage will be there. Oh, here
Big
comes the
far
Storm.
jump.
Long jump down towards Kuro. And they are going to go underneath the tower. Paralyzing Cask will bounce up. Needs to bounce back over with the Lucid Beam. Maledict was applied to no one. It's only level 1. It is, in fact, only level 1. They need to get closer to get the control, but it won't be there. So VP back up. Good reaction from Liquid, but as we said, they were ready for it.
Yeah. And Dire did use a scan during that on the Ancients, so they knew that the Tide Runner was farming there, so Solo goes over and puts down a sentry, but it was spotted by Miracle.
Is Mind Control actually coming over? Okay, Sven just used God Strength in view of the tier 1 tower on top. He did some decent damage to it, but now Mind Control is stealing the Dire Ancient. Support's there from Matumba. He can tether up if he needs to. Mind Control with Pasha and Lil hovering around him.
The Ion Shell Catapult. Look at it go. Burning him down, whittling down slowly
Bit
but
by
surely.
bit. No one's moved over as well. Now he's trying to actually just secure the last hits on some of these creeps. Mind Control's too low. Matumbaman's finally going to tether him up, and you can get that Voodoo Restoration just to chain heal. But Tide still pulled out a little bit from that. And the Radiant Ancients, actually, who cleaned that up? Was that the Warcry? It's been blocked up now by VP with 2 wards.
The Tide Runner finished it up earlier. That's why
Okay.
he's so close to that mech already. So yeah, he did go back for the mech like we were mentioning, as expected, especially with the lineup that he has and with the whiffs.
I expected his net worth to be higher than that of the Sven's at that point. Because he's a 4.8k at the 5.2 of Sven.
Ramses is being efficient, stacking up that hard camp a bit and farming it too. Rushing out that Echo Saber as well that we do tend to see a lot on the Svens. Very great pickup, obviously, with the God Strength double hits and that little slow margin that it gives.
How long will it be until you think Liquid's going to try and force this bottom lane? Like, Kuro's about to finish up his Dragonlance. That tier 1 tower is still standing.
They ideally want the mech on Mind Control before they try to go for that, but they do have Ravage online and Relocate and everything, so they could maybe try to just pressure it a bit, because they do have eyes on the rotations from VP with that ward.
Well, if they take the town, Mind Control's practically got his mech. And with the Observer Ward still there, they see Solo. Gush, he's going to have to defensively disrupt. Of course, this actually buys time for Luna to have a Lucent Beam back off cooldown again. Paralyzing Cast will happen, but it's the second Lucent Beam from Kuro to get the kill.
We'll probably see them give up this tower, though. Now they know that that ward is there 100%. Ramses going toward his stack. Looks he wants to just clear it, even though it's like a 2.5 stack.
Yeah,
but he doesn't
clear
want
it before Liquid get over there.
Yeah, since that tier 1 is dropping, they don't want that to get cleared. Mind Control, though, he's like, nope, I'm running over. I see you.
I can leech. He's already level 11 on this Tide Hunter. Such quick progression in his levels.
And he's gonna get 2 of the creeps at least.
And Bulb was able to de-ward out both the Orbs and the Sentry, which VP planted down here. And this early on, now the Vision, like VP already committed their other wards over to blocking up the Radiant Ancients. So their vision on the map is, at this point, Radiant Ancients. They don't see any of the movements of Liquid. And there's just D-ward after D-ward. Everyone battling for vision.
Yeah, Pasha's like trying desperately to find a place to farm so he can get that mech at a decent timing, but there's actually just nowhere to farm.
Mind Control's mech's coming on the courier now.
Yeah, Liquid has quite an advantage right now with their push with the Luna, with the Dragonlance already, Mind Control level 11 with that hood and mech. So this is looking pretty decent now for Liquid with that small little ancient steals.
Yeah, VP just won't fight into Ravage. They have to let it go.
Yeah, they can't fight till they have mech for them, pretty much.
But the Darkseer can't farm anywhere else. Like, oh, he's farming up this small camp.
He's trying.
But while he's trying to track down the mech, Liquid are going to remove all tier 1 towers. No matter how fast this Sven pushes right now, yeah, look at him. They're actually coming back. They're letting the tier 1 tower go.
Yeah, when's VP? I mean, they don't really want to make a move because they want their mech and they don't want to fight into Ravage with the relocate. They're feeling pretty pressured, it seems, right now. Miracle, I think he's bringing out, what, his boots of travel now? Yeah, so he can join the fray quite easily on top of the Wisp relocate.
Okay, VP are fighting. The mech's still not done, but they're going to push into the tier 1 tower in mid. Fortification will allow Team Liquid to move into a response position. The Titan taking a little bit longer to get there.
Yeah, they don't want to do this though. They want to just force reaction and then get out because, like we're saying, they're just afraid to fight.
Yep.
As they should be. And Liquid with very good wards keeping tabs on all the heroes of VP, except for no one who's farming the jungle now.
The mech is done now. Darkseer had to TP back to base to grab it though. The courier was halfway down the lane, the mid lane.
Yep, a little bit later than he probably wanted because of those 2 deaths that he has, but still pretty decent timing. Level 3 vacuum with mech online.
They got smoke on solo too, so if they can push out this mid lane, then maybe VP can look to get the advantage in the fight.
Yeah, they definitely want to claim a tier 1
okay, maybe
relatively soon.
God Strength just got triggered by Ramses to farm up the Ancients.
Still content with farming. They know there's not a whole lot of lockdown on the side of Liquid, so the Storm Spirit's going to be able to do his thing, and he's pretty close to his Bloodstone. But this is definitely not how VP wants the game, the pace to be. They definitely wanted to be able to claim a couple more, like one more tier 1 at least, before Liquid has that team fight advantage with the mech Tidehunter and Lunar Eclipse.
It's also crazy too, like where VP, like where do you hide out? Like Luna wants to come in, should probably be relocated, throw out a couple of glaives to start with, so even SD illusions, or any kind of like Mandakar style illusions, which won't be picked up by any of the VP heroes. Like, it just won't absorb the ultimate of Kuro, and it can be just instantly relocated to the back lines.
Yeah, they don't have any type of absorb thing. Yeah, it's a very good point. And KuroKy recovered very nicely. Top of the net worth now, when he was in a not so successful aggro tri-lane.
Well, they gave him a lot of space, and thanks to the freedom of the IO, knowing that he can always just be relocated in, he hasn't worried about like sitting behind everybody else.
Yeah.
The only time he did it was when they were sitting behind the tier 1 tower in mid lane going, okay, I think they're going to attack, but he was still farming up inside the jungle at that point.
Yeah, Dire throws a scan, and it looks like they want to try to go for that mid lane tower, but Liquid smoked up. They want to make this engagement happen.
Yeah, they'll relocate in Matumba and Kuro. If they can make this work, not only will they find the fight, but they're going to hold on to a tier 1 tower after taking one of their own. So there it goes. The tower is down. Here comes the loop around. Miracle looking for the opening. Spirit jumps forward, able to get the Searing Chains on the Darkseer. Mind Control holding that Ravage for now, as well as the mech to back into the wall. They get that off, but then the mech and Ravage, the stun pulled out to Lil, and Liquid looking so strong in this fight. The tier 1 tower will be fortified up, and Miracle arriving with the double damage rune. It was too much for VP to handle.
Yeah, it was almost like they kind of knew something was going on, but they got grabbed by it anyway, and Ramses at least able to claim that bottom tier 1 while no one is able to walk in and just farm a little bit more, finishing up that Bloodstone already on the courier. So the cores on the side of VP are doing pretty nicely. Darkseer, unfortunately, is dying a little bit more than he wants. 3 deaths now on him. And getting grabbed first is very unfortunate. I think the solo probably wanted to use the disruption, actually, on him. But either way, I think that fight would have been pretty much a wash anyway because of the way Liquid engaged it and with that nice smoke movement. Thanks to that mid lane ward as well. They saw everything happening.
One thing to keep in mind, though, like the fact that Liquid took a fight like that, you got to be feeling like, hey, Liquid, they're in such a commanding position in this game. But there's still so much net worth in all of VP. The 2 big cores of VP can do a lot of lifting. Like overall, the net worth is only 500 gold going the way of Team Liquid. Experience was actually in favor of Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
So Liquid are making all of their abilities work together. But VP still also have so much more to offer. Once a Blink Dagger comes on Darkseer, it could be better. But yeah, Ramses up on the top. Support is coming. He just needs to survive. He doesn't have Warcry. He has to Stormbolt up on the Tidehunter, who doesn't have Ravage and no one. A long jump in. The Death Ward ensures the kill over on the Sven. Extra damage over to no one. 2 with the vac. And able to interrupt it. Where is your bonus damage? Not while Miracle is here. Spirit jump forward. Maybe with disruption from solo, space can be created with multiple pastures. But nope, it looks like with the death of the Sven, they don't have the damage. Pasha will die as well, and Kuro on a mega kill streak. And this momentum will just push forward. No one? Yeah, Matumba just pinged out saying he's behind. Actually, that was Kuro who did the pinging, and no one's just going to ball and get away. They're using the courier to try and scout out where he was. They're still a tier 2 tower dead.
Looking very good for Liquid, though. Their movements are very, very crisp this game. They were down, I think it was, wasn't it 6-0?
Yeah, it was 6-0.
Right, so they've gotten...
So then the first kill happened with
Yeah.
the Ravage on bottom lane, and then there was the quad kill, the tri-kill on bottom, sorry.
Yeah, so Liquid on an 11-kill streak right now, making all the right moves, just catching VP off guard. Blink Dagger now also finished up on mind control, so they have that quick initiation. In that top fight, since Ramses was so out of position, they didn't even have like Ravage or anything, they didn't have to commit anything. So now the next fight is still gonna also be in Liquid's favor if they take it.
So how does VP stand the bleeding? Do you dodge
They
as much as you can? Is that it?
They're gonna have to, honestly. The BKB Sven is gonna help a lot for that, but they have to dodge for just a couple more minutes. Maybe pick up the Orchid on the Storm before they want to make a big engagement. But the one thing is that Liquid has to be careful is you can't sleep on Vacuum Sven. Vacuum Sven with Echo Saber, if you're caught with your pants down, you can just get one-shotted pretty much from the cleave. So they still have to watch out for that big wombo combo.
Is that with Pasha then, like, because obviously you don't need to go in for like not Tranquils, Greaves straight away. Like, do you try and rush into the Blink Dagger to get the Darkseer into a better position for that fight?
I think so. I think that's definitely the ideal. That's what they need because they're playing at a bit of a deficit. Mind control and Liquid, again,
taking the stack.
going for the stack.
Just Iron Shell up one of the creeps in the camp.
Take the
Yeah,
whole
Iron Shell
thing.
himself. Yeah,
Full
they just let
triple
it go.
stack for KuroKy and MC.
Oh, the jump up. They just only freshly planted the Observer Ward. Solo knew they were going to make a play like that.
KuroKy's got 6 stacks. If they get some damage on him, he actually is going to take a ton of damage from that Soul Catcher plus 6 poison.
The back is there. The Darkseer wall was put down too. MATUMBAMAN, here comes that long jump from no one. He really wants that kill over on Kuro, but he just can't do it. The relocate save does kick in, but now with a Storm Bolt, paralyzing cast, making it difficult for Sven to finish the job. We're going to actually have to BKB to chase down mind controls. This fight splits into multiple parts. The God Strength committed to Kuro. He comes back next to the Ancients, but right in the range of Ramses. Another Storm Bomb. A Miracle also arrives at Ramses. Double kill. The Death Lord Sven can't tank through it. The Warcry didn't give him enough armor to save himself from all that physical damage. And now it's the Storm Spirit on the run back out again. Ends up being a 2-for-2 trade-off.
Not the worst, I would say, actually, for VP. They fought pretty well in there because of like the Sven BKB made up for a lot of it. He was pretty much 1v3 for a lot of that scenario. And they almost actually brought down that Luna with the Shadow Poison and the Storm Jump. But the Talisman of Evasion pickup that he did at the Secret Shop there, Storm actually missed like 2 or 3 attacks back to back. And beautiful tether by MATUMBAMAN. So he mechs him up so he gets the double mech combo. And that saved KuroKy completely. Especially with the relocate, of course.
Alright, so for now, Team Liquid, they've managed to take out most of the Roche clearing towers, so that might also be something else in their mind. Like, that fight also happened without Ravage.
Yeah.
So you've still got that big ability up and running, so Liquid would be quite happy to force whatever they want, even without Eclipse.
Yeah, Solo going for a solo smoke. Puts down a ward in the mid lane, and that's actually it. That's all he wanted to do with that.
So many obs and sentries, though, from Liquid just around that dire ancient area. So no one's movement was very, very clearly flagged.
Yep.
But Liquid are going opposite direction. They're moving most of their forces up into the dire jungle.
Miracle finishes up his Battle Fury with bots. 22 minutes. Pretty good timing, even as a DD on top of that for the next engagement with the Ravage, as you mentioned.
Oh, VP really need to get rid of that obs. It's seeing them too many times.
Yep.
Like, and they know there's at least something there because they had an Observer Ward of their own. Like, the Radiant Obs was planted down during the fight, but the fact their own ward got de-warded, they have to know something's up. But they also have an Observer Ward smack bang in the mid lane. So they also saw all of the Liquid forces prepping for mid.
Yeah, they're playing quite cautiously right now. No one walking up on the high ground. There's a ward there that sees his movement as well. Liquid's warding has been very on point this game. Bulba making the moves, making the plays just to keep that vision game in their advantage a bit.
It's kind of funny, like, each team is seeing so much, so they can react to so much. That's why, like, we're not seeing an engagement at the moment, because both teams see the movement. It's this dire Observer Ward on the hillside, which is saving Ramses and letting him make his play.
I feel like I've had my map, my screen on like the Ancients for the past 9 minutes or something because they just keep walking in and taking it. The majority of this game has actually been played around the Ancients. Bulba now with he has 3 points in stun, 4 points in Maledict, so that big Maledict damage is going to be coming out soon, which this is fine now because he has a couple points in the Voodoo Restoration on top, and it looks like he's farming for that Glimmer Cape. as well as Matumba maybe going for one as well.
I was wondering just how long it would take for this, but what a time for it to happen for VP. The Blink Dagger up on Pasha as Liquid enter Roshan. Now, there's no vision around this. The ping is coming out. I think that was actually from Bulba saying we need to have a ward up there.
Yeah, they feel like it's going to take a little bit too long, and it's too scary fighting into
Here they come.
Darkseer Sven.
Observer and sentries there. They see the Sven, the jump forward, disruption, actually taking the Tidehunter out for now in range against his big enemy off the back of the wall to 3. There needs to be more clean with the construct. They've brought down the Tidehunter. The death ward from the low ground from Bulba trying to split this fight up, dragging back as I was there, but it's VP who set the terms and conditions of this fight. And they've been taken for all their worth apart from Miracle to the cleaners, and the double blinks are there, and VP can also slip in, and they will grab what Liquid started. They will take the Roshan.
Like we said, don't sleep on Darkseer Sven. If you get hit by that combo, it's extremely devastating how much damage you really take. My Control tried to blink up, get a nice gush off and stuff just to hurt him, but him leading the way like that, it just gives Ramses a free opportunity to get his BKB off. So that was a little bit over-eager and overzealous, I feel like Liquid.
Yeah, you're not doing jack here.
Storm Aegis now. He's actually finishes up the Orchid as well with 17 Bloodstone charges, more than the ideal, what no one wants. So now they can even throw the Orchid up on the Tidehunter and just ignore him a bit in the fight at first until he picks up that Guardian Greave, which should probably be his next item.
Man, that actually seemed to be like the greatest way VP could have begun the fight.
Yep.
Like, you disrupt on the Tidehunter, which means the Sven 100% knows exactly when he's going to trigger his BKB. Knows he's going to get the kill, and then Liquid walk into a VAC combo.
Yep.
But there's no way they could have known. That was the first reveal of the Blink Dagger. Like, they couldn't prepare for such a thing. You might think, oh, maybe he's got it soon, but...
Yeah, they didn't get a chance to see it at all. And KuroKy is going for Butterfly, and with Manta with Dragonlance, he doesn't have a BKB to even avoid that the stun in the VAC combo.
It's
He
Lil
just
going...
gets whittled down.
What is Lil building into?
Probably the Crimson Guard, just to dodge out a lot of the physical damage coming out from the Ember Spirit as well as the Luna with the Sleight of Fist, I would imagine.
Do you need it though? Like, do you get like kind of diminishing returns when you also add in like the 4 points up in Warcry? You're already fairly tanky.
He maybe just likes it this game. It's a good pickup anyway. It blocks a lot of damage, and I mean it's Lil. You know, Lil tends to go for these little bit of unorthodox things that he just likes to do. Like, he has phase boots. Like, like, he just it's just Lil things.
That line already proves everything about Lil. That's great.
Ramses, after that fight, not only does he pick up his Blink Dagger basically right away, also gets the crit. So he is a force to be reckoned with now. Tied up with the Luna, maybe a little bit ahead of him. But his items look a little bit more threatening in comparison to the Lunas for now.
We still have to remember, though, that Team Liquid does have the better split push. Mind Control jumping in after Solo. TP support is only one coming in at the moment. As in the form of Pasha, one VAC will cancel that TP out from the Tide. Another Sleight of Fist Searing Chains on the SD, so he still is rooted.
Ramses and No One are coming. They want Mind Control.
Oh, that long jump up from No One. Small quick vision. Pipe triggered for the... Oh, at least the hood triggered for Mind Control. But he can't survive that. Has to sacrifice himself.
3 back-to-back deaths on Mind Control now without actually being able to use the Ravage in an effective position. Just he's been holding on to it. I mean, it's fine. He doesn't want to use it there and die. So, but yeah, dying unfortunately a couple times there.
Like, how do you even time that? Like, you can't just say use it like a Blink Echo Slams. Like, I just lock one guy down, then my burst damage is coming. There's no TA in this game. It's a Battle Fury Ember Spirit. He's not going to do straight up damage. Neither is the Luna.
They need like a nice cohesive synergy with every single spell going off at the same exact time, so they get the maximum efficiency from the Eclipse. But with the BKB coming out on the Sven and him just being straight up in the front line all these times, he doesn't get the opportunity. And with Stormy able to zip from so far away, it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah. Where VP's is a lot more simple.
Yep.
Blink in, Vac, Stormbolt. Then that's off the blink of Ramses.
Exactly.
So they can both jump so quickly together, and it's not like Liquid have any... Actually, they don't have any vision on their side of the river. At this point, this is the only ward up for Team Liquid. So after talking about how great Liquid's vision is, this is what they see on the map right now. Nothing.
They got hurt a lot from that Secret Shop fight. It's been... and like losing the Roshan there and everything, they lost a lot of map control. Butterfly, though, finished up for KuroKy with his Manta style, so he's able to push out waves very effectively, and that evasion should be able to kick in kind of nicely versus the Sven, but at the same time, Cleave obviously goes through evasion, so
Ramsey just chooses the target that isn't the Luna.
Exactly.
Well, they're getting ready to go again as Miracle. Just a quick Syrian chain. Solo's going to create a couple more Sven to fight the good fight.
Lil has 1730 health and 10 armor. So he's going to just run in and be like, hey guys, go on me. Throwing up the bloodlust.
It just looks like Miracle's not even doing any damage. Like he's playing a game of tag with VP, but
yeah, and he's even feels forced to go for the Manta rather than the crit, so he doesn't have that like huge damage burst because, you know, of course the Storm already has Orchid online, so it's very, very threatening.
And now Storm has his own BKB.
That's, yeah, he's got the timing. You know, you want 3 items by 30 minutes is like the dream for Storm, and he's ahead of that on top of 18 Bloodstone charges with his level 16 as well. So
interesting line that was just drawn out by Bulba. He just drew a line that just basically said straight up bottom lane.
He probably was just saying like, oh, our bottom lane's gonna push really hard because they have a quad range creep with a catapult. So eventually, he knows that eventually VP's gonna have to respond.
No one.
Wow, big jump in by no one.
And straight back out again. The ping actually came straight after that from Solo.
Yep, Aegis expires. Roche with a long respawn, 3 minutes 50 seconds.
Interesting.
Yep.
Four stuff up for Pasha.
Yep, I like that as well. Just be able to bail out any of his supports himself as well if he gets caught in a bad position under the Ravage. It's just another position item. He knows that the way that we win these fights is if we're in the right position, all we need is Ramses to be in the front line, and then the rest of us can follow up afterwards, and that's just the ideal for them.
Because he's not really fighting any silencers, right? The supports of Team Liquid, it's I keep somebody alive and I cause a little bit of problems with paralyzing cask, and the rest of it is death ward damage.
Yep.
But until Bulba gets his Glimmer Cape up and running, like he can't get proper duration death wards off.
Oh,
and then he still needs nag in himself to really make it worthwhile.
Lil now with the full completed Crimson Guard, 15 armor on him. Of course the effect that you can use the active is going to be heavily reducing Liquid's damage on top of the fact that they have mech, Warcry, and everything. It's really going to hinder Liquid's damage in these team fights. And they now have the Daedalus as well finished up on Ramses, so he's going to be hitting like a truck.
Look at the money on Solo as well.
What's he got?
He just picked up a point booster on the SD.
Yeah, he's going for that Aghanims. Remove the Flame Guard, purge up the other two guys. It also, of course, breaks Luna, so I believe it removes the Moonglaves as well as the Lunar Blessing.
Liquid are not in position to defend this. They're only just starting to TP back now, and Ramses hasn't even committed God Strength. There's no fortification available for Team Liquid, so they've already mopped up through the creep wave. The tower's down to 1/3 of his life, and Liquid, they have to fight. Mind Control's got the Blink Dagger available. BKB up from no one. He Orchids on the Ember Spirit, MATUMBAMAN. He hasn't relocate saved out. Now the Ravage hits pretty heavily on 4 of the heroes, but where's the fault with the Death Ward damage? VP, they're actually going down. They got hit way too hard. They've lost 2 big ones already, and it's about to be 3. Solo Slider Fist will get the kill from Miracle. And Virtus Pro, what went so horribly wrong?
Overcommitted by no one, but Ramses actually didn't get his BKB off before the Ravage, so he gets hit by the Ravage pretty much the entire Eclipse on top of like just auto attacks and everything. So he took so much spell damage that he might have been able to evade if he just popped the BKB right away, but he just like took him a bit.
And now Kuro as well as MATUMBAMAN's going to push in the top lane. This may just be trying to knock on the door to see if anyone's got buybacks available as well. The Storm Spirit's coming up, but with the relocate pulling him back.
Opportunity relocate, some nice little gain of damage there. Tower bottom almost died, but I think that was one of those VP moves that we do see them do a little bit when they're like, all right, we're being nice and patient and everything's going our way, and then it's like, oh god, we gotta go for this fight.
No one. Solo kill on Matumba with the Orchid, or maybe not.
Glimmered up, he should be safe.
Yeah, that as well as the mech, as well as the pipe. There's a nice little snipe attempt at least from no one.
Yeah.
And the upside for VP that he didn't start falling behind as a Storm Spirit. He's going straight for Bloodthorn. Just purchased a Crystallis.
Well, he's going to be hitting hard.
Also amplifying everybody else.
And also removing the Butterfly evasion, so everybody's able to hit him through that. At least during the time of that. But now KuroKy kind of solves that issue already, picks up the BKB. And he also already has Manta, so he can remove the Bloodthorn anyway. But
like Mr. Hard Start Kuro. The fact that Miracle has both the Manta, the Battle Fury, and is rapidly approaching his first major damage item as well. Like, He's also going to be a real problem for VP as they try and push high ground.
Yeah, very close game on our hands here.
All right, VP group up for smoke. So they're going to create a couple of illusions, and okay, yeah, the smoke is over on Pasha.
The one little nice thing that VP does have to always like rely on a bit is they have the Bloodlust on top of their 2 cores, which is that little bit of an enrage like we always mention.
Mid lane's pushed down a fair way. Who are they? Okay, they bring Miracle back, but he's got a spirit to jump to. It's a little bit further back behind the line of Liquid. But if VP come out to try and fight them, it's gonna make things a lot easier.
Yeah. That fight though was like the dream for Liquid down there. It gave the 2 supports on the side of Liquid the Glimmer Capes, which they really needed.
I'm just surprised VP grouped up so heavily. Like all 4 heroes are practically holding hands as they went inside.
Yeah. A bit overeager by them. Mind control, waiting on the prowl. Finished up a full pipe and even Bulba bought him a gem. So now they're trying to get some of that map control back, and VP actually has no map, no wards on the map.
Shoes just completely on the other foot.
Yep. Quick switch around.
Liquid doesn't get what they were really hoping for, which was VP to push the bottom lane. Get a quick gank and then move towards Roshan. Instead VP smoke up and they... no one just hovers into the
Radiant
pit.
scan, does it clip anyone?
Oh, Solo's so close but didn't walk into it.
I don't
An
think they're gonna
observer ward up
notice.
on the hill. They see Kuro. They
VP
see
sees
mind
them.
control.
This is VP looking like they've got the vision advantage. They're
Where's
gonna
the
get the jump.
They need to get the sun over on Kuro before he gets the BKB off. They're holding him. They're holding him. The Ravage will pop from
Five-man
mind
Ravage.
control and hits everybody with the Death Ward as well. Virtus Pro, they're going to lose everything here. Ramsey's is not enough of a man to beat that Luna. 3 heroes down for Virtus Pro. Bulba was lost for Liquid, but the rest of VP are scurrying away.
Woo! They even had the vision advantage on Liquid, but they only get a 1-man vacuum on the Luna. And the Sven doesn't get BKB off before the Ravage again. So 5-man Ravage by mind control 2 times back-to-back.
They committed so much to get that Luna down before BKB triggered.
Yep. And that evasion there kicking in because the Sven was trying to hit him just a direct target, but just missed multiple hits over and over. So no one is surviving all of these fights, but not really gaining blood. Well, I gained 1 Bloodstone charge from Bulba there, but not what you want. So heavy committal there by VP and Liquid just coming out very big.
So now they have the Aegis over on the Luna. The immortal Luna with the ability just to sit on high ground. Miracle, no one. Oh, so quick. Already had his spirit up. Mana styles, so he can't be that heavily controlled. No one just didn't know what target to go on.
Oh, and it actually was a Radiant Observer ward down in that bottom fight. So as soon as they revealed from the smoke, Liquid was completely aware of all their positions. So nice ward there by who was that one, Bun?
It was there was actually both there at the same time.
Yeah, there's 2 of them, right? Okay.
Yeah,
I thought so.
you're not tripping. There was a dire and obs. So the obs was planted when VP came up the ramp.
Okay.
And then I think they just de-warded, right? Yeah, because they got the gem over on mind control.
I thought I'd seen both, but then I was like, oh, maybe.
Yeah, there was definitely both.
Okay. Good. I'm not seeing things. But yeah, this is really good for Liquid. MATUMBAMAN's actually drawing the lines out. We got to get both our lanes out. Bottom lane's in a pretty decent position for now.
Liquid still have to be very careful with how they approach the next part of the game. Like, okay, fights are definitely going their way, but they still have to be mindful pushing into the base against what the combo we've already seen work once before. The Darkseer vac into a big Storm Bolt. Liquid have to play this so smart.
Yep.
That's where the Aegis really helps.
Yep. Another D ward now, and does VP actually have any left? No, they have 15 seconds till another one gets restocked.
Courier is speeding. It's going for the Daedalus. The jump down, and boom. It's the rest. The Daedalus, 34,000 net worth.
34,000? Oh my god.
100. I take it back.
No one picking up a Mystic Staff. More than likely the Sheep Stick in this. Actually, it could be either the Sheep or the Shivas. The Sheep will help a lot versus the instant disable on Luna, so he doesn't get the BKB off, and obviously the instant disable on Miracle, so he's not able to dish out, and they're able to lock him down nicely.
It's kind of funny watching like the defensive Solo, knowing he can be this far up, because it's what Liquid doesn't have. Like Liquid doesn't have jump initiate, unless it's in a big AoE, like coming out from the Tidehunter. You can blink Gush, but then you're fighting underneath the tier 2 tower with support rotating in. So VP's doing a good job just to stall up the bottom lane with a Shadow Poison from Solo and keep the pressure on top lane with no one. Like after that fight was lost, he instantly moved to the mid lane, looking for either a kill or lane pressure to get Liquid to look behind themselves.
Look at the graph. Like this is to show how beautiful this game is right now to watch. Dead even.
It's definitely a beautiful thing. Surprising, Ramsey's, he's going for sustain over getting something more like the MKB. He got Satanic.
I've seen a lot of players not like this. I know Fear is a big advocate of not building Satanic on Sven.
Like the fight should be over once it starts if Sven's done right, correct?
Exactly.
That's the logic?
That's the idea. That's pretty much the logic of it. Like if you're put on the back foot and you're having to like Satanic heal up, then that's pretty much you know you didn't get what you wanted for your Sven. But still, I mean, Ramsey's just feels like he must need it in this game for now.
That's what's when you think about, like we were talking about,
Bottom
okay,
lane.
relocate, it's going to go down to bottom lane. Okay, they've had enough of Solo being a bit of a twat on the bot lane.
Oh,
With
he
the
might be able to
Purge on
kill Matu
Matama, they're
here,
not
though.
going to catch him. There's more support coming, but Solo's already going to do his TP, so he will continue to be such a thing on bot lane.
I was gonna say, like, Matu needs to be very careful. Like, if those SD illusion or if those Luna illusions get on him with that purge, he can be in quite a bit of
Look at
trouble.
this pressure from no one. Like, no one's inside the base. With the Bloodlust, he's actually, like, he's popping away at this tier 3 tower, bringing it down, and opens up the racks, and Miracle can't stop it.
Like we said during the draft, they lack the real natural disable for the Storm Spirit, and it does look like he's gonna go for that sheep stick, as I kind of expected, but he is lacking like a little bit of armor.
This movement from no one is so good. I actually thought Liquid was going to have the more superior split push just because of the Ember Spirit, but his control of just the mid and the top lane, because he's throttling and like he throws it between like here and here. It's such a small jump for a Storm Spirit with so many charges. His
Yeah, because
regeneration is just so good.
Exactly. I was about to say, like, the fact that he has 19 Bloodstone charges, he just has the freedom to really ping-pong between the two lanes and not really have too much of an issue.
Now finally Miracle gets his Daedalus.
Solo's about to have his Aghanims too on that Shadow Demon, 500 away. I mean, that's not really that big of one, but still, you know.
It's enough.
Little gains.
It's enough to make Miracle a little bit more, like, in a bit more pain.
Yeah.
Actually, like, the more I'm thinking about this Satanic over on Ramses, the more I'm liking it. As I'm seeing less burst damage, like it's this sustained damage coming out from Liquid, not burst.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. And now you get more sustain out from Kuro as he gets a Skadi completed, so he's going to slow down the Sven, but we're going to end up in this war where they both just try and stand their ground, gnashing in their teeth at each other, and they both just tank each other out. Almost a battle of of the immortals. Until someone like Storm jumps in and brings his Scythe, BKB, and Bloodthorn. What did he BKB out from?
He was afraid in that top lane when he was like jumping out and zipping. He just didn't want to get caught.
All right.
I don't think he wants to lose those Bloodstone charges. They're super useful.
Team Liquid, they're approaching the top. It looks like it's go time for them. At the same time, the Ags just got completed by Sol. Did he sell something for that? Either way, full Ags is up.
Oh yeah, he looked kind of naked. He definitely had another item there.
Solo gets in close. Okay, Solo. Not what he wants. Purges the first time over the Tidehunter. Ramses jumps in. BKB as well as God Strength shreds apart the Tidehunter with a jump in forward. The Vac is there with the wall. Kuro's in the middle of it. Turns on the Eclipse. The Darkseer will drop. Sven, Satanic's almost hit. It's back to full life with one hit. And he brings down Kuro. Miracle will join him in the grave. And there is no saving there for Matumba. Team Liquid get wiped.
And Ramsey's showing why
zone.
he's a Sven god. I mean, the Satanic there was pretty much why he lived, so I eat my words completely. But, I mean, it worked out for him in this game.
He tanked through the entire initial damage and then just too strong. Buybacks have to start arriving.
I think every time that Mind Control has blinked in and gushed like that, they've lost the engagement. That's like 3 times that he's done it, and they lost the engagement. Every other time he gets a nice just blink Ravage, and it works out perfectly for him.
But it looked like such a good opening. Like, it's like, oh, we're going on the SD. But he didn't hit his Ravage when he blinked it.
Yeah. He didn't get the chance to click it, and with the Purge and use it breaks the Kraken Shell, so he takes a lot more damage on the Tidehunter than he'd probably expect.
So no one goes back to what he started, which was attacking the top lane, attacking the range racks. Ramses is assaulting the mid, and down on bottom, the creep wave is actually inside, so they're beset on all sides. as Ember Spirit wants to chase in, but no one's already out. I hear, well, hang on.
Mind
It's
control.
Ramsey's
Careful.
BKB. The fortification's going to wear off. Sven finishes up the job. Will he lose his life? He's already triggered his Satanic, so Ramsey's okay. He just wants to try and kill off Miracle. That's not going to happen.
No one split pushing during that.
Yep.
Almost gets the second melee racks down. So they claimed the melee racks in the mid lane, range racks in the top lane, and I mean, Ramsey's just literally, he was just like, I'm dying for this racks. Committing my BKB, committing everything. More than likely worth it for them.
I still cannot believe this regeneration from a Storm Spirit.
Dude, 24 charges.
Yeah.
Like we even saw like the Hex and the Bloodthorn in the last fight, even like showing so much, putting in so much work. Just how much the instant disables on 2 targets.
It's the 66 mana regen a second. Like, he can jump into the fight and probably be regenning like
He's just
most
taking
of his
his-
mana before he even hits his destination.
He's like, this top lane is mine.
Yep. And Liquid, this has to be an all-in. Sven's down. Like, maybe you can force a buyback from the Sven. That'd probably be more of the dream. But they have to know they're losing this game if it goes much longer.
Yep. They get at Shadow Demon picking up some Luna illusions. Yummy.
No one. There's your initiation. Hex is over on the Ember Spirit. Miracle will break free. They get the
Oh, he
rune
gets
and the
crit.
wall. Okay. They found the kill on the Storm Spirit. But he's now down to a measly 16 Bloodstone charges and had like 15 seconds on the sideline to think about what he did.
Slight mistake, probably expecting to not have to use his BKB and survive there, but he gets the racks nonetheless. So it's
Worth
a
it.
death, but you know what? He's up and he's respawning in what, 12 seconds, 14 seconds.
Yeah. I suppose VP just have to look to... Okay, yeah, Roshan's up in 1 minute 40 seconds, so... If they just get that next, push in through bottom, they may just be able to secure this through Megas.
Yeah, Storm even still has a slot for that Aegis. He has 4,300 gold on top of that as well.
Kuro, what do you want to do from here? He's got 4,400 gold. He has his buyback. Do you want to save for this, or do you need to find increased damage, be it through a Moonshine consumption or through maybe something with a little bit more bite? Or actually, even more as a side question, is it worth getting a Hurricane Pike to try and get some distance on this event? So when he triggers the Satanic, you play more of a positional thing.
It might be an option, but I think he's going to need a bigger item. I'm not really too sure which one it is because like the reason that they're losing these fights, it's not like they're lacking some damage, but it's because of just either they get the Ravage on a lot of heroes or they just don't get the Ravage off at all, it seems. Like when Mind Control has used the Ravage, he's gotten 2 back-to-back 5-man Ravages. When he hasn't, I mean, obviously he just dies and the fight's pretty much lost for them from there.
This is artwork. This is called neutering a dragon.
That actually looks pretty cool.
What do we got? Okay, so Miracle's actually building a scythe. So once he gets enough money for the Void Stone, he'll have that sheep stick against VP.
Definitely, like we said, no real sense of lockdown for the Storm Spirit. So he's trying to make up for it in that factor by getting his own Hex. So they're giving him quite a bit of the
Especially
farm.
Like with these BKBs going down to such low duration too. Like Miracle seems to be like that last one to die. Like he's never the first one. He's just sitting on the back line, just throwing outside of fist damage, and also very hard for VP to instantly lock when they focus more on the Luna. Maybe really good once those BKBs were off. Sven's down to 5 seconds on his, and he kind of needs the BKB to ensure the Satanic hits.
So he sold the Echo Saber now, looking for that next pickup. 6,500 gold on Ramses.
It has to be Aegis, right?
Sven with Aegis isn't that lovely though. He's probably going for what, AC? Oh, he goes for his Butterfly. Okay. So they don't have an MKB on the side of Liquid, so that's actually a really good pickup by Ramses. And now he's got Boots of Travel with the Butterfly. With the active, he runs at 522 movement speed.
Here comes Roshan. Well, I
Dies.
suppose they get the Aegis to the Storm Spirit anyway. If they trigger his shield, put the Bloodthorn on, they move pretty quickly through Roche.
Yeah, I know they have a cheese as well for probably Pasha, but I might even see Lil.
Oh, Kuro's going it.
Rapier.
Oh, I asked if he needed something with a little bit more bite. He's now got an Illusion Rune to push out the top lane. They got a Divine Rapier over on this Luna. They feel the pressure.
They feel desperate.
And rightly so. But they have to defend from inside their base with the only buyback being the Witch Doctor or Luna getting 1,000 gold. Like, that's kind of it. I'm surprised they're actually hovering around the mid, because you know the push is coming through bottom. That's the last lane of racks that VP want to take. Wow, did he really have 3 of those? Okay, and we now have a level 16 Wish Doctor, so we've got a level 3 Death Ward coming into this fight. Every little bit's going to be required. There goes already your God's Strength. Paralyzing Cask will bounce around.
The Hex
He's
is
been
revealed.
stunned up. Now the BKB is going to trigger. Mind Control jumps forward, looking for that timing. Over on the Ravage. It's no one. Initiation on the Ember Spirit. There goes your Ravage. Hits on the Sven. Kuro holding onto the Eclipse. Where is that damage? He's not hitting him properly just yet. Remember, he's also fighting up against that Butterfly. The back the wall. Catching out 3 with the cleave. The Sven is already down. The Ogre, well, he can't really help out that much. Kuro tries to stand his ground. Remember, he's still got this Rapier on him. Now focusing on the Sven. Can they bring Ramses down? Stormbolt, try and create some space, but Kuro's going to do it. He can't do it completely, though. Solo will create up a couple of copies, and Kuro, the Rapier, is on the deck, and MATUMBAMAN, no, who's got it? It's in the hands of somebody.
Nobody, it's on the floor.
Then
Now
Kuro's
KuroKy
got
buys
it
back
back.
and grabs
He
it.
pulled back, he's got it. He's never, no one was able to hold the Holy Grail.
Yep.
So
and
the SD is TPing out. VP, however, did just claim all the Raxes, so Liquid are up against Megas.
while that whole fight's going on in the bottom side, no one literally just zipped to the mid lane, cleared the creep wave, and just was ping-ponging back and forth, hitting the racks, making sure that he at least gets that so they claim the Mega Creeps. Even though they lose the Aegis, lose a Cheese, lose a bunch of heroes, the Storm is coming back in little to no time. Sven has buyback.
And Solo's just waiting for anyone to jump. But do you go this? Like, you don't have your Eye, you don't have your Witch Doctor now, so there's no big support coming your way.
I mean, it's Mega Creeps.
Or is it just so you... Well, you have the Ember and the Luna. Like, you can defend from inside your base. Do you weather the storm? Do you wait it out for VP to come again? There's no Roshan for a very long time, so VP is either sit on your hands for another 5-6 minutes.
I mean, that looks like Liquid's has to do. Like, they don't have the momentum going at this point just to push directly down the mid lane. They know that Sven has to have buyback. They know the Storm probably has buyback on top of everything too.
We need Miracle's Rapier up next. Like, he's still holding on to that Ring of Aquila, so there's definitely a slot he can open up.
Yeah. Liquid's caught in between a rock and a hard place, though, for sure. They don't really have a clear-cut decision that they can do for them. So for now, defend the Megas, let VP come to them, hope for another massive Ravage by Mind Control, and yeah, literally just hope for the best at this point.
I still also love the fact that VP was at a position where they're like, you know what, we actually can't drop anything else to grab that Rapier of the Luna. Like, no one was in position for it.
I thought Lil actually got it. I was gonna be like, oh, it's an Ogre with
yeah, that's what I thought originally too. I'm like, hey. That actually could have been worse for him, however, because then they may have been able to give a free Rapier over to Miracle. If Lil died straight after, but...
Not the case, and VP looking to bring down the force to the mid lane to end this game, clear it out with the side lanes pushing with those Mega Creeps.
You still have the Ravage up for Mind Control. Everyone's got everything. The only disadvantage for Team Liquid is the fact that they're up against the Megas pushing into the base.
New fresh BKB on Pasha, too.
Oh,
so
here's
he
a
can't
jump.
get
They
comboed
go
up.
over on Miracle. Can they kill him off? Yes, they can. He has buyback available. Use it instantly. The Darcy back. Oh, the cleave!
God.
Ramses triple kill it up. They need more damage, however. Luna just trying to deal with the SD illusions. He's actually having more trouble killing himself at the moment as they jump in deeper, looking to finish the job. Mind Control. Space created as everyone looks stunned for the moment. VP, try and reset. No Ravage, no big combos at the moment. But then again, the big combo is still just a blink Stormbolt for VP.
Yep, they're being a bit disciplined, though. Earning everybody up, resetting the Bloodlust, reset the fight, reset the engagement completely. They forced everything out of Liquid, so now they're going to wait for their time to go, wait for people to clump up. Pasha's looking for the opportunity. They see the Luna, they see the Ember together.
They know there's no buybacks. Solo, 4-staffed him, blinks forward again, just looking to try and create more and more copies of Kuro because it causes more problems for now. The Tidehunter, he can't run away, but Tomlin can't keep him alive either, and they don't have any kind of tether, buff up for anybody. No one in deeper. They need to bring down the Luna, and they've done it. No buyback. That should be the game right there with VP destroying Liquid in their home. It will take 53 minutes, but game number 1 goes the way of the team that topped the group. And potentially now with one loss, Liquid could be out of the Boston Major. No Miracle at the Valve event. Could VP do it?
Damn, though. The
crap,
the
that
amount
game.
of damage dishing out, like those wombo combos just looking perfect. My control got nice ravages though multiple times, but I think that I think him blinking in the gushes was just a little bit overzealous. Like every time he did that, I feel like they lost the engagement because they just didn't get that surprise factor of the ravage.
We've got a couple of other thoughts.
Hello.
Gods, boys, do you agree?
Hello.
Ain't
Hello.
Yeah, it was
I think it was a good game.
it was
That was
a good
really
game.
good game.
KuroKy picking up the
Yeah.
rapier, you know,
Yeah.
they very nearly were able to turn it, but VP just they were just too far ahead. It felt at
I
that
think the
point.
item that wins them the game is actually the SD Ags. The break
Yeah.
effect, it disables the tide Kraken, most importantly. So whenever Storm saw that, he would just go on the tide with the Bloodthorn, and tide would just get blown up. Same for the Sven. It also disables the Luna bouncing glaives.
Disables
would-
the
And it
glaive,
gets
like
their
that-
own glaives.
Yeah, the Shadow Demon was actually so clutch. Like he would
Yeah.
just blink in, disrupt the Luna or one of the illusions, purge the Tide Earner so he can't remove
Yep.
the silences, can't remove the hexes.
And then you have the other
purge the Luna
purges.
as well, and then
Yeah.
boom.
You
Yeah,
take
perfect.
you take away so much from Liquid with that Ag Scepter upgrade. It was so game winning. It's one of those situations where you're like, wow, that actually wins you the game. And you can it's so easy to see now with the new because it actually says break.
Break on top.
So it makes Storm's life easier because he's like, wait, that hero has a break on him.
Let's
I
go
can
on
go
him.
on him.
Yeah.
If anything, some of the changes there actually made it even more powerful because you can actively see it. Normally, a break is applied on a hero and you can't really tell, or you're unsure, and then you go on the tide and suddenly his Kraken procs and you get all ravaged. But you know he's got no anchor, he's got no Kraken and easy
I
kills.
don't think my control expected that either at all. That's why he was like so willing to just
Yeah.
blink in and gush. He's like, well, I can just crack and shell off the silences and hexes and stuns and then get my Oh, wait a minute. No, I can't.
It seems like a more recent thing because you've never seen like the break and silver edge just be used against tide. I think it was yesterday and the day before during the groups we saw these heroes going like silver edge on. I think it was like a Sven or something just to go initiate a tide. You silver edge him and then suddenly you can burst him down during the chain stun because you can actually chain stun the tide with the break. So
It's very interesting approach.
Very successful approach.
Yeah.
That game, though, I mean, it started out on the laning side. The aggressive lane wasn't really that great from Liquid, but then they had such a strong mid game. I really thought that they could just take it, and then the team fights began. Basically,
I mean, it was a super even game though. Like
Yeah,
all
it
throughout,
was-
like
it was-
pretty
it
much
was.
even net worth. It just looked like VP's Wombo combo was just coming out ahead in a couple of the
Yeah.
situations. And when they actually didn't run up in a huge group and get caught by such a massive ravage, that's when they were so successful. No one, that Storm pick, great call, Toby. Like they had no disables. It ended up just picking them like just.
It was just like the fact he got so much momentum early on, like to get that many Bloodstone charges. I don't know if it would
Yeah.
have been fully possible to do what he was doing unless he had that good start.
Yeah.
well, and it's those small plays like where he's split pushing top lane, getting a tier 3 tower that really splits Liquid up and just messes with their game a lot. So he made the one small mistake where he accidentally died when he was doing that and lost some Bloodstone charges, but he was so far ahead that
Do
it
you
didn't
think
matter.
it was worthwhile for Miracle to get a mana style? Because like I was kind of feeling like more influence from him with the split push. Did the mana slow down that influence? Like, what if he actually had more damage earlier on?
He feeds the Storm because of the Orchid.
Of the Orchid, doesn't
You
he?
have to
Yeah,
have
he would've done
a-
a lot more if he didn't have the money.
You have to have 9 to get out of the Orchid.
But like, what was your other choice? Like, I suppose BKB was his other choice.
Yeah, I mean, BKB Manta is a similar price point, and Manta just has a bit more fight potential than a BKB, like utility, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, you could dodge the Sven stuns.
Yeah.
You know, there's
I
I suppose because yeah,
less
he's
of a
living in
cost.
fear because the Storm was the last pickup. It was the
Yeah.
one hero that
Yeah.
counters him perfectly, which is meant to catch him when he does the split push.
I don't think there's anything Miracle can do item-wise so much different this game. He went for the Hex, which was like the Storm is screwing us over, I'm going to buy a Hex this game kind of thing. But even for Liquid, they just had to find that big team fight and timing where they could actually break high ground using the farm Luna, and just couldn't quite do it, it seems.
what if they would have had just a normal safe lane Luna, and then the supports would have been more free to maybe help Miracle a little bit mid to not get no one out of control?
Miracle ended up being alright. I feel.
Yeah.
I think the
Yeah, it
issue
was
was
alright, but he could have
just,
been.
it was.
He'd lost his lane a little, but that's like as you'd expect with that matchup, I guess.
I think it's just the end of the day, you know, Ramsey's, with the build he went, with the Satanic, the Butterfly, and the War Cry to just help out against the physical damage of the
Yeah.
Ember Spirit and the Luna. It was just too much, you know, when you're in an even stage of the game and you have this late game, this Sven is always going to be just an absolute beast to bring down, and they just couldn't. The way he built, he was just miles ahead.
And something Fog mentioned was like you've got Bloodlust on all your carries. I
Yeah.
think the supports were actually the difference maker here when you look what the Shadow Demon Illusion and Break brought to the table, Lil with the Bloodlust. These heroes just do so much come late game.
Yeah.
Thoughts on
Matu,
Matuma
yeah, I was
Arrow?
about to say,
I think Matumbamaman's
okay, it was
I
decent.
don't think you can point to that even as
It
an
wasn't.
issue.
He didn't make any game-winning plays, which is where you feel like if you had like one of those star IO plays on the IO,
Yeah.
maybe there's an extra save. Like there was a time at the Dire Secret shop, there was a fight going off, and Kuro was getting caught by the shop itself. He was off to the right getting caught. So I feel like maybe some IO plays there would have been in trees or hidden, and maybe got a save off. I wouldn't by no means a bad IO showing. I think it was just like a really top tier IO player maybe would have made some different plays and made some bigger saves that didn't happen.
The thing is, looking the other way, of course, you know, obviously saying, well, MATUMBAMAN not playing carry, that doesn't really seem like an issue as well, because KuroKy he's playing a fine carry.
Yeah,
this is
I
absolutely top
I don't
tier
think
for him.
Matu would have been able to do
necessarily done a
any
better
better
job than KuroKy.
Yeah.
KuroKy, what did he have, like 12, 3? He only died a few times. He had a great KDA.
Yeah.
His farm was good. I really think at the end of the day, it was just the fact that Ramsey is on his Sven. You know, if you're playing against Ramses, you're worried about him playing Sven, you're worried about him playing Lifestealer. Because on these two heroes, he knows exactly how to itemize against whatever you're putting up against him. He's always going to have the good timing on the farm. As we saw, no one as well just seemed to get too much space. You talked about it earlier, just the lack of lockdown without obviously getting those items like the Hex on the Emma Spirit. That meant that no one was able to have that free kind of mid game, and he was getting racks at no cost whatsoever.
Yeah.
Just for me, overall, I think VP's draft was just a little bit more solid. And at the start, I said, you know, with an Ember Spirit, it really feels. I can't remember the last time in a pro game where I saw an Ember Spirit just be incredible. It always seems to be these games where it falls behind. Ember could keep the game going. It feels like a Naga Siren, but it loses. You know, it's that pick that kind of it can fall into the late game. It can hold its own, but then you die once, and then bam, the game's over.
Yeah, he had a really good game. Like outside
he had a
of the
great
lane
game.
stage where he got roughed up a bit, but he was still like 2-0 and 5 at one point. He was just getting kills, getting the farm he needed to have an influence, but the hero itself just was the hero was underwhelming, not the player.
No.
I did really like the point that Parker made though about the supports. Like the Shadow Demon and Ogre, like those guys scale so freaking hard.
they
in
won the late game.
They don't even really have to do like these like, oh, I don't need to be in this like super amazing position to get this like godly death ward or something. Like they just need to throw Bloodlust, get a purge off, get a disruption off, and it's like perfect.
Meanwhile, a Witch Doctor and Io to make godly late game plays, you have to you have to do something really exceptional. For an SD and an Ogre to be high value in the late game, it's like just spam your Bloodlust, spam your stun.
I mean, and they're able to go easier items, you could say, too.
Yeah.
Like, they can go the Vlads, the Crimson Guard and stuff. These little things benefit a lot. The Blink, the Aghanims on the Shadow Demon, while you look at the side of Liquid supports, they both just had
like a
Glimmer
Glimmer
Capes,
Cape.
and that's it.
And that's the thing as well, you know, the Witch Doctor, again, the whole problem with the Sven, you know, there were the fights when the War Cry was already used, we saw the Death Ward, it was doing an amazing job. But at the end of the day, you know, Bulba on that Witch Doctor, because he didn't have the Aghanims, because they were just so damn tanky on the side, the Death Ward, it was absolutely negligible. No one was just going straight for him, taking the Witch Doctor out of the fight, and, you know, not really blaming the blame on Bulba, but again, the hero is just very underwhelming at that stage of the game.
I think you look at this and you don't think any player in Liquid disappointed. It was some of the heroes by just their spells were disappointing. Like late game, the supports, Ember at all stages of the game was decent but never amazing. And then the 10th pick Storm with no disables in the play. That's something Liquid will look back and be like, oh, we probably should have banned Storm instead of Invoker, because they banned the Invoker. They had no disables to deal with the Storm. I'm sure there'll be some sentiment where, hey, banning that Invoker instead of a Storm was a mistake.
Yeah, definitely that, just because of the lack of disable as you're mentioning. But also, I think like I don't want to say like KuroKy's item build like hurt them, but it's like just playing the Luna into the Shadow Demon is so difficult because he built so many stat items and stuff that those illusions were pretty much, it was like you're fighting two Lunas instead of just one.
It works if you can jump and kill the SD at the start of the fight, but they don't even, like if you commit a Ravage just for an SD, I guess is your own thing. Miracle doesn't want to go diving in to kill an SD, really. Like, Solo was often, like, it looked like he wasn't even positioned that well in some of those fights, but he still stays alive. Like, there was a time with the top tier 3 tower when they're defending, and he's, like, out in front and kind of gets caught, but doesn't really matter. He still gets off 2 purges and a disruption, and he's all good. Toby's showing the SD doing all that damage
I
there.
don't know, does that include the damage done by his illusions?
Yeah, it would.
Do,
yeah, because the
I'm wondering
illusions
how
are
much
your
of this
controlled
actually
units.
belongs to Kuro.
That's definitely a lot of, that's some illusion damage for sure.
Probably
yeah.
like almost half of it, so
And
just
it's
a
so-
third of it.
That's close to what Storms did. In
They
the entire
Like, he's
game.
throwing out 3 purges and he's getting all the damage.
They fixed Soul Catcher though, right? It doesn't give the Shadow Demon the damage, the amplify. It gives it to the person that actually does the damage now. Because it used to
Is that
be
what it
you
does
used
now
to
in the
Soul
stats?
Catcher people, and the Shadow Demon would get the kill like 99% of the time.
Oh,
and now
I see what
it's-
you mean.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
sure that was patched quite a bit ago. I want
Not
to say.
sure. But yeah, definitely his
Might have patched it,
illusions
like, who gets
would
the
give
kill,
him the
but it may not
damage.
patch the stat
The
itself.
damage stat, yeah, that's usually something that just, you know, it's not really that big of a deal, but it's a little.
Was that also the first time you've seen that screen? You acted like it was the first time you ever
I have
saw the
never,
item screen.
I actually have never really looked through that whole overview and scoreboard thing. It's
pretty cool.
That's pretty nice.
There's a lot
I
of
like
stuff.
how as well on
This
this.
graph is cool.
The
yeah.
Divine Rapier has the glow. It's
Oh yeah, it does.
Whoa.
That's actually like.
Oh, it's item ball.
It's a good way to retell the story of the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
the
Tobes,
like how
I
this
bet
is-
you could
this
cast
is-
just
this
from
is
this
Bulba's
screen,
story.
couldn't you, Tobes?
That's just,
You just scroll along. Oh, and 20 minutes in, he's picked up the...
I gotta give one big thing. Big props to you, Toby. You actually called like multiple item decisions in that game. You
there
even
we
called
go.
like a
And the
couple of the
draft.
picks too.
Toby
Like,
gets the
don't
true
give me
code
ego.
No,
master.
come on,
Don't give me ego.
no, that was very good calls by you, honestly. I gotta give you credit, man.
It's a shame. The only downside about the scoreboard is that the people that are in Dota TV can't hear what we say over it.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's one
I
thing.
kind of wish there was a way
Bruno,
around
please
that.
fix.
There
Yeah.
was also meant to be a way where you could do more with the label, so you'd actually be able to tag the people who were commentating in the studios, and you actually give more information than just like here's some standard text line and here's the official names of or whatever profiles in there. But yeah, I was told that was coming at some point.
And yeah,
What do you mean, like, Tobes?
Hmm?
What are you talking about?
As in, like it's more than just a here click on this channel because this is the language. So you actually.
Oh, you
give
could have like a
more-
like teams have their own team pages in the game. You have like a caster page in
Oh,
the
you
game.
can have a
kind of
cast?
thing.
Oh, that'd be
bingo.
sweet.
So
Yeah.
it actually it's
Like a caster
you to have
profile.
more,
Yeah,
of,
like-
more
yeah.
of a display inside the game
Can I
as
just-
opposed to just so more of a reason to be inside.
Hey,
the
let's get
TV.
that draft overlay,
Guys,
Tobes.
Liquid, for probably the first time today, a team chooses Dire. First pick is, and Radiant is Virtus Pro.
It's funny because the Ad
FYI.
Finem series, everyone's choosing Radiant. Well, Ad Finem prefer Radiant, so Liquid like just to like be like, ha, we're gonna take your Radiant, chose Radiant. But
Maybe.
I think they probably feel like they can make draft adjustments around VPs just having that first pick again. Like they just want to
No, VP had
try
first
the
pick
hand.
and they picked first pick.
Oh, so VP each
VP
had
had
first pick
first
both games. Is what
selection.
you're
Yeah.
saying.
And Liquid chose Dire over choosing Radiant in the
Oh
previous
yeah, yeah.
series.
We're it's only been the Ad Finem series where people are choosing
Okay.
Radiant. I think we saw a secret VP teams were choosing Dire as well.
Okay.
But for whatever reason, Ad Finem likes Radiant, and then teams
Uh,
decide they're versing Ad Finem, so they're going to choose Radiant.
Fair enough.
That's my interpretation. I don't know how accurate
It's
that is.
it's a good double mind game if
Yeah.
Ad Finem actually prefers Dire but says Radiant so that other people take it from them and get rid of Dire and
Yeah,
first
yeah.
pick.
no Shadow Demon, no Luna this game. Neither
Well,
team won
I'm
any of
not-
that.
What a
I'm fine with that.
shame!
I'm
I
fine
am
with that.
so sad about that.
How about that Ogre though?
Yeah, who's first pick? VP of first pick, and you got to
Ogre and
imagine
Bat.
that's the
This-
hero.
This is when we see our,
So
this is when we
far,
see our draw strats kick in.
Liquid has banned out Slardar in this scenario previous game, right? As well.
Yeah. They banned Slaughter the first time, but I think the Ogre, the Bat are pretty good calls though by you. Because the Ogre was very annoying, and Pasha's Batriders had pretty high success rate.
But they're also great to pick up as a duo. So what if you don't ban out any of those three and basically let Virtus Pro get the Slardar so that you get the Bat and the Ogre?
The mind games.
Guess
If
so,
they
yeah,
even
it
want them.
depends
If
what-
they even
what
want the
hero they're
Slaughter.
taking.
Depends on what
obviously.
Liquid wants to have. Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
I mean, I'm just interested to see if on this, the absolute deciding game for Liquid, if again they don't put Matu on the carry.
OD,
You gotta wonder
so
also,
they leave all
like,
three?
it says he's a 9k carry and you're putting him on support. So I mean, obviously he plays a fine support, but
He
you gotta
doesn't
feel there's
play a
some
9K.
depreciation in what he can do.
He doesn't play as a 9K.
Because I mean, I don't know about his pubs. I
Out.
mean, does it in his pubs? Does he ever play support?
Someone
I
was
don't
telling
think
me that
very
he does.
often.
Someone told me he does some of the
He
time.
does,
Like if he's
okay.
in like a
Okay.
Heimer
Okay.
game and
Con-
he's playing
consi-
with
Yeah.
like other
Considering you have
pros, then
30
why not?
games on record as an IO, like
I mean, that's impressive. Yeah, he obviously
Yeah,
played.
I guess
yeah.
that was the stat that
Yeah.
Nox showed up before.
Yeah, it was 7-11. So the win rate wasn't
Yeah.
Well,
great.
7-11. Okay, that's not 30 games, but
VP takes the
Yeah, it was,
Slaughter right away.
18 games the last year, I think it's.
Well, his-
Shiva with the calls.
He's like probably an
DDT.
ogre pick plus
Yeah,
one.
what did you say? So if they
I
get
said
Slaughter, they
Ogre
get
Bat.
Ogre Bat. Is Shiva going to be right?
It depends on what Liquid wants to go for. Because previous game what they did against Ad Finem, it was the Oracle and the Void. I want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that was
as the
what
opening?
they went back
I mean,
for.
last game is what they picked up the IO in the first two. What if they
Yeah,
did-
I was still
Liquid,
as
Liquid
well.
may also want to block
Ogre?
pick up with the Dark.
Oh, is it?
Seer.
Oh,
we're live
Oh, the
close.
life
But they
stealer.
could still want the bat. They've got the life stealer. They'll want the
Lifestealer has
maybe
been
want the
banned
bat.
out in the second
Lifesteal is
phase.
also a block pick here because
Yeah.
Slaughter
Yeah.
Lifesteal
Oh,
is
yeah,
like
yeah.
some game winning shit right there. So
Yeah, that's like a little bit of a throwback, picking up the life steal in the first two.
yeah.
So
As
no
much
life.
as Lifesteal's been more of a third, fourth pick here, this is one of those games where VP would first to it because
Yeah.
it's Ramsey's hero and it combos with Slaughter. Liquid okay first two picking it too just because it's one of Matu's best heroes.
Yeah,
and
it's an incredibly
It's-
strong hero
And
right now.
Virtus Pro actually play Slaughter as a support position on
On
Lil
Lil.
more
Yeah,
often than
that's
they,
true.
than they do.
Oh, they do,
Vampire
and they do
Slaughter.
Slaughter Darkseer. So
Yeah, they
do they
run-
take the Darkseer now? If it,
Yeah,
yeah, they
they
do.
do.
Yeah,
Man, we're good
What am
at
I
this
doing?
stuff.
Guys,
Look at
I'm
the
getting
panel.
out of here. Bye. I'm not needed.
Between
Get the hell
Owen,
outta here.
Shiva, and Toby, like they've got the draft. Fog, you and I, we're out of a job.
All right, come on, Tobes, your turn. What's the ban?
What?
What's the ban, Tobes?
I'm just gonna let you guys. I got you. You guys got the
I'm leaving
draft.
this one. I was actually waiting for the Dark Seer itself, but I didn't know if VP would pick it up, primarily because Life Stealer works really well in the lane against Dark Seer.
Yeah.
Like, Dark Seer does really good when he's able to chip away at the life and burn regeneration, but Life Stealer doesn't have to worry as much about that. So...
I think the ban is going to be... I mean, do you ban
Liquid's going to ban out supports.
I think it's going to be Disruptor or Sven.
Oh, no one's Mirana. They're targeting mid
Back
lane a
to
bit.
the 3k caster. Prediction was
Fuck,
wrong.
it's a very predictable meta right now.
Yeah,
We're
it
just
is.
gonna put it out there.
Well,
it's a very
We have
predictable
been watching
EU
these games
qualifier.
though, like the past 4 days.
Yeah,
intensely.
you watch all the same teams 4 days straight, and
Yeah.
within a single tournament, often you see it more at LAN events, but this qualifier is kind of is the same. A meta develops within this tournament. Come the major, it'll be totally new
I
picks.
watched
I
a
was
little
somehow
bit of the
feel very
American
chuffed at the start.
qualifiers, and Fog will know this too, because American qualifiers, you see first pick Sven, I was like, what's that first pick Sven about?
Yeah, every region has their own
It's
meta.
like, it's
this
a
is
really different meta all
this is the
together,
Europe
so-
meta. The
Yeah.
SD Lunas, the VP with their Sladas and Darkseers, the Ogre first pick every game.
Yeah.
Southeast Asia is just like, all right, Warlock first pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it
Yeah.
is. Dude, Warlock, what was it? There was a stat saying I think Warlock was...
Most
It
picked.
was the 12th most, but it was pretty high up on the
It
most
was.
picked in the qualifiers, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
was
one of the
pretty
most
high.
picked at first. I think it was like on the second day, but now I don't know. I
During the
didn't
group
get to see
stages,
everything.
It was, and
Yeah.
then I think the
It
teams
was
that
up
didn't
there
pick
in the-
Warlock as much didn't make it through. For example, Escape picked a lot of Warlock. We had a lot of Warlock in the qualifiers.
Ah,
as well,
there
but
you
only
go.
during the
There,
group
there you
stages.
go. The Ramses fan.
That's more of a respect than anything else. I don't know
Yeah,
if they're
you
really
don't let
concerned that
Ramses
Sven would
play
lose
that.
against the Life Stealer.
Well, Sven's pretty.
Sven's good against
Sven's
Lifestealer,
great
yeah.
against Lifestealer.
You
You
just
can't
don't-
toe to toe with him.
You just
and
don't
they
go
have
the
combo.
HB build so much. You
Yeah.
maybe go like an AC instead of your Satanic
Maybe
or
do what
Heart.
Ramses did last
Yeah.
game and get the evasion, get the butterfly. It doesn't, you know, it's not buffing up your HP. It's buffing
No, I think Sven would have been a good pick, but and then you've got physical damage with the Slatter amp, which is the way of fighting into Lifestealer.
I'm surprised that Batrider is still in the pool, but they ban out Sand King, which is also a good offlaner for mind control, and it's a
I mean, I wonder if
Mag
yeah,
ban.
Liquid takes the bat. You
think
know,
Liq-
the mind control bat lifestyle.
The other hero that's there for Liquid is the Rubick, which can be a support or the mid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been one of their go-tos. It's good with the Lifestealer, good combo with an Ogre, so...
You know,
that
Liquid's
also
next-
just reveals
Liquid's next
nothing.
level. It's actually a Kuro Life Stealer.
Oh. It's not gonna happen.
Bring him back
Nope.
original Liquid
I don't think...
until he got freaking nerfed out.
Maybe.
With
I
the,
mean, there's no telling.
he's gonna wait till level 11 now for the ancients.
Yeah, this could be their last game though. I don't know if they.
Yeah.
I think that they're gonna put Matu
You
back.
think that's
going to
be Matu life?
Hey, it's a
Yeah,
Matu
that's like
Lifestealer,
his
of course.
It's
one of his most solid
And
heroes.
I'd be willing to bet sandwiches or whatever that this is Matu
Sandwiches.
Lifestealer.
Better sandwich
Yeah, that's
on
what
it.
we're betting around here.
Right, that's what we bet on day one. But I'm the
Yeah.
only person here that actually want a sandwich.
Oh, look at him cracking his knuckles too. Yeah.
Mm.
I can't. That's no crack.
sandwich.
There's
I
no
don't,
crack.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. And I don't think anybody on the stream wants to hear it either.
Oh, they can't hear it.
Ooh,
yeah, they
I heard
do.
that one.
Yeah, they heard that one.
You know,
I
you know
get
what,
good ones.
that was a moist crackling.
It
I
was.
don't want to know.
My hands are kind of sweaty. Palms are sweaty.
Okay, so Liquid
I
is
don't have
taking
any
their
spaghetti.
time. If
Get
they
the
would
bat.
have,
Get the bat.
well, they don't need to get the bat because Virtus.Pro is not going to get
They
it, so
need to
they
get
can
the
pick
bat.
it fourth if they want to.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they could get it third.
Yeah.
If they
If
think
they
that there
wanna
is a
do that.
support that Virtus.Pro or a mid that Virtus.Pro
I like
otherwise
that
would have
because
picked
I
it.
think that would have been nice for VP.
yeah,
So
that's what I
Liquid
think
picking
too.
it up, stopping VP getting it.
Yeah, because
Great
normally,
versus Darkseer.
normally I'd expect them to pick like a Rubick there, but this is better versus Darkseer and
Yeah.
also blocks
Yeah.
Solo from playing.
Yeah.
That was
They
almost
love
certainly
that.
going to be like Disruptor.
It's the block I'm thinking too. Like, was Liquid's other two cores that Disruptor may have actually really messed with?
Tidehunter, but that Tidehunter is the big one that Disruptor counters. If they wanted to pick a Tide as their fourth pick for their offlane, then
Yeah.
blocking that Disruptor very important.
Yeah, we'll probably see VP go for what? Like an Ursa? Not now, maybe in the next couple picks though for
Yeah,
Ramses because it's such a
Ursa
good
later. That's
matchup
gonna
versus
do.
the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Bring
And
back
it
the
benefits
SF.
with Slardar and
Bring
Darkseer
back the mid SF.
Mid SF in the support.
I guess they wouldn't
clockwork,
have a
but
clock with it. No, they've got
Yeah.
Slider.
Yeah.
Before you got the Slaughter, you can't do both.
Lifestealer kind of eats Shadow Fiend throughout the entire game too, unfortunately.
then Omni Knight.
Omni Knight.
I like it.
How
But
is
I'm
this
not
being
sure why.
laned?
Omni Knight Slardar. That could be the duo of
But
supports,
But
huh?
where's Darkseer? Oh, as in
So
duo
if-
supports, yeah.
Do you push Slaughter out into the one roll instead? Like,
It might be a
Ah,
possibility,
Could be.
yeah.
Yeah, because
Definitely
this
might
is
be one.
really awkward lanes if you're doing Omni Slatter as your two supports.
And Slardar, if you're like, I mean, if you're super farmed, you can stand toe to toe with the Lifestealer decently just because of the bash. Of course, Lifestealer gets the feast and everything because you're a strength hero, and if you have sprint activated, you take a ton of extra damage. But bash is pretty good.
But Disruptor is gonna have a marvelous time in top lane if there's an aggressive tri lane, because he's the only ranged of the
Yeah,
six.
but Disruptor doesn't really pack a lot of damage until he hits like level 3.
He
Like
can
he's
spam
like
out his
2 points up
Stanish
in the
Storm.
storm to battle against that kind of regen.
I wasn't implying on aggro tri lane.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
thinking that
sorry.
either. Like you could potentially do it, but it's very weak.
I wouldn't really. Yeah, I
There's
wouldn't
the
really
bat.
prefer that. And yep, they pick up the Batrider.
Yeah.
Liquid looks like they're getting.
This is a
What they
better
want.
draft for them. Like they've
Yeah.
got better vision. They've got good, better
Ooh.
pick.
Oh, yeah,
they've got
the
better.
Ursa.
This
kiting,
is like
they've got better
MVP
teamfight
draft.
control.
4 melee, run at you, the old MVP Phoenix.
We
This is
Yeah,
have
great.
you get
seen
Iron
Oh.
Shell and Repel, so Ursa is pretty happy with
Yeah.
that.
last time Liquid dealt with an Ursa, it didn't end so well though, and it was also the second game in the series.
Ramsey's Ursa is, I think his top 3 has got to be what? The Lifestealer Sven Ursa.
That was a very different Ursa game.
Yeah, those are
think
probably his 3
yeah.
like.
And then maybe
Most commanding
Slark's up
ones.
there for content. Yeah,
We haven't seen it in.
Has he-
We haven't seen it in a while.
Has he
though.
not played Ramsey? He's not
No, he
played
does,
Sven?
but we.
No,
I
as in
thought
like
that-
this qualifier. He's not.
I think he didn't play disqualifier.
I haven't
Right?
seen it, but
I think
I've
Hero
seen
just
a
kind of
couple-
fell out.
I've seen a couple of
Safety
Slark
ban.
bans, but that's
Yeah.
it.
there's the SF ban.
It's a safety ban.
They actually do ban
Well,
Shadow.
I mean, they've got minus armor and they want some ranged physical damage, I guess, is kind of why I look at the SF this game.
Yeah.
And
As
he
much as
gives-
Lifestealer eats him, I think he can also eat Lifestealer with amp damage.
Is
Yeah, yeah,
Templar
that's
So
right.
it
Assassin,
goes it goes both
choice?
ways, where
Goes
they
a-
kind of both hurt each other.
And he gives you like a little bit of variety of like the magic damage as well because he has Requiem and raises.
It's additional minus armor to benefit the Ursa too, so.
I'm still waiting for the Team Liquid burst damage. Like I'm not feeling it. Like if you get like a good start on something like a Templar or Assassin mid, that might be a nicer way to go. But right now it's kind of like you got infest damage and everything else is just this continuous stuff.
Yeah, they've got nice like vision advantage though over VP now. VP has the Amplify of course, but VP has of course the Firefly to give them the vision for the glimpses as well. And you know, lasso into a kinetic storm is, or a kinetic and a static storm is very devastating.
Well, who can you put in the mid that will be able to do enough damage to Ursa without coming in range of him? And I'm talking a burst damage style hero as well. Like what mid do we see?
Is it a Queen of
Like
Pain?
Invoker's still on the pool, but I don't know if
You want
that's not what
to
it's so fast
semi-carry
as burst
mid.
damage.
Do you want the TA? The TA with
Yeah, the TA
But
is
versus
what I
Dark
was thinking.
Seer,
For Liquid,
Great.
I was thinking TA at first too, but versus
The
Dark
Bam
Seer it's
Miracle
kind of like
Falcon.
I'm thinking TA for Virtus Pro.
I mean,
Yeah,
no
with the
one- no one
repel,
TA is
it's-
good.
I'm
And
like-
they've got
I'm
the
liking the-
Amplify.
I'm liking the TA for the fact that Liquid might even be able to get into Roshan before VP's ready to do it, with both Lifestealer as well as TA.
Dragon.
Ah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, they've
Dragon
been
Knight.
doing this all the
5
time.
melee.
Let's go.
It's the MVP style.
Okay, I lean more towards TA just to remove the armor of DK and
I
just,
just
like,
wanna see
shred
Liquid
him apart.
Pick some
Well,
entirely different.
I don't think that argument is more that DK is good against TA because you've got high armor. That's where I think that's more the
Yeah.
argument here. It doesn't.
Come on,
If anything, you want some magic damage because of the DK.
do something
but-
special. Let's bring something back. Bring back
But-
PL mid. Let's go.
Medusa,
No,
right?
no,
Like first
the-
5 melee.
Oh, everyone goes for random prediction, see if they can do it. God style
Go.
Lena mid.
The Lena mid. No.
Right.
Oh, Razor's even
Ah,
better.
you're
Yeah, that's
so
actually
boring.
perfect.
Oh.
There we go.
Boring.
The Ode to Fata.
It is, yeah.
Miracle
Where's
saying, all right.
Where's Fata when you
Where's
need him right
Fata
now?
now?
Fata would be able to win this game for
Oh.
Liquid.
That's
Let's see if he can do it.
like
Step into the boots.
top 2
Of the
worst
past.
matchups for Dragon Knight in the mid lane.
Okay, so
I mean, you use your. I mean, you still at least get
You
some
still
CS.
farm,
You
yeah.
breathe fire, you back off, you lose your damage. You just last hit only with breathe fire.
It's just scary throughout like stages of
Yeah.
the game too. Like if you're linked up, you pretty much have to get
Well-
like 4 steps on your support heroes.
And
is it the
DK.
last game?
What?
Is this
Oh,
the
this
last
last
game?
game.
I
Of the
I,
Euro-
I
think
think
I like
Liquid
Liquid's
are going
game.
to do it. They've got Matumbaman back on the Lifestealer.
Yeah,
Let's go.
That
They've
in
got a
itself
team-
is confidence for me. The Lifestealer and Matu. Like
Lifestealer matter.
They've got team fight. They've got the bloodlust and for like their carries and everything. They've got mixed damage between physical. I think they've got pretty much what they need to take this game.
But
I like Liquid.
But it is VP. This
It
is
is
VP.
VP.
This is VP. This is them. They're like, all right, we got everything that we wanted this game. I don't
Yeah,
know.
they got a
It's-
fighting lineup.
And VP are looking pretty scary. So actually, yeah, screw that VP 2. Let's go.
Again, I don't think it's a major win on draft. It's just very different draft styles where Liquid have what appears to be a well-rounded lineup. VP are very much all in the aggression, run at you, push towers, kill heroes, let's dive, let's fight. And if VP get a good start, they could snowball and win it.
What I do
very
like
fast.
about both drafts, it is
Oh.
both a draft that really is their own draft. They don't try to counter anything. It's just a draft that they are comfortable with and that they both are probably fairly happy with. So
He's got the new Darkseid set.
Yeah.
VP knows what's up. I'm
VP
back
knows
on
what's
VP
up.
as well.
Okay,
He's
well,
got the Darkseid set.
all over to you, W.Thug. Bye bye.
We give up our cosmetic experts as we go into this game.
I just wanted to quickly comment on it though. I actually love that Dark Seer set. It's pretty sick.
He's got the big book though. Like it's the book with the eye that moves.
Yep. And he ports right away to the top lane, gets a nice ward down, but Did I just see KuroKy pinging that?
Did I see Mind Control cut through a tree line and go all the way back behind a tier 1 tower?
That's what when Moo and Moon Meander were doing that, so they can guarantee themselves experience. They just cut the creep wave right away and guarantee that level 2 right off the bat. Batrider.
So I suppose there's no one that really stops him. Like there's no like lion stuns. You've got no other stuns that are gonna slow him down. Like if you get Earthshock as well as Purification, maybe he's gonna run into a couple of problems.
Yeah, I don't think that they'll expect that either. Look, yep, they got the ward. Goodbye, Scarecrow.
Miracle, first blood. Poor little ward.
Nice little acceleration there for him, though. He already has his self coming out now. Or Tango's at least coming out. And that's a D ward already, so VP going to be playing with a little bit less information on the map.
I kind of want to watch this pull and see if it works. Like, the runes are going to go the normal ways, so Miracle as well as no one. Then get what they're looking for. Lil is in the mid lane doing the body blocks. They won't have his crush to stop this.
He's got boots, so at least he's got 335 movement speed, but Ramses is the Windlace build with 330. But Omni Knight's ready to catch the range creep, so it's going to be up to Ramses to try to solo kill Bat, which I don't think is going to happen. So this should be fine for my control to take that creep wave, get that nice little level 2 right away.
Does he hang around a block, or does he just keep going?
He's going to keep going.
All right, so all the way up and around.
They're going to pull it to the big camp of neutrals, make sure they get a little bit of extra farm. And yeah, it's an Ursa, so he should be able to last it pretty fine with those Fury swipes on that Satyr.
I like this timing. He keeps the aggro up. He's going to have to bring it underneath the tower, won't he?
No, you cut it down.
Okay. I thought he was going to reach it in time that he could cut it up that way, but it would have to take out a tree in order to do that.
Yeah, it's like Moo. I think Moo and Moon were the ones who... I want to say were the ones who did it, but I might be mistaken.
Okay, did Kuro just play mind games by walking up like he planted an observer ward? The ping came out. He showed himself just in this little area as he walked towards the hill and then just walked straight back again. I swear this guy is baiting out a sentry.
He might be playing those mind games for sure. Mind control now, level 2 already. He's got 3 stacks of sticky up on Ramses, but they do have the Omni Knight behind him, even though he doesn't have repel.
Surprised Ramsey hasn't bought a stick. Like Solo goes up and buys one now.
Yeah, he went up and actually bought a stout shield, expecting to have the creep wave under the tower quite a bit because of the situation that happened.
Yeah, he's already moving for it now. Now he knows he's not going to... Wait, yeah.
Yeah.
I know he bought boots. Didn't even buy the stick.
Yep, mind control again. Just going to take the creep wave. And yeah, Solo can't really do too much about that. He skills the degen though, so he's like, I want to try.
Can at least make it difficult for mind control to run away. Looks like middle lane, no one's being attacked by Miracle. Miracle going for the extra point up in Static Link early on, up against the DK. Not going for the plasma field. Whilst Lil and Kuro bash each other down. One of the rare times I've seen an Ogre with that Norb of Venom.
Man, 12-8 Razor, 5-0 Dragon Knight. Ouch.
It had to be at some point today where Miracle would have a really good mid lane.
Yeah, that's like the dream matchup. No one's gonna be able to secure maybe 1 or 2 CS per wave with the Dragon Breast, but yeah, Miracle should be able to free farm quite heavily since he's gonna steal on an average of like 30 to 40 damage every single static link. Still 91 before I say. So 38, nice.
Rotation from Kuro to come around the back of the mid. No one doesn't really have a lot of mana to work with, but it's the amount of gold he's got. Kuro puts down the Observer Wars. At least he'll see when the bottle is going to come out from no one.
Man, my control with this Arcane Rune was literally able to just zone Ramses off the creep wave because he just gets that, like 2-second cooldown on Sticky. He gets 3 or 4 stacks almost instantly. Ramses got pressured pretty hard there.
Efficiency cost is also going to be pretty damn good.
Yeah, you barely lose any mana. KuroKy making a movement toward bottom lane.
He's just screwing with Solo's pull.
Yeah.
He takes the last hit on the creep and then pulls the wave over.
Yeah, he's like, guys, I'm not needed top. Like, you shouldn't die to Darkseer Slardar. Just get your levels up. Bulba, chain pull.
Well, Miracle's not a healthy man. No one's bottling up. He's got his Breathe Fire back up and running. It's level 2, so it's not enough to kill the Razor. Especially when he misses.
Yeah, he's just farming. Trying to get as many last hits as possible.
This bottom lane also seems to be like just an accident waiting to happen for Virtus Pro. Like there's one guy behind us, Lil, with a sprint trying to, making a play on Miracle. No one does have Dragon Tail. He's only got the Breathe Fire, so there's your first crush. He's holding it. Breathe Fire will connect, and Bottle charges is not enough to keep Miracle alive. First blood will be spilt by Virtus.Pro with a great movement in from Lil.
I think Lil does this every game that he plays the Slardar when they have DK in mid. He always rotates like right before the nighttime movement with an iron. Like I feel like it's always with an iron shell as well, and he always gets that play. Nice move there by him, picking up that much needed kill for no one.
It's just when Liquid get more aggressive on the bottom. Like you've got your bloodlust, so your movement speed's going to get higher and higher for mind control. Not sure if he always wins the battle of speed against the Ursa.
Ooh, KuroKy though.
Yeah, especially
it's
when
only level
Ursa
1
has
degen, but with the blocks, body blocks by Solo, Ramses with phase boots, windlace, this should be a pretty easy kill on Kuro.
burst heal from Purification, and Ramses having his phase boost completed means he's got the extra damage and the movement speed to more than easily keep up with the Ogre.
Look how Ramses doesn't even buy a stick in that lane though. He just finishes up the poor man's shield, phase boot, windlace, doesn't even feel the need for it with the 8 tangles that he had.
Like when you think about it, like it's only going to assist him to get more aggressive, but then he's also got Solo behind him to help with that.
Like he just needs the phase boots to be able to catch the Batrider, so it's very smart by Ramses.
Well, the only other thing he has to expend mana on is Earthshock as well as Fury Swipes, which right now are pretty low on the priority list. But with this really quick start for Ramses, like he's almost got, like if he wants to, he can get the lifesteal. And think about, actually, can he even slip into Roshan when you got mind control hovering around this lane so much? Like with Firefly down, maybe you consider slipping into the pit early on.
I think that's too much of a risk in this type of game to go for those type of Rosh plays so early on. They definitely want to make it more of like a team effort rather than him like soloing.
It just seems to be a lot easier. Like, okay, maybe if Lil actually had level 6, then you could do it before Liquid could respond.
I mean, there's a chance that he could go for
really
a solo
scan.
play if they. Oh, yeah, beautiful scan by Dyer there.
They have an Observer Ward down, as well as a Sentry, but VP, they walk straight into it, and already Kuro and Miracle. Miracle just goes for a run to the 6-minute rune. Maybe that's also what VP were hoping for.
Yeah.
Like Liquid making a run for the top.
I mean, there's a chance that VP does go for like a big like play, and they make like a lot of space for Ramses to try to go for that solo Rosh, but it's more than likely that he, like I was saying, he probably won't.
Solo's moving over as well. Kuro, well, they know they hit something with a scam previously, but they haven't seen anyone since then. And
now
with
they do with the
4
ward.
heroes in the mid, they stun up over a Miracle. TP support's coming in, so we have a 4v4, but will Miracle survive that long? He is almost down, but not far enough. It's the wall up from Bulba, catching all 4 heroes from Virtus.Pro. Lil will fall. Matumba's looking for more with a glimpse back. They can maybe, no, they can't. The Purification makes it so Kuro has to fall back, and there's just not enough mana in the tank from Liquid to keep that fight going. So it's a mid for a support as a trade-off in favor of Virtus.Pro.
That's, I mean, it's very scary though, because we were mentioning Razor does super well versus Dragon in the mid lane, but not if he gets rotated on multiple times. No one actually pulling 500 or 600 gold ahead of him now at this point, and he has the level 6, so now it's not as detrimental when you get linked, because you have at least that Dragon form range potential.
My control's running dry on this bot lane. Ramsey's having the time of his life. Morbid Mask is up while that fight was happening. Mind control was moving over, so Ramsey's had more time to beat the tier 1 tower down. Top lane, they're trying to wrap around the back of Lil. Open wounds, there's 2 points up in it from MATUMBAMAN, but up against the sprint of Lil is still not enough to turn the fight their way.
Yep, some damage still in the mid lane, and Ramses is probably gonna go for what, that Mask of Madness build that we do tend to see, Blink. Or Mask of Madness into Blink Dagger.
He's gonna have such high movement speed.
Yeah.
Like with Fade's boots, and then you've got that, and he's still just like the casual Windlace.
Look at the defensive warding coming out from VP2. All 3 of their wards on this bottom river side, kind of. The one nice thing that Liquid has is they're able to view Pasha sitting at 4 HP in the jungle right now with that one ward that they placed earlier.
Little guy there.
Mask of Madness being delivered in a moment onto Ramses. Pressure in the tower a bit.
Oh, that's a little bit of support nearby. Mind control is not ready to be part of this at all. Like, he's just farming up the camp with his Tranquils dropped. So all Bulba can do is just harass from range to try and dissuade Ramses from beating into the tower anymore.
Another arcane rune though for Mind control.
Lil, crush up on top. Perfect range from MATUMBAMAN though. Saw it coming from a mile off. But where's that? Okay, he's only a surge so far. Now the Iron Shell's on Lil. So he's looking for another one. The crush to happen, MATUMBAMAN not too healthy. Rage up in a moment, but he does have Infest. Lil, there's your Infest. He'll find the kill, but the Dark Seer illusion, it was there to finish the job.
He was really hoping that there would be a Radiant creep there so he could hop into, but only one of his, so it's going to die, and it was so low already that he heals basically nothing from the infest. But picking up the kill on the Slardar,
This is the
definitely
second
more
death
worth it
now,
for
like,
VP.
but it's only the Slardar.
Yeah, it's way more worth it for VP.
And VP's playing this we saw FNG was probably one of the other ones who played a really aggressive support Slardar. And it's just always attack, always attack. You don't care if you die, you'll get mana, you'll get regeneration from your teammates. You're just that front line hazard, creating the same issues as a normal 3 position would.
Giving Darkseer quick level 7 is amazing too. Like level 4 Iron Shell already online on his way toward that mech. Liquid, look like they want to make a play down here.
Miracle's coming. He's going to find Lil in the trees. He stopped moving. They just sat there in front of each other. Now the wall is up. Ramses.
They know this
in
is coming
so quickly. Bulba didn't stand a chance. Mind control also being amplified up. So Ramses on the hunt after him. He's losing that movement speed, however. Mind control is losing his Firefly. He needs to make it over the hill. Degenora is slowing him down. Starts his TP right in the middle. He'll come back and the stun is there. No one's rotation, just in the nick of time. Ursa hiding in the tree line. So you lose your Batrider and Ramses back into the fight, gaining in a lot of life. But that last attack from no one reaches up to Miracle to bring him down. And Virtus.Pro now 7-2, 10 minutes in, moving beautifully, and Liquid on the ropes and potentially facing elimination from the Major.
Such quick rotations by VP. They see the aggression coming out from Liquid, and they just instantly bring 4 heroes, 5 heroes down there. Very good responses coming out from them.
They need to find a way to stabilize this, or else the bleed is going to keep going. So MATUMBAMAN, maybe this is one way to do it. Open up over on the Omni Knight. He just repels up Ramses and lets him get out. So the sacrificial lamb of Solo. Ursa still got the last hit on the towers. They still got the money for it.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job of sacking the heroes that they don't really care too much about. They're just like, all right, kill our supports, but our cores are the ones that keep getting out.
And this is just going to flood more money in for VP. That armlet's on the way for no one.
Yeah, and it's almost a mech completed now for Pasha as well. It's about, I think, 900 gold away from it, I want to say. Yeah. And they have the armlet basically finished up on no one, too.
Another peak point of items for VP. Liquid. Okay, so Mind Control and Bulbous Smoke. They're headed down south near MATUMBAMAN. They can pick him up on the way through. Because they've gone right underneath an Observer Ward too, maybe there's a little bit more confidence, but Miracle's coming down. Okay, MATUMBAMAN's just making the run. So Solar thinks he's alone. Gets glimpsed. Doesn't really go that far. And now they chase in even deeper. The lasso over on the Omni Knight. They hold him inside the Storm of Bulba. So at least they ensure that kill. Miracle will start the creep skip. But Liquid aren't going to push this town fast enough. Nowhere near as fast as a Dragon Knight. With an Illusion Rune as well. And the top tier 1 tower is going to take harassment damage.
Yeah, it was actually pretty interesting. No one popped his DK form to farm the Ancients. And then he walked over toward the mid lane. But he didn't have a TP, so they were very ready to just like kind of sack Solo down there. They did have a TP cancelled as well, I believe, by Lil, I think. Yeah, it was by Lil. But they don't want to play too reactionary.
Oh, Lifesteal gets one of the towers. The wrap around is Lil on the high movement speed. Mind control. He realizes he's part of a VP sandwich. Even the Darkseer throwing down the wall just to ensure the extra points of damage. Miracle arrives. Plants a field, does some work against both Pasha as well as Lil. As they go on the run, a nice crush from Lil gives him the space. Plastic charges to bring that life back up again. Kuro's hoping for a quick pick. With Purification already happening, they glimpse him back, but there's a lot of life on this VP lineup as Randy's just looks to go ham, battling against MATUMBAMAN. MATUMBAMAN does have Infest, so he does have an out in case he gets a little bit too deep with Purification over on Kuro. No Earthshock with the Breathe Fire. Kuro dropping down very low. One more hit, maybe 2 from Ramses. It will in fact be 2 to find that hit. The wounds are still over on MATUMBAMAN. He's got to be careful coming in closer towards that Ursa. Infest very quickly. Pops back out. Nice build damage. VP fighting underneath this tier 1 tower. Now no one has to stand his ground. Keeps that toggling going of the arm as the Dragon Form back off cooldown again. The survivability, the sustain from Virtus.Pro is just unreal. Heals galore plus the toggle. Liquid just can't seem to catch a break.
The Fury Swipe's duration just being ridiculous there, honestly. Like, the Lifestealer still had 4 or 5 stacks on him, so when he tried to come back in, he gets hit once and it's like 200 damage. Same thing with the Razor. Nice little kiting action by VP, and that was before they even had the mech on the Darkseer, so now they're going to have even more sustain coming out, and Look at Lil's farm. He's just been running around making plays. He is 400 gold from the Blink Dagger already on support Slardar at 14 minutes. He hit that level 6 at like the 8:50 minute mark as well. He's having such an impact on this
He's got
game.
as much net worth as mind control. Like your your 4 position of VP has as much net worth as mind control.
That minus armor is it's gonna hurt.
Yep.
Level 4 Crush, Blink Dagger gonna be coming out, so they're gonna have that. That's like their initiator already now. They're gonna have it on their 4 with a mech. Liquid though.
Liquid.
Liquid has a lot of wards right now though on the map.
And they were still
Lots of
so
information.
paranoid that they scanned in front of Roshan. Like they've got 3 wards perfectly covering around the front of Roshan, and they still scan thinking maybe VP smoke to go in.
Yep. Solo now smoked up. He does this a lot actually. I feel the solo smoke mission, and he just.
does it for
it's funny that
wards.
his name is Solo too, but.
And then he does this.
Oh god.
he put the elves right top of the sentry. Now the glimpse back. He'll repel himself up, so there's no real follow through here.
Ramses wanted to go in, but there's no repel for him, so.
Oh, Ram's got a blink dagger, and he's just itching to use it.
Yep.
Like that blink came in after the mid fight happened.
Yeah, so much mobility with the Ion Shell and Surge.
So if you're Ramses from here, what do you want to do? Like, is it worthwhile going BKB up against a Disruptor, or is there a better choice?
I think he'll just probably save for a bit. I think the Aghanims is still fine, but he can just wait and decide based off the feel in the game. Like he has his time window to see how much. Like if the next fight gets him like a big surge in money, like the Basher's not too bad, but BKB might be like really safe, but it doesn't really do much versus the Razor.
Liquid, they come over. Ramses, he hasn't got the enrage up just
Got
yet.
the repel.
Drags back in again, but you know he's going to do it. Fights up. Kuro's on the wrong side of the hill. Ramses just blinks down. Pasha's there. The back end wall looks for it and hits it with the breathe fire damage. Liquid, they're getting popped again. The blink crush. Lil picked it up just before this fight. He'll be able to stun the back lines. MATUMBAMAN, no points up in Bash. They just amplify and try to do enough damage. Can't kill him off. But
that's
the Disruptor dies to the Ursa.
It's 4 for 1, and it's right next to the Roche Pit with everything active. DD on Dragonite as well. They have the amplify damage on top of it to accelerate too.
Everything
Jesus.
is coming up VP right now. They
This
are
is-
looking so good, and Liquid. I would say they're on the ropes now, but I think that rope is on fire, ready to snap.
I would have to be inclined to agree with you as well, because this is looking at very grim for them. No one sitting on 3k gold on this Dragonite. More than likely picking up that. He really likes the Lothar, or the, I keep saying Lothar, sorry guys. Shadow Blade pickup, because you get that little extra sneakiness of it. But we'll see what he opts to do for this game.
Well, he's moving over to the side shop if he wants to sell the Quelling Blade and pick up a bigger item. As in a piece of the bigger item.
We'll see what he opts to do. He has options for sure with the lead that they're attaining. Taking a look at the net worth graph, it's already 10,000 gold lead. And he's going the safest build possible. Gonna be going for that BKB to be that frontliner as a Dragon Knight.
Ramsey going straight Basher.
So he is going to go for the Basher here.
Yep.
So he can stand toe-to-toe with the Lifestealer, and then he can actually just burst down the Razor if he gets one of those bashes and just gets in a rage off right afterwards and kill him super quickly.
I love the elements you get. Like, you got so much money, so the BKB like is coming up for the DK, so that's his item of choice. Combining it with the Basher. So you've almost got like your sword and shield between the two of them.
They have Repel anyway for the Ursa too, so that was something like we kind of were like, forgetting a little bit, but...
All right, Liquid, they need to make something work here, or else this game is done. They
Ramses
have
is
to
ready
win
to
this
go.
fight.
He's like, give me the Repel, I'm in.
Yep, there it is. Repel missing the Earthshock over on Kuro. Actually, no, the effects was still there. Kuro, he's already down. They're wrapping around behind as Lil just jumps in. Amplification Disruptor. It's a really good storm. With the
200 stolen
Infest pop,
damage.
they bring down the Omni Knight. Now Lil's also going to get isolated, but the bigger problem is still going to come out from Ramses. MATUMBAMAN, they break the Aegis, the Immortal. Buy back out from Lil. Wants to get back and involved in this one. Bulba's so low on life. Down to 20 HP, but again, his kinetic fields keep VP at bay.
Holy crap, too. It's like Miracle stole 200 damage, but Ramses actually just blinked in anyway and starts hitting him with 0 damage just to stack up those Fury Swipes. And the fact that no one has so much farm, he's actually able to dish out a good chunk of damage. They just have so much sustain, so much heal, so many different ways to like bring into the fight with the vacuum, the mech. Now they have a blink on Darkseer, blink Slardar. So many different ways to just take the fight for themselves, and they are not showing any hesitation in diving towers.
You think he'd be at least slightly scared of MATUMBA. Like, MATUMBA does a fair chunk of damage.
Yeah, he almost has the Desolator as well, Echo Saber. Like, he's hitting pretty hard. The Bloodlust as well.
but they just don't seem to really care that much. There's so much sustain already. Like, Omni Knight's enabling such aggressive plays early on. And the Batrider hasn't really been a controller either. Maybe it's gonna be maybe it's a little bit better for Liquid once he finishes up. What appears to be like, I don't know if he's just holding on to the casual win lace and then he gets a 4-staff. Or if he's thinking, oh crap, I need a Yule Scepter to try and maybe keep this Ursa out of play.
I think I need to get something. I think the 4-staff to peel the Razor away from people because Miracle's having... He's really struggling this game. 0 and 6. He's sitting on phase boots, and he's picking up a Blade of Alacrity, looking for like I guess like the Manta style, or maybe I guess Diffusal if he really wants to versus the Omni Knight. But
here we go again.
Squishy.
Dragon Knight. This time I think Liquid, they understand that tier 2 tower's already so low. There's no reason to fight over it.
Yeah, they're gonna lose lots of map control though. This should be the opportunity for VP to put a couple aggressive wards down. They have one already now placed on that high ground there, and. Yeah, one defensive ward, and now they play a super deep ward to watch the movements of Liquid. So they're gonna go for this tier 2 top, and it should be, I wouldn't say easy to take, but it should be okay because they have the BKB, DK, Omni Knight, Repel, and everything, and
and also Liquid have no intention of fighting.
Yeah, it looked like they were going to because 2 people ported back to the tier 1, but they just kind of stood still after that. Looks like they're going for maybe a desperation smoke.
I don't know what they're really wanting to do. Like that's like if they smoke up right now, they're gonna arrive.
They don't even have a
the
smoke.
Dragon Form will wear off, but there's still gonna be a double damage rune over on the DK.
Yeah, none of them actually have a smoke on them, so they're all just kind of grouped up. Like
they have a fresh Deso.
Okay.
So MATUMBAMAN has bought out to try and do this fight. Did they actually have any? There's no buybacks whatsoever. Everyone's short of money, but they know it's like they have to win a fight or not. Lil's kind of up on a hill at the moment. Do they have a 4-staff? They don't have a 4. He's just going to TP out. He TP's the tier 1 tower.
They saw the rotation from Liquid, that ward that they had placed before. It got dewarded right where that sentry is, where you're looking, yeah.
Yep. Right around this area.
Yeah, so they saw the movement coming out, and they should probably predict that it's an infested Lifestealer because they haven't seen him on the map. Top lane is pushing in.
They're so close to having the 4-staff, though. I don't know why Liquid are trying to force this issue as opposed to just like farming up the lanes and then waiting for VP to hit the main point, which is push high ground, right?
I think they're just a bit, I don't know, a bit lost, honestly. They're just like, holy crap, we're getting ran at so hard with these 5 melee heroes. Like, we have to respond somehow. We have to be making the plays. We can't just let them do everything to us.
But they're coming for the kill. Like, VP are fine. Like, they'll stick together as 5 and travel to Boston as 5. Liquid can't separate them. Radiant are also scanning. They know that Liquid's coming up behind, and it just pinged. Mind Control gets the vision. They'll move over. The blink up is Ramsey's having a look for it. It's the Dire Observe Ward giving really good vision back. Not going to hit. Same with a Crush, but Liquid, even with all these abilities missing and being the ones who are looking for the fights, I mean, bailing out.
VP just knew that was happening because top lane is almost at the tower. They know that they have all the information on the map that they need to know that Liquid was going for that smoke play. They wanted to go for a fight even. They were like, there's smoked here? Let's get them.
Even if they have to do it blind.
Yep. Lil picking up a medallion now. More minus armor. Level 11 as well. So he's got minus 15 plus the minus 8. So 23 minus armor coming out on anyone that he decides to throw that on. Abyssal almost finished up on Ramses. They're just getting luxury items now.
Luxury items 22 minutes into a game. A Blink Dagger. Hello. Nice little pick up for a Dragon Knight. Finally, they may find an opening with a Firefly from Mind Control. No one will jump forward. Miracle will have a good time to steal the damage. The back wall! He hits everything! Bulba will at least get the Storm down. The Dark Seer is burning, and so is the Ursa. This is the best fight Liquid could have hoped for. So much damage on Miracle. 2-2-4. Looking to pump that into somebody, and he's found Solo. They'll glimpse him back. No, he repels up, so Miracle has to keep diving for it. Now the Guardian Angel is too deep! The Guardian Angel will find the kill! Kuro can't get out of here. The Dark Seer will just follow through. At least Kuro will get the kill with a Fire Blast. Losing Miracle was not part of the plan, but at least they showed that they can take a fight.
That was a huge static storm by Bulba. They pretty much all clumped up. I think he got, what, 4 or 5 people in it. It was beautiful. Tons of damage dished out for him. Taking a look at it. The fight recap is broken. It only shows a bit of it. Unfortunate there, but nice Guardian Angel play there by Solo. At the end there to clean up Miracle and KuroKy while no one gets the kills on them.
It's this nice space that can now be created up for Team Liquid. You've got Mind Control just keeping no one off the tower so MATUMBAMAN could finish it.
Small gains are big gains right now for Liquid.
Well, they were 12,000 net worth behind in this graph and is going to keep swinging in favor of the Dire side. Not too much further because VP are now getting back out into the lanes and continuing their farm. But yeah, huge props to Bulba and VP. Very, very clustered style position.
That was like the perfect place for Liquid to get that fight, like on that little choke
It's
point.
like VP weren't ready for the fight there. Like they expected it to be coming in from their side, like on the jungle side. And Liquid, they just want to find 1 or 2 people out. Maybe that's also the other reason why they didn't want to fight before. When they saw all 5 Liquid there, it's like, we are never going to take this kind of engagement.
Yep.
We'll take the engagement when we see 2 people slightly off on the side, and you just start picking at the back pieces of VP's line.
Yeah, and it looked like VP was going for a smoke play themselves there, too. They were all like TPing to the tower, getting ready to like clump up and get for that smoke play, and it's just like, oh man, Liquid just caught them off guard for sure.
MinD is not ready to fight, MinD is ready to prep.
Yep.
What do you think about the SMY over on the Razor?
Oh, so he did go for SNY. So he just wants movement speed to be able to get away, peel off from that Ursa, but they have a lot of lockdown already to grab him. So, I mean, it gives him movement speed, it gives him a bit of damage and stuff. It's a Razor, you know. He's trying to build like a little bit of tanky things.
But does this stall up some other like major items which he could have gone for? Because he didn't build into the mana, so he can't just get the amplification straight off. I mean, he could have potentially got drums to make up for the movement speed.
Yeah, I don't know what other. I can't really think of what like other big item, because even when I was saying Diffusal, I'm like, Diffusal Razor, that's like awful.
Smoke up again from Team Liquid. This time they do it the Blink Force up and extra movement speed. They actually put it on Miracle because you then got Bloodlust to add to all that movement speed.
Yeah,
and they're wrapping around behind. The Dire scan doesn't see anybody. Did the Radiant scan then? No, it's still on cooldown for the moment. So Liquid do the full wraparound. They've only got another maybe 5-7 seconds left on this smoke.
Patience.
So they need to find an opening. Pasha, maybe their primary one with a Firefly up. Who are they going to find? Pasha waits for it. Where's that blink back? Again, another good static storm. They get rid of the Omni Knight, so no repels. Lil's also trapped, and Ramsey's having all of his damage taken. Liquid, a fantastic initiation. Pasha kicks in at the last bit, and it's up to no one under the cover of his BKB to pump in more damage. But then you've got MATUMBAMAN. Jump straight back out again. No one just can't be a big enough Dragon Lord.
Perfect initiation from Liquid again. They get Solo right away, get him before he gets any spells off. He even was throwing the repel like as he got jumped. So they clean him up quickly. Bulba gets a beautiful 2-man static storm on the Slardar and the on the Ursa, so they weren't able to really get do too much there. I think I want to say Ramsey's actually got like to the side of it a bit, and he was able to pop his enrage, so he didn't die too quickly. They had level 16 Dragon Knight on the side of VP, so he had that to be able to dish out some damage, but with the open wounds heal on top of how much damage Miracle stole, they were able to heal up and actually take him down at the end.
It's amazing to the fact that Miracle's always at the front of the lines when they go in, so they're not just looking for like any kind of like blink maneuver in that comes off the Batrider. The Miracle's always had to instantly get the static link. So you said like you pop off the enrage, but at that point you've lost most of the damage, which is on the Ursa. And now Liquid get Nagas to the Immortal. They get a Yule Scepter over on Kuro, so you're adding in an extra disable on that front. And we're going to have double Yules. Mind Control's building one up too. So it might be VP that just get kited out. Lifesteal's going for an Assault Cuirass, trying to repair some of the negative armor effects, which VP is throwing their way.
Yeah, Matu now top net worth. 14k net worth, 500 over the Dragon Knight for the first time in this game. Miracle's starting to get a little bit of recovery as well, picking up 2 kills in that fight. He looks like he's going to be going for that Shiva's Guard in the next five-something minutes or so.
And it's the first time in the entire game that Liquid have the advantage in the experience. The gold is also plummeting from 12,000 down to 4,000 in the space of 5 minutes.
Very good decision-making and calls made by Liquid for whoever made the last 2.
VP, it's been a while since we've seen them be the aggressors. It's always been Team Liquid who have been setting the fights in the mid lane. It was the Batrider looking around. They caught VP with their pants down. Second time around, it's the smoke maneuver from Team Liquid. Every other time, it's always been VP grouping up, smoking up, and catching one of the Liquid cores or Liquid supports out of position. But Bulba, like, he's been 100% in the money because Liquid they've just known where they want to fight, and they've chosen the field.
VP's definitely feeling the pressure too. Look at them running as this 5-man cluster for the last 40 seconds or so. They're like, we can't let them keep getting this jump on us. We're gonna lose the game if they just do this every time. We have to be the ones to make the first moves.
Look at Liquid Veil. Everyone's moving north from Virtus Pro, and as 5, Team Liquid backed out.
Yeah, something I didn't really touch upon either is that they bought a gem relatively early on Bulba and they threw it to my control, so they've dewarded a couple wards. Not everything though, but now I see like a big circle drawn out from Bulba. Looks like he's like probably saying, let's clean up the wards. And yep, my control blinks up on the high ground, checks there,
That's the
checking
last
another
observer.
one.
Oh no, they got one more. They got one more over the Roche pit.
Yeah, Bulba drew the circle basically saying like, we haven't cleaned up this area. They definitely still have vision around here.
I just can't believe the armor irons which are arriving as well. Like, Matumba has finished up the Assault Cuirass. Miracle is now 600 gold away from having a Shivas. This is going to cause even more troubles when you're running 4 melee heroes against Team Liquid. They're going to be able to start a fantastic kite game. Like, so you've got Shivas, you've got heavy armor, you've got Yule Scepters galore in for Liquid. You've got 4 staffs, which will probably also be coming up soon.
Yep. Matu, 8, 1, and 7. So he's part of 15 of the 16 kills for Liquid in this game. So he's having a
They have to let Miracle farm
massive
more.
impact. Yeah, he's gonna have his Shivas in 300. So that's gonna be a really big pickup to kite the Ursa around, as well as deal a little bit more damage and make him a lot tankier.
By the time they ready to fight, though, maybe they can attack the tier 2. But this is into a position now where it's tier 2 for tier 3. Liquid are on the wrong side of the map. Actually, I think the courier let Mind Control see the Observer Ward for a moment. It's also a nice little invis rune for Liquid to play around with on the bot.
Yep.
And VP aren't pressuring the issue. Like, for a team that's been moving as 5 men, they had a small opportunity then where they could attack the tier 3 tower and force Liquid to return. Even if it wasn't for a commitment on the tower, they could have forced a reaction.
Yeah, they're feeling super afraid.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Matumbaman with this Bloodlust, with this AC and everything finished up. Look how fast he brings down this tower. Just chomp, chomp, chomp.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Alright, it's up to VP now. How do you want to try and fight this? For the moment, they just continue to farm. The BKB is not done yet for Ramses.
Wait for that Aegis to tick out, and then that's their best opportunity to go.
Radiant's bottom
Actually,
tower
really short of buybacks over on VP. Need another 600 gold on Ramses until he's got his BKB.
Man, very far up alone, but
Blink
he's
proc.
got Aegis and everything, so he's super tanky at this point with 31 armor.
Obviously going to drop when he gets amplified, but Rage is such an easy way to break free of that.
Hey, it said he had 31, didn't it? Now it's 27. Whatever.
Does he come in range of... No, there's an extra +2.
No, I'm not sure.
That's still only hitting 29, though.
I don't know. Oh, when he turns the armlet on. That's right. You get 5
yeah.
armor. I was like, I swear I saw that.
No one just bought a plate mail before this fight.
Radiant structure.
So there's no buyback. Actually, the DK's still got enough money for buyback. If he wants to, if he can farm just a little bit more, he'd finish his own Assault Cuirass. But I don't know if no one wants to commit the money just yet.
Yeah, they're also feeling big pressure. Like Ramses now is like, I can't rely on solo getting the repels on me. I have to build my own BKB. He's gonna stop and go back for it instead of finishing up the Abyssal Blade, it seems. But he doesn't really have a slot for it that's nice unless he like gets rid of a TP or drops the Vanguard, Master Bandit, or Basher. For the time being, of course.
Shame for him he can't complete both.
No.
Recipe's going to cost a little bit too much as the Dire Observer Ward from Liquid.
VP bought
It
their own
sees
gem now.
all- they put a sentry down. There's like, oh, boys, they know.
Yeah. Gem picked up on solo as well, as I was mentioning.
Oh, my. Okay, everyone just watch Mind Control. That's what's Liquid got to do anyway. Watch a D Ward.
Yep. Yule's Tranquil Boots with Bloodlust. He's pretty much hasted movement speed on the Batrider as well.
Oh, that's nice. Matumba's going to pop out to pick up the DD rune. They know Roshan's still a long way away. Finally, VP. It seems like an eternity since I've seen them group up and do a smoke maneuver, but they are finally going to do one. And the line is drawn. They want to come to the Dire Ancients.
Yeah, they actually didn't have any smokes up because they were all on cooldown for quite a bit, so
You see the Liquid
this is
line,
their
though?
big move to go.
Liquid's line is like straight across the river. It's like these guys are going to be coming around this point. Matumba's still on the front lines, halfway through the DD rune, but can they kill him off in time? The extra bashes, but the storm is up. Slaughter has to stand there. Ursa can't break free. The GA will buy a little bit of time. The back pulling Miracle back up the hillside with a crush combined. Miracle will drop in a second, or will he? The DK, the stun is there. Razor will fall with no buyback available for both the Batrider as well as the Razor. Liquid are running home with a towel between the legs.
Okay, Solo picks up the secondary gem, so it's a big swing there for VP, grabbing that gem, getting 2 nice kills there. They clean up Miracle. It was very close to being a beautiful static stun, but with the new freshly like BKB picked up on Ramses, it was like perfect
Did Liquid
timing.
lose racks?
Did they buybacks?
No. There's no buyback, and now
They
you
might even
actually get a jump. You just brought down the Ogre.
They might lose more than just one Rax. They have no Razor for 33 seconds. This might be 2 sets.
Yep. VP are probably thinking, hey, the Rays are going to buy back in just a second. But what are the Rays to buy? Like, what did he spend his money on? I don't think he lost it. I think there's nothing on the courier.
I don't think he's gained anything for a bit.
Oh, there goes the melee Rax. Liquid just have to let it go.
Are they going to go for a second one? No.
No,
No
VP
green.
are bailing out. They got Razor up in 10 seconds. There's no reason to take the risk.
Under attack.
They know they have to set up, but yeah, that's a bigger catch out. The fact that he got caught out.
All right, I'm off your camera, Toby. Got a computer crash. Well, either way, it's a little grim for Liquid, but it's still it's kind of the same thing that we've been seeing like in I feel like in most of these games. Whoever gets that like initial jump tends to get the big pickup. KuroKy picks up a new gem because they lost theirs in the previous one.
He has to buy it. Like, I still find it hilarious that Solo's carrying around each gem. Okay, there we go. The courier's going to finally grab it.
Nice. Now they've got the Abyssal Blade on Ramsey, so this is a huge pickup now. They're able to get this is another like form of initiation they kind of have rather than just the Slaughter and the DK Dragon Tail and Lasso.
Oh, a fresh line now being drawn up again by Solo. This one is, I don't know if that's meant to be saying like Liquid are probably going to come down and do what they've done before.
So this is actually just like I don't know if it's like the meta of smoke ganks, but this game for sure is the game of smoke ganks. Every single smoke has been like successful for the team that's used it.
Well, who's up next? VP still progressing through items, even with the fights not going 100%. Lil's able to finish up the Solar Crest.
Yep. How long do we have for restock smoke? So Liquid has 1 smoke on them, no smokes in stock, while VP has no smoke in stock for 6 minutes and nobody has any. So they have 6 minutes until they can make a play. No, just kidding. Solar Crest finished up on the Slaughter too, so he gets that little bonus of evasion, which they're going to actually struggle to deal to push through a bit.
That's going to help out VP's at least backline. Like, no one picking up a Crystallis. If he's able to get some big crits off in the fight, if that Darkseer can actually get a good Blink Vac wall, combining up with Crush, combining up with that Earthshock, you get a lot of slow on Liquid. And it was Darkseer that actually made sure that Miracle died in that last fight. Miracle was out of it. And then he got vacked up onto the cliffside.
Yep.
That was the primary reason why Miracle died.
I mean, everything that VP did there is just like nice little things that each specific player did. Like Solo's Guardian Angel saved Ramses. His own BKB saved him. Pasha with the nice vacuum mac. Everybody just did their job perfectly. And now Solo has a positioning item as well with the Blink Dagger. So they have, is that 5 blinks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 5 blinks on the side of VP. So if you're gonna run 5 melee, buy 5 blinks.
One way to stay in position. Also, one way to really catch out Liquid as the ward gets de-warded on bot.
That was
so Liquid are very much aware of where they are, and Kuro's been holding onto this smoke for a while now. And Infest, like Livestealer has been in there. I don't know if he actually just re-infested, but he was in mind control like a minute ago.
I think I heard him re-infest, I want to say, but Dire used a scan near the Roche pit, and they do actually catch.
Well, they're probably assuming that VP are in there killing off Roshan, because at this point, this is the vision. This is what Liquid see. They are going into a fight seeing absolutely nothing. The Observer Ward from Lil's up. Miracle looks inside, doesn't see anyone. Pasha, blink forward and Vac. I think did he try and cliff Miracle? The Vac Vortex point was here.
It looked like,
so it didn't seem right.
It looked like some miscommunication there, because it looked like he wanted to go, but the rest of his team had no intention of jumping in there because everybody else held their blinks.
Well, VP will now want to go in. Roshan is up. They're going to kill this thing so fast. They already repelled up Ursa. They need to get Roshan back inside the pit, but now the amplification. Roshan looks like he's made of soggy paper, but the Batrider on the way in. Lil gets the blink crush. Roshan's down. Aegis in the Mortal. In the hands of Ramses, the Vac wall doesn't really hit properly. There's no follow-up combinations. The BKB, Liquid, bail to all corners of the globe if they can. Disruptor will drop. Kuro will join him. The Yule set to keep Slaughter away for the moment, but Kuro knows like he can't TP. He's got the amplification on him. Solo's going to be there as well. So Liquid will lose to, again, another 2 heroes down with no buyback, but this time it's not the cause.
I love Lil's like the way that he does the play though. You see them that they're finishing off the Roche and he's just like, all right, I'm jumping into them. Like, I don't give a crap if I die here. I have to delay them, push them off the Roche for a couple more seconds for us to get the Aegis and cheese, and then they can't fight us.
Space created under for Cosmodon.
Yep. These BKBs on the side of VP though just...
Liquid can't let another Rax go down. The D push is way too terrible for this. Like, they're not going to be able to deal with with VP just grouping up as 5 and going further, but with Disruptor coming up in a second.
Look at this. I love this though.
VP
Like, this
pulls
is their
back.
game to lose. This is VP's game to lose pretty much now, with one set of racks taken in the mid lane, mid tower, a newly claimed Roshan, 7,500 gold lead? No, 12,000 plus gold lead or more, even 14,000 gold lead for them about. So as long as they're patient and play this game nice and slow and make sure that they just don't get caught off guard from Liquid, it's going to be theirs in the bag.
Well, here they come again. The group up on bottom. And Team Liquid, if they can mop up this mid lane nice and quickly, maybe they can think about smoking out. But you see Lil's position. Okay, well, I thought he was going to hover around there just in case, but the top lane's also pushing in way too hard. Kuro has to come up here and ignite the wave just to keep it out.
VP's ready to go again.
This is going to take a miracle from Liquid.
Yep, fresh Dragon Knight form, so they're ready to go.
Mind Control's looking for the opening. Right now they don't see him. There is an observer ward just pinged out by Liquid, but alright, it's just no one. But at least no one doesn't have an Ogre, so if they initiate on him, they potentially can find a proper kill. Fortification will happen. This dragon form is only 3/4 the way through. They blink in, find the opening. They want the Omni down the storm. Bulba gets it perfect. Miracle stealing up this damage, but Ramses rages through under the cover of BKB. Turns attention to the Razor, but the Yule Scepter will send him up. Still 224 points of stolen damage. Instantly pummeled in to the Fuzzy Wuzzy, and they'll go for another one. No stun, but the damage! Rip him apart, a new one. DK will come back in, but just to die, losing the Slana. Now no one, he will be caught out, stunned up and brought down, give more damage to Miracle. VP lose everything, at least they have buybacks. They don't claim the melee racks on bottom.
We were just saying the patience from VP, and then they get a little bit overeager. Solo gets caught out actually a bit far up. He was basically on the ramp. It looked like he was trying to get the repel on the Dragon Knight, and my control catch it perfect.
Is that the nerf of Omni Knight? Is that the range? Kicking in right there in his mind. He's got to be closer. Buy an Ether Lens.
Definitely a bit of a nerf there, but also a great opportunity seized for my control. And they reclaim one of the gems, I believe. No, they actually didn't reclaim any of the gems because they patched it to Pasha and he didn't die.
Yeah, Mind Control still just got the fresh one they bought up previously.
It's almost like they have to wait for the Omni Knight Guardian Angel in order to take these fights, because every single time that it hasn't been up, they get just crushed by the massive physical damage that Liquid has to expend. And now Miracle, who's sitting at 2,000 gold, picks up a full BKB and he has another 1,000 gold to work with. Let's take a look at that swing as well.
How much does it kick down? Like the fact that VP was still dragging it back up. Like Liquid, they were behind by 12,000, then almost had the advantage again, and behind by 15 grand. The experience is more drastic in the change. That's a straight dive.
Yep.
But Liquid are still crippled. They still don't have their range on bottom. Their entire racks in mid is gone.
They're still hurting and trying to find the solutions that's possible, but yeah, the Dragon Knight and Ursa just a little bit ahead of the Razor is hurting them a bit, and they're pretty much tied up with the Matumba.
It might be easy once Matumba can finish up this Abyssal Blade, but it looks like he's very apprehensive. Obviously, Liquid got in trouble where they didn't have buybacks.
Yeah. Liquid now.
It's like, do you take the risk to have such a strong lockdown? The Yule Scepter's kiting of Ramses was perfect.
Yeah.
Like, they chained it up really, really nicely. But with an Abyssal Blade, you don't just kite him, you kill him.
Yeah, that's probably... I mean, he probably just wants to be safe. Like, they're so... this is such a big game for them. Like, if they lose, like, they're out. So they have to play safe, but not too safe. Like, saving buybacks is fine. And Boba, once he gets this Aghanim Scepter, it's actually going to be massive, and he's pretty close to it, because like you said, he's been landing very nicely positioned Static Storms, but in the last two engagements, they have so many BKBs that it doesn't really make too much of a difference. But once he has this, those BKBs, unless they're pre-clicked, are not going to be able to be used.
I wasn't even thinking about his Aghanim Scepter, because almost every Disruptor we've seen played throughout this entire EU qualifier never gets this much money.
Yeah.
They're always the sacrificial one sitting about 2k net worth. But because this game, let's just bring it up. 5.5k. He's still the lowest net worth on the field. But there's a lot of money flooding in for both these sides.
Yep. Ramsey's now going to be going back for that Aghanim so that he has a way to peel out a couple of the stuns, remove those disables. Obviously not the Static Storm by any means.
We have Solar. Okay, this is a nice way to keep him distance. He's getting an Aghanim Scepter.
Yep. like we said, the Guardian Angel seems to be the success for them in the team fight. So if he can just use it from downtown, he doesn't have to worry about anything.
Bulba's got his.
He's got it finished up already?
Yep.
Okay, so he probably sold something to pick it up.
I think so. I don't know exactly certain what, but either way, he's got the Aghanim Scepter now. And they wrap around, so under the cover of smoke, VP are still as 5. And what's coming out in this courier? That's someone else's Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant Scan, it actually clips them. They've got a smoke up now too. They know that Liquid's going for this. Dire Scan was the top one, and the Radiant Scan was the bottom one that actually clipped a little bit of Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid's out. They put down a nice fresh Observer Ward, however.
They just saw Liquid.
Don't see
They see Liquid running into their jungle.
Liquid's bailing. Liquid's bailing. Everyone. They're going Fountain.
Yeah, 5-man TP out. They're like, our base is being pushed in. They know that we're in. They know that we're in their jungle. They saw us for a second, and all 3 waves are being shoved into us.
God, you can smell the fear. Liquid know they cannot afford to lose one more fight. They have to hold their ground. But while they do this, they lose so much of the map. Because the lanes will continue to push in.
Yeah.
Like the bottom lane is already pushing into the tier 3 tower. Someone has to go down to deal with that. Miracle's dealing with the top, but I suppose, like, what are you going to lose? A little bit of life off the melee rack is going to regenerate anyway. The lifesteal has been sitting inside of mind control forever.
Still looking pretty good on net worth though. He is the top one still. And he did buy something now. And it's on the courier. It's almost the full Abyssal Blade.
He's just staying close enough. Like, his surplus is 142 gold. He's buying up as much as he can while still holding his buyback. Upside for Liquid is that deep Observer Ward from their smoke maneuver. They're able to see just how far Ramses is back. So they understand they can move out of their base. VP are not in a position where they are looking to fight right away. But Liquid also have no, like, where's their other ward? The other ward is a pretty defensive one in the front of Roshan.
VP has no wards down though right now.
Yeah, what is their, like,
I think they have a bunch in stock.
Nothing.
Yeah, they have 2 in stock, but Solo is like, my Aghanims is the most important item in the game right now. Let me farm this. Somebody else buy the wards or something. Otherwise, they're just going to sit in stock.
It's actually kind of lucky for VP that they didn't, like Liquid didn't engage in them a little bit earlier. It was Ramses' Aghanim Scepter that was on that courier when VP was when Liquid was moving in. So he wouldn't have had it for the fight and potentially could have, in fact, lost the courier with it on. Alright, MATUMBAMAN's going to send Illusions in. They'll see it's a very quick Roshan spawn.
Liquid doesn't, I mean, they kill it pretty fast with the Lifestealer and Bloodlust, but they do need to still be a little bit careful.
They can let MATUMBAMAN do it, like he's not going to lose too much.
Kills it pretty darn fast.
And
it's not Bloodlust,
he's just using the Illusions to scout around the outside.
Kuro's like, yo, move up, I can't Bloodlust you. There you go.
Get a little closer.
So now
and then he can open wounds up.
Medallion, and yeah, so MATUMBAMAN will just be able to solo this with the open wounds and everything, and VP's afraid of the jump.
That's a really safe play. Like, potentially they could have contested this. But again, as you said, like, Solo's Aghanims, he said he's probably sitting there going, this is really, really important.
Did he sell something for it?
He
sold his energy booster from his arcade boost to finish it up.
But now there's Aegis and Cheese.
And that is the Cheese on the end. So Aegis is on Miracle, while he also has a Talisman of Evasion plus a fresh BKB that he still hasn't used.
He can buy the full Butterfly because he's got the security of the Aegis too. Like, he's still another 3,300 gold on him.
Yeah, he's almost got it.
They might be worried about the tier 4 towers, however.
Yeah. Yeah, taking almost half damage. Matu is 400 gold until he can safely buy that Abyssal and have a buyback if he wants to. Oh my goodness, though.
Matumba still hasn't finished his Abyssal.
This game.
Come on.
Yeah, he's very close to, like I was saying, 400 gold until if he wants to buy it safely. Whew.
I think this is as safe as he's probably going to get for now.
Yeah.
Like, Miracle's also, like, he spent his money already on the quarterstaff. And it's on its way out.
VP, they are bought out. They have not saved for buyback, I don't think, at all.
No, everyone's trying. Liquid currently hold 4 buybacks. So they can defend pretty well from inside the base. The problem is they seem to be a very long way out of position. Lil shows himself in the mid. Blink, crush, and amplifies up. Instantly moves himself inside the glimmer. But then the lasso. This could be big. Taking out the Slider, taking out his amplification. They're not hitting him up quite properly just yet. And maybe now. Nope, VP just didn't even rotate. They push the creep wave to the tier 3 tower. Liquid will come back to defend. That is a dead Slider.
Was he just trying to get info or something, or did he like jump on KuroKy?
He moved down to the creep wave, and then the creep wave saw him, and then it looked like he moved back up to the dire jungle like he wanted to escape, but he saw a hero and just went, yeah. YOLO.
So now Miracle, like you said, finishing up with that butterfly. They have Solar Crest as well on KuroKy, so massive amounts of evasion that Ursa and Dragon Knight
They could claim
aren't
the
able to really
grab.
deal with because they don't have MKBs.
Can they push fast enough before the Slider comes up? I suppose there's still fortification though. No, they can't.
Still, they're starting to hit pretty hard, and with that Bloodlust, they're pretty intimidating with the Lifesteal and the Razor.
Oh, they're still moving down the mid. So still no buybacks for VP. 50 gold away for Ramses to get his. And they're going to at least knock on the front door of Virtus.Pro. There is an observer on the hill. Mind Control is going to see it with a sticky napalm. So all that wonderful vision that VP has been basking in. Oh, the jump. Lil with the crush. Razor is the only one taking the damage, but they couldn't get good
Lil
hits.
getting decimated.
Slider is down. 1 minute without him. They blink in through the back lines. Omni Knight. He can't get the GA off. He's dragged back into the storm. Ramsey's in the middle of it too. The damage is too much. Even the batch is coming in from MATUMBAMAN. They've got him. That could be it. 80 seconds without the Ursa Warrior. If Liquid cottoned onto this fact, they may even just go for... Oh, he does have it now. Okay. They're going to try and defend. There goes your tier 3 tower. They can focus on the racks.
How
There's
did
still
Solo get
no
grabbed
Omni
again?
and Slider for a long, long time.
Oh, man.
Jump in, Pasha trying to back it back into the wall. The stun's over on the life stealer. Ramses trying to go ham, but then the armlet turns on MATUMBAMAN. Still has the infested Ramses out too far, down too long.
Miracle
100
have done.
seconds.
They have
know
done
he's
it.
not coming back after the buyback, and this is the time for Team Liquid to force into a third. GG is the call as Virtus.Pro
Oh
will
my
be
God.
forced into a decider
Liquid
against
have
Team Liquid.
Pulled out a Miracle, honestly, in this game. VP being a little bit too overeager going in, but Solo's positioning in those fights really kind of screwed them a bit. Like, he tried to step up to get that repel off, but even though you can say it might be Solo's positioning that might have been a little bit off for himself, it was just Mind Control seizing the opportunity and getting into jump. That was, oh my goodness.
Yep.
It looked like it was going to be Liquid's demise pretty early on in that game, but
It looked multiple
showing
times.
such fortitude though by them.
That
Holy
was good.
crap.
And I gotta say, you know, for the flack he gets, Bulba, he pretty much, you know, those static storms.
They were very
in the
clutch.
mid-game, swinging it around, getting the axe at the end, as you said, you know, that catching the Omni and such. You've got to give credit to Bulba. I mean,
Throughout this
not
entire
just the
tournament.
whole team, but you've got to point out that Bulba did have a good performance.
The
Throughout
battle-
this entire tournament, I think we've also kind of made a bit of a point of it because we know Bulba got a lot of flack for like all past kind of things and failing teams and stuff. But yeah, he has been on the money, and it's not just because we're like, hey, let's all bring it more attention to Bulba. He's just playing so much better and so well.
And that with the lowest net worth on the entire game. He was one of the most impactful players that managed to turn this game around. I mean, the fight at 20 minutes, I really thought Virtus.Pro was already going to get the win out of Team Liquid at like 20 minutes in, and then they got that fight that was near the tier 2 in the mid lane. With the vacuum and or rather with the static storm caught up perfectly, it was perfect.
Yeah. Shot calling by Liquid was on point this game.
Yeah, that's really it. Like the bottom push, VP's ready to get their second lane of racks, and then Omni just gets jumped by Mind Control. They seize the opportunities. Like as much as like you said, you can point at Solo and say like, oh, maybe he's a bit out of position. It's really Liquid making the jump pass because there's that DK in the front lines. Like most, like you're normally thinking, let's jump the guy in the front, pull him in, but no, Mind Control's got other things on his mind.
Yeah, it was just like really well played by Mind Control, getting those grabs every single time they needed. The Guardian Angel, they identified the Guardian Angel's the problem.
Yeah, just get the Omni out of the fight.
Get rid of it, and they
so
did
much
it.
easier. And I think at the end of the day as well, Miracle on the Razor, it really came into play. You know, there was that mid-game, he was falling behind,
Yeah, he
it
was
looked
struggling
really
hard,
underwhelming.
He was
at
really
the end,
struggling.
just getting the static link down on the cores, you know, suddenly Ramses, no one, they were struggling to get the damage out that they needed to in those late-game fights. And yeah, I mean, it really did feel like it was all going to be over for Liquid, but they pull it back. And now, you know, having this kind of momentum going into Game 3, you can't tell who's going to take this. It really could go either way.
I mean, a game like that's definitely going to give Liquid a bit more momentum and like a big morale boost, whereas VP, it's like they probably think they had it. They're now going to play Game 3. It's definitely tougher for VP going to that Game 3, whereas Liquid, it's like, dang, we're still in this. Let's go. Let's just take a Game 3. If anything, Liquid probably going to Game 3 with fewer nerves just because they probably had sometimes felt like they were out of that game. So I think that kind of is a weight off their shoulders that they're still in it, and now they can just go into Game 3 and just do their thing. But for VP, it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back from a loss like that. It's always tough to lose in these long, tight games that you feel like you had the edge and should have won.
What about those lack of buybacks at the end there for VP? I really thought that
Well, they had the Ursa buyback, you know.
Yeah, but only just, and he was the only one.
But I think even if you had other buybacks, Ramsey's going at that point. Ramsey's was going to die that quickly yet again. Like, there's no
I'm
matter
not
how
sure.
many.
I
heroes you
mean,
have
if there
alive,
was a buyback, there would have been an Omni Knight with a Guardian Angel that he didn't even get to use in that last fight at all. And as Toby pointed out during the draft, that was one of the factors that made them win the fights.
But that's more props as well to mind control. Like he was so good. So good.
Every time, you know, that wraparound as well. Just going back to that fight towards the end where, you know, VP were looking to push up on the bottom racks and Liquid get that wrap through VP's jungle, then straight up behind them. And as you said, instantly mind control, bam, jump onto the Omni Knight, take him out of the fight. Bulba hits a 3-man static storm, and suddenly there's not a lot that VP can do. You know, Ramsey's Noah trying to jump in and go for it, but just kind of the extended duration of the fights just favored Miracle, hitting those full duration static lengths. MATUMBAMAN able to take down these, at the end of the day, pretty tanky cores, so the damage was there from the Lifestealer. It was, just impressive performance from Liquid. And, I mean, whichever of these teams gets through, they're going to be absolutely deserved at that spot in the Major.
Oh, for sure.
It's top tier stuff.
That was a really fun game to watch.
I just want to say one thing. The people are not going to listen, but come on, guys. Try not to spoil the games. I know you love trying to look cool and everything in the chat, but some people are actually trying to watch and see what's going on. I really hate seeing that when people just ruin it for everybody 5 minutes in advance. Try not to do it. I know people aren't going to listen, but still.
Who can do it?
Because you can look at Dota buff and stuff right away.
Oh,
when
now
the
you
game
told
ends
them.
Everybody's been spamming it anyway. Like, it's come on, guys.
That's why you got wonderful mods in the
Twitch,
Beyond the Summit chat.
Yeah.
Quick,
We have mods.
Everyone
What's
gets a
going on?
ban.
Yeah.
We're not even on the main BTS channel. I don't think we have mods, Toby.
We're
Come
gonna
on.
go Oprah on your ass.
As an advice, then just
Let's
close
do
the
sub
chat
mode.
and
We'll
just
close the chat,
immerse
yeah.
yourself in
Sub-
the Dota.
Hey,
And
man,
don't think about
subs
anything
mode.
else but
BTS
Dota.
goes full sellout. Let's do it.
You say that laughingly, but secret like, oh, I hope so. I hope so.
Yes, we can do it not under the
those
pretext
subs.
of making money, but we're looking to make sure people don't spoil it for you guys.
I thought that's the motto of BTS. Let's do it for money.
Under the guise that it's not for money.
Was this in your introduction book to BTS? Like when you got
was.
hired, like and it's like
That was
Now
in my
you're
that was in
part
my
of the
contract.
crew.
I'm like positive that was in my
There's
contract.
like the Valve policy,
Kill
which
your
is like all for
passion,
one and one for all.
Raise your
And then the
ability
BTS
to
policy,
money,
which is
money
all for
grab.
one and all for LD. That's
Exactly.
it.
I mean, you know, that's how the community portrays us.
So you don't even have to take the brunt for this one, God. It's all LD.
Easy.
Good old LD.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
what's the lobby looking like? We got teams. What's going
Yeah,
on?
we're
types?
we're
Yeah.
you're in the lobby, so right? Yeah, you are.
Get up on screen. I want to see the bans.
We're missing Liquid right now.
You want to see the
Oh.
what?
Are there no bans?
What
Bans.
bands? There's no
You
one.
see the chat,
No
you know,
one's talking.
regardless. You see, regardless of
Okay.
what thing you are in, you still see the chat.
That's
coming
That's
out.
why I'm keeping this stuff up so you can look
yeah,
at
I
look
like
at the
it.
stats.
it. Bloody
It's
Lil.
good.
He screws
Oh.
with everything.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah,
Every
he
game
does
he
that.
does this.
Yeah.
He
Good
does
stuff,
that.
Lil.
But luckily,
Yeah.
now you can see the entire thing of what he bought the whole time. So
Yeah.
He had Glimmer
It's
at
like-
the end that he picked up.
yeah,
Oh,
so you
that was the
know
last one.
he's
see
busted.
it.
You just got to roll it back because, like, at the end of stat stuff, which appears for all the data, it looks like Lil never has any items.
Likes messing with everything.
Well,
But yeah, it was Solo with the axe as well. I don't know why he was that far forward at the end. Shouldn't have been in the static field.
He
static
wasn't
storm.
even like when you think about it, he was still almost back at the tier 4 towers.
But
It's
he could
just
just he should be sitting like in the fountain or something.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
he should,
'cause
like
he-
he has Ags
He can
GA,
click
to
a
be
button
honest.
that's like everywhere.
there's
GA.
not a single diffusal at that point. It's like, why not just be in your fountain because there's
Yeah.
0 diffusals?
And what it's with Ags, it lasts like what 1 second extra.
I think
it's
it's 1
like
second
10
extra.
seconds, 10 seconds of 0 physical
Yeah.
damage, which was majority of Liquid's lineup. Like it
Yeah.
was the lifestealer
Yeah,
pretty much
yeah.
was
Yeah.
eating
All the-
people.
I guess you want to be giving your repel to your carry, so he's thinking in his mind, I'll stay someone nearby just to spam that repel a bit.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
it's-
this is all
it's-
hindsight, obviously, but
It's
still.
kind of their job though. They have BKBs. It's their job to
Yeah.
get those BKBs off. It's his job to get the GAs off. But yeah, for sure he was definitely thinking like I want to get an extra repel off so
Yeah.
they can save
Yeah.
their BKB.
well, it's one of those things where you could sit in your fountain and guarantee some value with a GA, but you may be thinking that's not enough to win the game. You want to. Everyone's always trying to maximize their influence in a fight. Like as a player, you don't want to be like, well, I'll play
Yeah.
it safe and sit in a fountain. You're thinking as an Omni player, like, I want to maximize
Yeah,
what my hero's doing in a
absolutely.
fight. I want to get every single possible repel off.
At the same time, you got to keep your eyes open for the Batrider. Like that Batrider.
Well,
still,
yeah.
Like he didn't just like
That's- of
jump straight
course.
on top of Solo. Like he flew over the edge of the Radiant base and then he blinked it.
Yep.
Yeah.
You could see
He
him
knew
coming
where
if
he
was
wanted
looking
to.
for him, but
Yeah.
he just wasn't. He wasn't. I think that's what you guys were saying. Like Team Liquid, we're calling the fights perfectly.
Yep.
As I said, before a fight begins, Matumba and mind control, you got one job. His name is Solo.
Yeah.
Kill him.
And they did.
Get us a door.
They found him. Time and time again.
This is also a good lesson that doesn't matter how far you're ahead as a team or how far, in this case, you're behind in terms of, for example, if you're playing with pub, you can always outplay your opponent.
Well, what's the can we have a look at the graphs again? What was the
Yeah.
swing like? Types.
They were big
So-
swings.
Wait, hang on, which
Um,
class
the,
was
Net
it?
worth.
Net worth?
Oh no, sorry, the XP and net worth, the one where it shows you the overall. Yeah, so
I
it was up at VP did have what about 15k
Yeah.
lead, so it's not necessarily the biggest of swings, but I think it's the fact that the swing happened twice.
And they rushed things too. They didn't have to try and end the game when they were doing it. They could have easily just played the long game.
Yeah.
Heroes like Razor aren't going to be the scariest comeback carries in the late game. Lifesteal, you can just get 4-staffs, kite him. They had the Glimmer Capes, the 4-staffs, all that. So they definitely rushed things a bit there unnecessarily.
Outplayed.
Yeah, and again, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like
outplayed.
they even it seemed like Liquid were the ones who like noticed like how potent the GA was, and while VP was like when they were pushing that bottom racks, they're like, okay, we have DK Dragon form, like we can go, but they didn't have the GA up for another 40 seconds, and then Solo got caught on top of that. So yeah, we'll see how they try to adjust though from that.
Well, it's time.
loss.
'cause
High
it's
teams.
High teams
High
every time as a
teams.
start.
I love the
Heads or
admins.
tails for the last
Yeah.
one.
They leave the teams be for 10 minutes, and then he comes back in. Hi, teams.
What more could we ask for though? Honestly, we have three
Yeah.
games with these two.
Well, this is the first 3-game series we have in the EU playoffs. Everything else has been 2-0s. Very
Or
close 2-0s
VP
all
win a
summer.
coin
I
flip.
love actually seeing this graph. That lighter colored line. That's Miracle.
Miracle versus no one.
This is the mid matchups. That's Razor versus the DK. The level of effectiveness in net worth for
Yeah,
the
Miracle
entire
you
time.
was just fell behind, but yeah, at the end of the game. Yeah,
Like
it's just the way
he's
he
always
played.
behind, and then you look,
Yeah.
you compare that to the two cores. It's the same kind of intersection thing. So the second the live stealer started having a better time, like almost all of Liquid started having a better time.
I mean, it really felt like that kind of drop off was obviously you see MATUMBAMAN go, Ramses go up, and Ramses keeping up with MATUMBAMAN, where MATUMBAMAN was like mainly farming, Ramses was getting kills, and then as soon as that bit, just back towards the 20-minute mark where Ramses
Where that
suddenly
fight,
doesn't
yeah.
get the kills and they lose the fight, then he falls behind, and MATUMBAMAN's able to keep accelerating at the same rate he is because he can just farm better on the life stealer. And then keeps ahead, and Ramses, even though on paper, Ursa pretty good against the lifesteal. You get the lockdown, you've got the kind of the swipe stacking up and such, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day because you had to deal with Miracle. It was constantly static linking you and such, and yeah, Liquid just came together as a team at the end in a way that the VP had in game one, and but Liquid have now managed to step up to and provide a parallel to the plays.
Okay, ready? Ready? Good luck.
Good luck.
It is time.
All right.
It is time.
So VP got first pick since they're on the coin toss. It'll be same as last game where they're playing on Radiant with first
Yeah.
pick.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll look at that game like it was a draft loss, even though they had that 5 melee. Let's run at them. It was.
No.
I mean, both the first 2 games felt like very much execution games of who's getting the better jumps, who's team fighting better. So
Games of initiation and
I think
smokes.
both teams
Pretty fun.
seemed like we talked about during the draft. Both teams seemed fairly happy with the draft they had. It
Yeah.
was it just came down to the decision making. It's that simple.
For sure.
And that's the type of games you want to have, definitely as a viewer. Because if it's an
Yeah, I
out
mean,
draft,
it's
it's just less exciting.
No, that was. I mean, we're getting some of the best games of the EU
Yes.
qualifiers in these playoffs. I mean, which I obviously is not really a surprise.
But
because you expect to
sometimes
have
it
the best
doesn't
that
happen. Sometimes, there's just stumps all over. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know. But by the playoffs, I guess you do expect. I remember last playoffs we had some really great games in the EU, and the ones before. I remember, I believe, I think it was Empire versus Finem. I want to say, and that was went to
Yeah,
the best
yeah,
of
yeah, 'cause it's
5 in Manila Major, and that was incredibly hype. So yeah, not failing to disappoint at all. So a little bit of a obviously with the change, the fact that 2 go through, we're not getting these best of 5 finals, which
Yeah.
you can see VP Liquid best of 5. Yes, please. This would be amazing. But already, of course, the best of 3, proving to give us a lot of entertainment.
So see similar bans, the Luna Liquid just deciding they don't want to versus here at all. VP taking a page out of Finem's book really and banning out the Timbersaw. And this time around the change is the Ogre
Ogre.
ban. The heroes.
instead of what was it, Shadow Demon?
Yeah, ST is the first one on the list.
Previous game?
No, it wasn't.
Want to take out the OD again?
Yeah, VP banned the
VP
Shadow
banned
Demon,
Shadow
right?
Demons,
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
Okay, so Slardar, Bat, still in the pool.
Yeah,
if
it's-
they want to
we
go for
look at
it.
Slardar, Bat, Shadow Demon.
Void, Liquid, prioritize Void, Life
mean-
Stealer.
It's like, do you want to first pick an SD if you're VP in this position?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah, you do.
You do.
Well, we had Liquid. so
Liquid
you
could
know,
go Slider Lifesteal if they want to now, because that proved
Yeah.
to be one of those combos, which has been very effective. But
That was their Manila specialty.
absolutely. I mean, it's just like if you want it, your final game, it's like put Matu on lifesteal. It's like at least you're putting yourselves and your players on conditions to succeed.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's like you look at Slatter lifesteal and you're like, oh, they can counter pick and outdraft us just because you first two pick those heroes.
Was the bounty banned in the first two for the last two games?
Nah, these teams aren't
Bounty?
playing much.
Not
These
really
teams
in the
don't play the
series.
bounty.
These yeah, they don't really look at too much.
That's a
into the
secret
bounty.
at
These
Finem
two.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, that was our first series.
We still had the IO also not picked
Yes.
on the previous game, I think. That would be the one that I could see appear still, but
Liquid one at IO. Yeah.
Shadow Demon kind of deters you away from picking the lifestealer that we've been mentioning. 'Cause, you know, the Purge obviously is
Yes,
super
it's
obnoxious. You kind of really
oh,
Oh, but they
Just
still
kidding.
do it. Yeah, JK.
but no,
I said
no
kinda did- I said
Slardar
kinda.
lifestealer.
Kuro
It's
said
a-
enough
yeah,
of
diff-
having this hero banned in the second phase.
Yeah.
Different kind of lifestealer without the not the Slatter, the Magnus
And the
with it.
miracle.
Why
Miracle
Magnus so
Magnus.
early? Because it
They
wouldn't
picked it
have been
very
banned.
early.
It got
No,
banned
it got
the last
banned in
couple
second
games.
phase
Yeah.
last
Yeah, but
game.
it got last phase banned.
Second.
Second
It was
phase.
second
phase.
phase last
Yeah, it
game.
was
Okay,
third.
okay.
Second, so you've got to get it through first. if you
Okay.
look quickly.
This hero's been banned against Liquid a lot today in the second stage, just based on that one game they played it earlier. Yeah.
So solo Shadow Demon, Lil still the Slaughter? Or wouldn't you go for the Slaughter anymore?
Slaughter's fine against Lifesteal Magnus,
Yeah.
I think. The amp damage definitely helps if starts dealing with a lifesteal later on, but maybe they want something a bit different. Go for a more like ranged illusion-based lineup to deal with lifesteal.
Yeah.
But that's where the Magnus is kind of nice, because if they go for illusion draft, you've at least got the empower. You've got some good AoE. Teams have kind of stopped picking those like Terrorblade type heroes to go against lifesteal as of late.
It was VP, wasn't it, that we saw the
Maybe
other
the
day run
band.
the Centaur, wasn't it? Was that
Yeah,
VP?
they're the
yeah,
offlane
they had
I mean,
the
Centaur.
that's
offlane
something
one.
that you can, if you get it, you get the
Mm.
Ags and keep him so he doesn't get RP. The RP comes through instantly, bam. You're able to get that damage reduction, get people away from the life stealer,
Yeah.
open wounds. Thing.
Could be like a maybe second stage type pick,
Yeah.
but this is a hero that's
Oh.
been banned against
Yes.
them
Yeah.
all day long in that second stage, the No One Mirana.
Or the Lil Mirana.
Yeah.
More likely,
More likely
with
no
the
one.
way they're running.
Yeah.
But still.
I think they're looking at like they want to have a bit more like range heroes versus like last game all the melee heroes against Magnus Lifesteal. That's going to
Yeah.
be a disaster. So they want to get
Remaining.
and also something they can't go for those tanky like DK Centaur type lineups easily against Lifestealer with the feast and how it works.
I mean, you'd imagine now in this second phase of bans, VP will ban the Batrider out. You don't really want to get Bat Lifestealer, do you?
even ban Slatter as well
Yeah.
potentially. You want
Yeah,
to ban
Slatter,
ban the
yeah.
vehicles for Lifestealer, I
Yeah.
guess. I guess Magnus is one of those when he has Blink, but banning Slatter and Batrider seems decent. Maybe you consider the Darkseer as well. I guess that's the thing. There's so many offlaners that could work here for Liquid. All three of those seem like fine picks this game. As for VP, I think there's still a lot of consideration towards the Sven for Ramsey, so that's kind of one of the main bans I'd look at Liquid doing.
Yeah. Well, there was kind of the three. Sven, Lifestealer, and
You mentioned the Ursa as well.
the Ursa,
Yeah.
of course. And there's the one. There's the Sven out.
Radiant team back.
VP, indeed. Let's see if they're worried about the Bat and the Slardar, the combo that we've seen obviously in the sales use, and indeed
Yeah,
Slardar to
Slardar.
be taken out.
Yeah.
No surprises, and then the Bat, maybe a Darkseer. I'm not sure what.
I mean, I would imagine Liquid ban the Bat because they're either expecting VP to ban it or they want to pick it themselves because they've got first pick coming out of the bans.
Yes.
Unless they really don't want to pick it, and then of course they.
Yeah, they might just.
Might set VP
yeah,
take
10
it.
seconds
That's-
remaining.
Be up in the air. Maybe you leave both, and then if Liquid take one, you can take the other if you're
5
VP.
seconds
But
remaining.
I imagine VP prefer the Pasha Bat right now than like a Darkseer. They're not going for that.
Was VP a team to? Were they one of the sides that has done Lil on the Elder Titan? I can't remember.
I
Not
have
lately.
not seen that.
No, they're
for
not
Lil.
one of the teams that done that. Because obviously one of the old kind of some of the teams do that with SD Marana. It's fallen off a lot, but it is still there. And
More against the Agi carries. You want the ET with the. You don't get much out of the aura against the Lifestealer
That's
Magnus
true.
necessarily.
that's true.
10 seconds
Rubick.
remaining.
Rubick for Liquid,
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm waiting for my Bulba hero.
or Rubick or Disruptor. Probably the mutual Disruptor because of last game, but Rubick just because they've been doing a lot of great games on Rubick.
But it would be Kuro, Rubick. Would it not be?
They
Uh,
beat
Uh,
it.
Bulba's been
Bulba's
playing
playing
it.
it.
Bulba's been playing
Okay.
it. Yeah, Bulba's
Yeah.
been playing it. Yeah, I'm just interested if they do ban the Bat because. Is that what they're worried about? Liquid? It's the thing.
They maybe
that's-
they
the
probably.
combo that's on paper.
I actually think they want the
strongest.
Bat is the thing.
Oh, you think
Pasha's
VP
Pasha's
one?
Bat's been phenomenal, but it's again
But you
Liquid has
risk-
the first
yeah,
pick.
yeah.
That's why you maybe leave Darkseer with Bat, just so it's like, well, if they take Bat, we can at least get Darkseer, but is Darkseer really that
What ways
good?
did they prioritize? So Liquid now, with the option with there's, as I said, Darkseer back, strong offlane is still in the pool.
And that's the other thing, with the Magnus mid, you normally will see a offlaner for mind control that has a bit more carry potential, because Magnus himself doesn't really scale that well. So single core Lifestealer, very weak, and that's where having the Void offlane with a safe lane Lifestealer gives you 2 cores that scale with items, while Magnus is more like that utility initiator. He empowers his carries, makes them
I
stronger.
mean, Bulba had such a game on him last game,
Yeah.
so there's no surprise really they pick it up here.
Are we locking ourselves into this being a Magnus mid?
I mean, it could be mind control, couldn't it?
Very, I'd say much smaller chance, but it's not, again, nothing set. Magnus does fine against the Mirana mid, so I'd say most likely it's just a Magnus mid. But again, it's open, and that's one of those plays a team could make in a Game 3 draft to catch their opponents by surprise. Liquid have final pick, so they could 5th pick a Miracle hero to completely catch VP by surprise, something that could like destroy them. But hard to say. VP, what are the VP heroes left?
I mean, if it is going to
Ursa,
be Mirana in the mid lane, obviously something that Lil likes to sneak through sometimes. Normally his final pick is something like even the Doom, you know, to kind of slip
I
over.
wish
I
there
like
wasn't a
Jug.
disruptor.
They get
I mean,
the bat,
take
so they did want the bat.
I think it's just
I think-
surprising that it was allowed to get to this stage.
I
Yeah.
think
The
Liquid was
bans and
kind of
such.
like, I don't know if they were like maybe like wanting them to pick the bat. Like
Yeah.
they banned Beastmaster, which is something I feel like was very out of the ordinary. I mean, sure, like Pasha's played it a couple times and everything, but
Well, they-
Oh, Legion
There's maybe
strikes
why they
again.
wanted it.
response, like
It's a
it seems
response.
like
Yeah.
they wanted them to take this
Well,
bat.
Again, this is where, like I was saying, we kind of want to run an offlane core with the Magnus, because Magnus is, as a mid, isn't going to become a DPS hero later on. You want to have an offlaner like a Void, a Legion commander here, fills that role where this hero can actually do some damage and scale well into the late game.
Still got concern with the Legion going up against an SD. Very difficult to always get your duel off when the SD's on the back lines.
You can clear illusions nicely. You can purge off the lasso and stuff, and then you benefit from the empower as well. So there's
A lot of
there's
things
couple
to
factors.
speak up for it.
Oh, Drow strat, here we go.
Okay, Drow strat, boys. You've got
Well,
4
yeah.
ranged at the moment, so it's
Why
looking
not?
nice.
Yeah, this is the kind of game to do a Drow. You see all those 4 heroes, 3 melee cores. Drow's
You know what there needs to
looking
be?
like a good pick.
There needs to be a Visage.
That's
For Lil.
that's
Well,
gonna
or-
be, that's
no.
gonna Liquid's gonna ban it.
There's,
There is-
because there's,
Right,
there's,
Liquid's
there's,
gonna
no,
ban it.
there's no easy clearance of familiars this time around because they're running a 3 melee core.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's see.
Echo Saber works all right on a Lifestealer type hero, but it's
But
still.
that's only if you can get in close.
Yeah, it's
I can
still
see.
rude.
I can just picture Lil just like with his fingers being pressed.
Yeah.
together,
It's like,
yes.
please don't counter pick. Please don't counter
Do
pick.
not bend the visage. Because it's a great pickup here. It's very annoying for the Magnus because of the familiars and everything too.
I mean,
Are
if you're running high
High
tempo,
burst.
could you not even pick up something like the Lil Chen? Is
Yeah,
that
that's what
not
I'm about to say.
Yeah,
Is,
the
is,
little
Chen,
The
is Chen not
That's
scarier than Visage? As much as you know he wants to play Visage, would you not be more scared of the
But
Chen?
getting a Chen.
I'd always be concerned with the Chen because you give Lifestealer an exit strategy
Yeah,
a lot of
it's-
the time.
But it definitely is one of the downsides of the Chen. But the hero still works like in a strategic sense, where you're 5 men pushing a lot. It buys the Aghanim Scepter. You get the Granite Golems and stuff to push with. But
you
again,
can
Lifestealer
send-
can insta KO them.
Yeah, but you can also send your heroes.
Yeah,
like,
I do.
Oh, they're
they
expecting
are
support
Mirana
mana.
support,
Okay.
yeah.
That's actually a good point. Like a Medusa
If
mid
it
this
is
game.
Mirana support, is there a chance for a no-one Wind Ranger still?
Oh,
Weaver support,
Weaver support. It's Lil Weaver.
right?
Yeah.
It
It
is.
has to be.
Or
It's Weaver
Mirana.
sup-
Or
Lil Mirana?
Lil's,
Nah,
Lil's
it's
been
gonna-
playing
it's
a
gonna
that
be Lil
Weaver
Weaver.
support has been something we've seen
Yeah.
a bunch
Sure.
of
Yeah,
times.
yeah.
Weaver support.
You lock that one in over running like a base Mirana support?
Nah, let's do
And a
it.
Weaver
Lil
mid?
Weaver.
Well,
Let's go.
neither Weaver nor the Drow is a great in that mid lane. I mean, they're both okay mid, but Mirana's like the main hero that functions in the mid lane here.
You could put
Because
Batman against
unless Weaver
Magnus.
gets a Lincolns, he's not going to survive properly against like the initiation of Liquid.
Let's
either.
go, Lil
I mean, but he's
Weaver.
support.
Yeah, so,
So it's like, if you're
You
committing
got
that
the
much
drow
on it.
damage. You can roam and it's annoying as hell.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not locked in
I
right
mean,
now, but
no.
that's what we've seen them
Yes,
VP
yeah.
been doing a lot, especially look,
Come
every
on,
time they have
VP.
the not every time, but a lot of times when they have the drow, they pick up this support.
Lil
Weaver.
Weaver or no balls. Let's go.
Omni last,
A
so they want to
5
deal with the
range
physical
lineup
damage.
for VP.
It's Lil
Lil
Weaver.
Weaver.
It is. It's the
Lil
support
Weaver.
Weaver, boys. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. VP's got this, I think.
I'm surprised they didn't take the Visage though, honestly. Like,
Dude, it's
like
Weaver
it being
support.
in
It's
there, I
okay.
get. I mean,
Weaver,
it's
let's
whatever.
go.
Whatever Lil wants to play.
I think this is just a garbage hero, to be honest.
I mean,
as a Visage player, that
I
hero
love
is
the hero
shit,
too, I
you know?
agree.
Like, oh.
But if one player could still make it work, it would have been Lil.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and with a Drow, like if you have a Drow, you have Lil on your team, and you still don't pick Visage. Visage goes
It's
to
good.
kill.
I think.
This
oh,
is
yeah.
Oh my
confirmed
God.
right now.
That's VP basically saying Visage sucks.
Okay.
So
Final
they take
thoughts,
the Omni Knight
guys?
for themselves.
You like the Weaver support, don't you?
Yeah,
This is-
I mean, I think the Drow pick was the key one here. They get
Yeah.
a 4th pick after seeing a lot of Liquid's draft. If Miracle can't get a fast blink and get some infest ganks going like on that Drow, I think VP take this.
It's, I mean, I'm loving the Weaver because you look at Liquid's lineup, how are they catching him? Static Storm, Duel, RP, they've got to commit big ults for him. Otherwise, he's going to have a free game running wherever the hell he wants. He's got his Blightstone, he's ready to rock and roll. All eyes on Lil this game.
I believe in Lil as
Oh,
well.
eyes on Lil this
Yeah.
game. I love it.
Well-
Look how much you're putting on a pool.
It's all on Lil.
He's a pressure. That's not a playmaking
Lil.
hero.
Look
Come
at
on.
that. Look at that. Look at the
chill.
Look at the BM. Have fun.
He
How-
always
how
says
do you
have fun.
Does
Does he
against
always
this
just say have
draft?
fun?
He
but
always says have
He
fun.
always says HF,
Look.
or does he
Ah.
actually type have fun out?
And no one in,
I'm
yeah.
taking the F, but because I'm running a non-stun person, I got more time on my hands to type
There
the
we go,
entire
Lil
words
Weaver.
out.
Regardless, I think we're going to have a great game on our hands.
This is
Funk
gonna
and
be fun.
Toby, enjoy.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
You were doubting
Yeah.
the Weaver support, but
all eyes on Lil, huh?
it's happening.
All eyes on Lil. He's got a lot of eyes to put on other people.
Yeah, and we do see right away, I think it was KuroKy who TP'd down to the bottom lane with 2 wards, blocks the pull, gets a nice vision ward as well down.
Like Lil's movement, like he's planting a ward, but he's not carrying a ward. Both wards are on solo. So he'll loop around the back and throw it down.
I mean, it's pretty ridiculous how he has 63 damage right now on this Weaver without even Drow or skilled. Oh.
I still find it ridiculous that we have like the shoes on the other foot a little bit here. Like it's Liquid, you have the big combination team fight. And as VP, you have to play the single target positional play. Because this is all single, like, yeah, no one, once he gets an Aghanim Scepter, you got the double drop of the Starfall, but if you're raged up, you're probably not going to care as much. You got an Omni Knight that's going to be like burst healing as well. So it's a very, very different style of game from both teams.
Yeah.
It shows the diversity of both teams to achieve such a thing.
It's like a VP kind of run at you lineup, while Liquid kind of depends a little bit more on their cooldowns. So we'll see. We'll see who it pays off for going, because this is the game that will be deciding who goes to the Boston Major, of course.
It is.
Game 3 of this lower qualifier.
You play through so many group stage games, so many best of threes in the playoffs, and it comes down to one game result. The way to do it. So it's a dual offlane with Kuro and Mind Control. So they do have a lot of sustain down here through both press the attack as well as through purification. Overwhelming odds will help with the hit with the kills. Wall up from Bulba. He wants to battle Pasha, and Pasha seems to be quite happy to oblige him. You should also watch our middle lane, who really gets on top of this one. Miracle with Empower and Shockwave's got a lot of damage and ability to farm up against a Mirana, who starts farming. I like how no one also realizes he can get that far up. Sees both the Empower. Actually, doesn't know if there was Shockwave or not. I suppose he's got Leap leveled up. Now he sees the Shockwave.
Yep. It should be a little bit Drow favored just because of the Drow aura, but Magnus is able to farm pretty well under this until like the levels start building up on Mirana and Drow Ranger.
The sustain, like just because Miracle also went for a little bit raw, he's gonna have that bottle at a nice time.
Yeah. He didn't even bring out the salve. No one going for an arrow. Miracle seems aware though, dodges in the mid lane.
No one's completely out of mana now.
And
Might be
leap
hoping
in and
that,
arrowed.
that the rune in 15 seconds is going to be a saving grace for him.
He's just trying to put a lot of pressure on Miracle, but Miracle already has that bottle coming out.
Yep. It's kind of interesting to see like his build here. Like Miracle seems to be completely focused on just like the damage and winning the lane. With Shockwave, he's going to push it back so he can check for the runes anyway. Looks like Bulba's going to try and protect this. The wall is up. No one was followed by the creep wave. I don't know if Miracle wants to help out with a Shockwave. Either way, he's very happy with this. Bulba has secured the top rune. So Miracle not only does he get the 3 bottle charges, he gets the bounty and the extra 3 charges.
This is the beauty about having the like. Why I was thinking that they were just kind of like giving the Batrider up a bit is because it leaves a lot of room to let the supports just kind of do whatever the hell they want, because Lifestealer versus Batrider in a 1v1 can do just fine. Once he starts out with like a little bit of a lead, of course. Mind Control
So
getting pressured a bit in the offlane.
Is this the build from Lil? Okay, I was wondering if he was going to go for Shikuchi or not. Okay, Lil. Okay, Lil. You know there's purification on Mind Control, so he's going in very deep. There's 5 seconds till he can get out of here. So they put down the tree, but Lil's going to go down. Diving so deep. Is this what people remember from his support Weaver?
That was a bit crazy. Picks up a Windlace and a TP. But that's definitely a kill you don't want to be giving up to the offlaner.
It seemed like a very low percentage play.
Disruption on mid, arrow. Actually, off the mark, they miss what could have been almost a free kill on Miracle there because of the slight mistimed arrow by no one.
Oh, VP. These kind of mistakes is not what's going to bring you to Boston. You need everything going your way. Bulba, the wall is up. At least he keeps Lil at bay. The glimpse taking Pasha back out of it. Lil, okay, are we going to go again? He's got Shikuchi off cooldown, but after last time, he's considering not going underneath the tier 1 tower.
As soon as he Shikuchi'd, I was like, oh god. But yeah, good glimpse there from Bulba, saving himself.
Yeah, took away the damage dealer. Things might change up a little bit more as Ramses now has the entire bot lane to himself. This is a Drow's wet dream at the moment. She could just sit here, get level 6, and mind control isn't really going to do much about it. The second they rotate somebody down, it's going to get spotted out, unless it's this. It's an invis rune on Miracle. Now, the Observer Ward saw Miracle go down for the rune, and it's watching him not come back after picking up the rune. So Ramses very wisely gets back to the tier 1 tower. What they do see with the Dire Observer Ward is Solo. Miracle's not going to get there in time to block his path into the tree line, so he's not finding a secure opportunity.
Right away, they put a scan out there and it actually clipped him.
So this is a lot of wasted time for Miracle. It's good farm time for mind control, but at the same time, no one's having more space than anyone else in mid. And he's now top on the CS board, even though Magnus was keeping up. They go again.
Yeah, that was a lot of wasted time there for Miracle. He's now almost level 6 anyway, compared with no one, so it's not the biggest deal, but yeah, still a bit of a wasted opportunity. Solo now gets a disruption on mind control. They've got the slow from the frost arrows, but KuroKy's there with the repel, and he's just fine.
Yeah, Kuro's got his back. He had pressed the attack and just been his 6 charges as well.
Yep.
So had a lot to work with. I kind of feel like that opportunity right there, if it worked for Team Liquid, they would have got a really good advantage because it would have been Ramses not getting experience. But he was still in range to lead out a little bit of it. But more importantly, it would have been more momentum going the way of a Magnus. Miracle, last time we saw him playing a Magnus on the mainstream here, he could bypass his arcane boost because of a successful rotation to the Dire off lane.
Oh, they got the sentry down, and Lil's trapped inside the kinetic field. He's getting eaten alive by Matumba, and he dies.
Second death of him.
Nice play there by Bulba, though. Having that sentry ward, getting the kinetic field on him, they just know that they can bring him down during the Sakuchi anyway.
Disruption again on bottom lane. Ramses doesn't have a gust available as mind control. He's got press the attack, so he's going to break free. Attacks after Solo. Kuro, Purification, able to hit Solo. Does have Centaurs potentially deny himself to. And it's movement speed 315 versus 365. Mind control. Oh, Solo! The damage! He's going to go down. He knew it to the neutrals. The second wave of the Hill Troll Priests. They're meant to be pacifists, but in this case, they give up their teachings. Arrow dodged by mind control. Tries to play the pit line. Starfall kicks in. He moves towards Roshan. No denial for him. And Mirana, big kill for that one, but the Batrider dies. I think his own tier 1 tower on the top lane. Looks like they used the extra damage from Infest to ensure it.
Matu gets that kill by himself. They're not even needing the help of Bulba, who's just chain pulling. And Bulba's actually, his levels are looking really good. Almost level 5.
The worst hero level right now for Team Liquid is level 3 on Omni Knight. Mind control's a little bit behind, but he's about to hit level 6. Only 8 points experience away from that. So then you start to bring Duel into the mix.
Yeah. Lil is definitely not having the effective presence that he ideally wants.
This is going to be good arrow time. Yeah,
got it.
It appears right in the middle of Omni Knight's heart. No ability to get that purification off.
Level 3 Shadow Demon, you said? Now level 3 Omni Knight, now level 4 Shadow Demon. So experience maybe leading. No, it's still leading a bit in favor of Liquid just because of the kills that have been happening on Lil.
Probably also the space Matumba got up on top.
Yeah,
like he's a full level in front of Pasha. And that's when he's had a support hovering the lane too. Like Bulba's been pretty close to him most of the time.
Yeah. It's actually funny too. The sentry ward that they placed to kill Lil in that top lane has actually been disrupting Pasha's farm a lot because he keeps checking if that camp spawns and it just doesn't. He's like, damn it.
No extra money. Can't flash farm it. You'll have to go all the way back to the shop, and that's not what he wants to do if he wants to find farm.
No one farming very effectively.
I'm interested to see the timing of the blinks. for both the Legion as well as the Magnus, because that's kind of Matumbaman's portal into the fight on the back of an Infest. I think Bulba's going to solo smoke behind.
He's level 5. They have the duel online.
They
Ramsey's
want
is
the
pretty
glimpse.
far up. They're going to be able to get him here. They've got the
It's
vision.
it's a level 3 glimpse. The wall, it gets up in time. Oshi, no it doesn't. He's outside of it, but disruption's there. RP committed, and the duel. All right. Well, at least you know you got the +10 guaranteed.
Not sure if the RP was completely needed there,
Well,
but
you
anyway,
already had the
expensive.
duel available.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he just wanted to 100% make sure. He had Arcane Rune anyway, so it's the cooldown isn't as long as it usually is, only 84 seconds compared to the usual, like, what, 100 it is or something like that.
Maybe he's worried that like the gust would happen on both himself and mind control, then they don't get the control.
No one now pointing toward the bottom lane. There's a repel though, and he can just
Straight
might be
TP.
able to TP out. KuroKy though might be in a bit of trouble with the chase.
He can
Looks like he
purify.
should
He's
go
got
down.
10 stick charges. No.
Too much damage from the Drow aura with the Mirana. Plus 74. So 79 plus 74 on that Mirana already.
There's still 4 heroes from Virtus Pro ending up on the bottom lane to kill off an Omni Knight.
Yep.
After the repel came out, Magnus already returned to the mid lane to find his farm, and that's where Ramsey's ended up as well. So Matumbaman, it's like the ticking time bomb. This Life Steal is just getting free farm, and once that armlet is up, he will probably start to be very happy to join these fights.
Yep.
And if he does that, then Mind Control can get his last little bit of Blink Dagger money on the top. And look at Miracle again. He's dodging the arcanes.
Yeah, he's going to go for that straight Blink Dagger. Mirana also actually blew the Moonlight Shadow before to try to save the Drow range in the bottom lane, but Bulba still carrying Sentry Ward, so great rotations by Bulba and just keen on carrying Reveal versus this lineup.
Pasha. Hard life for him. 10 minutes in, he's got his Tranquils up, but he's still trying to just scrap like that money together to get a Blink Dagger. They need him as well to have that. He's their, I'd say their primary source of initiation. Unless Solo can close the gap and get a disruption off, then you've obviously got the arrow to play with. But the Batrider Blink Lasso at least means that he'll be ready to fight before Liquid with their Blink Daggers.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get it probably about the same time as Mind Control. Maybe a little bit ahead of time, but Miracle's getting pretty close to it already.
So explain to me this whole mindset behind the Weaver. Like, we had Lil rotate down to the bottom lane, then he rotated up to the top lane. Both times he tried to do a little bit of chip damage. One time he lost his life.
Yeah.
What is the real purpose of this? It's just meant to bring in extra damage from a support? Is that it? With, like, negative armor, but he didn't level it up?
He usually has more success with his rotations and stuff. And then he just plays kind of like not like a carry. He gets like Nox was saying, like the medallion into the Aghanim Scepter, so he's just able to like have so much survivability potential and just save potential for his teammates. It's just very unexpected that people definitely don't see coming.
Moonlight Shadow came off. They did it right underneath a dire Observer Ward, so Liquid are well aware. Mind Control is hovering back behind the Tier 1 tower with overwhelming odds. He's trying to make sure this is only going to be a Tier 1 for Tier 1 tower trade, both the safe lane towers. Dire's actually scanning Roshan, wondering if someone's hovering around here, but they see Matumba as well as Miracle on the bot lane. The ping finally kicks in.
You know, I mentioned Bulba being very keen on carrying sentries. Look at that bottom lane. He has it completely surrounded. There's like no way that they can get in there with any invis, and they also check to make they make sure that there's no lane ward watching their movements.
Safety first, man. That's
yeah.
3 layers of protection from Bulba.
I mean, look at VP too. They put an obs ward at near their ancients. They're being extremely defensive too.
Roshan time. It's gotta be Roshan time. Like, there's a little ancient stack to take out, which is very easy when everyone's getting empowered. Because Miracle got so many quick levels, he's got like he's got second level up in Empower.
Their damage is not good for the Rosh yet. Like it's usually ideal to have like the Desolator before you try to go for that. He only has the Blightstone, doesn't even have the Echo Saber. Their damage is definitely lacking. It would take them far too long. I think VP would be very aware if they tried to do something like that.
So just keep farming. What, look towards the mid tower instead?
Yeah, probably just keep farming. Now they have Miracle Blink Dagger, so now they could maybe make a play. It looks like Matumbaman wants to get his. Probably wants to get his Echo Saber first, but as I say, that looks like they're going for the group up with the Blink.
Oh, look at the Observer was now in mid. One very deep, one still rather
They see
shallow,
them. Oh.
and they completely dodged the Observer and the Sentry Ward.
They see that smoke coming out from Liquid. They saw it happen behind the between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 with that one thing. So they have their scan on the high ground there. Does it clip in?
Yeah, it does. They know they came up through the side. Miracle also came in range of the tower. He probably wasn't expecting to have that break, but I think it was the Observer Ward which helped on that case. So VP was able to see Miracle.
Yep. So Ramses just farming Ancients and that hard camp for quite a few minutes now with that Dragon Lance. Doesn't even want to go to the bottom lane. It's too contested right now. Liquid, very deep aggressive wards. They want to be able to claim this mid tower. With
And
this
they saw the smoke
dagger.
of Solo and Pasha. And then the sentry ward, so now they know that the smoke was seen. Mind control's too far on the wrong side of the river.
Right now.
He's a long way on the wrong side of the river, but the jump doesn't come. Pasha has his Blink Dagger. He had a small opportunity there, but because they just lost their Observer and Sentry.
They got one of the wards down. Solo he thought that the other one was on the right side, and he misses this one by a bit. So Liquid gets a lot of information from that one deep ward they have near the hard camp.
All right, Liquid, you've got the Echo Saber coming out now. Is it worth slipping into Roshan? RP is up. The blink on Miracle is up.
They catch. They caught that. They saw the. They got a little bit of a vision of that Mirana ultimate, so they're setting up. They're ready. They're infested inside the mag.
Good Observer Ward. It's going to see Kuro, and yeah, VP. Like, they're thinking the same thing. It's like, why isn't Liquid killing off Roshan yet? But Liquid isn't giving them an opportunity. With the Observer and Sentries very defensively.
Yeah.
Near the Dire Ancients. They have to back out. The Creep Wave's attacking the bottom lane. That's a lot of free golden experience going to waste. Not to mention damage into their building. And they missed the deny on the mid tower.
Small gains. No one almost has Ags completed on the Mirana.
So in the meantime, back into farm. Ramses is enjoying this downtime. Best time in the world for a Drow Ranger. Easy experience, already up to level 2 in her agility.
This
and
deep
with an
ward.
extra two grand to the bank.
Again, this deep ward by Liquid catches another smoke from VP, so they are aware of it again.
Radiant's middle
And
tower
they wait.
is under attack.
This ward right now is actually winning the past few minutes for Liquid. And now, yeah, now Solo's like, how do they know? Yep, okay, now it all makes sense.
They know.
The jig is up.
It's amazing actually how many wards. I wish we had a stat for like how many wards have been de-warded in this game already. Like we're 15 minutes in, and I swear I've seen at least like 6 Observer wards get de-warded out.
These games have been, I mean, a lot of these games have been dictated by the,
And
you
now
know,
there's
whoever gets
another
the
ward.
initiation.
That Dire Observer ward on bottom lane sees Pasha farming, knows the Firefly is on cooldown.
He knows though.
So they're making a break for it, yeah, because it's Liquid running underneath the Observer ward.
Yeah, dude,
it's
this
in
is
the bottom river. Everybody knows everything.
It's just perfect warding by both teams so far. They just seem to have the read on each other very well. And during all this time, though, Lil getting the farm that he likes to have. You know, 3,500 net worth. Treads a killer with that Blightstone.
You know, I would say this Invis room could actually work really well for Miracle, but 1, 2, 3, 4 sentry wards covering the mid area.
Ridiculous.
And then the 2 very defensive Observer wards. The Observer ward around the Radiant Ancients is about to time out. But at least by having that, they knew Liquid was not messing with their camps at all.
Yeah. I mean, Ramses was sitting around those Ancients for, I don't even know how many minutes. Like, I want to say over 6 minutes. While Lil took the top lane, going for that medallion like we were mentioning. And yeah, Ramses has the Hurricane Pike, so at least he's got that one tool of repositioning himself once the fights do engage. But both teams being very cautious. I mean, like we said, this is the elimination game. It's
so much on the line.
Everything's on the line here.
But while this is being cautious, you see the grass push up, so it's about just over 3,000 net worth. Almost hit 3,000 in the experience.
Attempt number 5 with the smoke/moonlight shadow. Will this one work?
Well, MATUMBAMAN's pretty close, but remember there's the double blink daggers. Both Legion and Mag have their blink daggers. In Miracle, Solo, he was visible for a fraction of a second. Drops his own sentry ward. So if Miracle feels confident, Miracle's probably assuming too there's an Observer and sentry here. Yeah, that's why Bulba's throwing down his sentry. It's a regular defensive ward position to try and look into your own jungle. And here we go, VP. What's this? You said 5 before, now we're up to 6. They're going to smoke and move over.
Another
Miracle
smoke.
behind the tower. He breaks the smoke and the RP!
Huge RP!
Catches 3!
Static
and
storm
the
on top!
storm! VP! That is the epitome of a disaster. They lose 3 of them and the tier 2 tower to boot. No buyback on either the Weaver or the Mirana. And they may just have a ticket to go into the base of Virtus.Pro. Patience has paid off.
Game-winning Invis rune, potentially?
The game-winning Invis rune to finally find a place where there's no sentry.
Yeah,
wall.
seriously,
Out
like-
of range of the tower, and now he jumps. Bling Skewer, Miracle. Not only do they get the purification damage, but they get the dual victory on Mind Control. Shadow Demon down for 26 seconds. Team Liquid. This is the only lane where they've taken a tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3 tower. Every other tower exists for Virtus.Pro. But they try to open up the ranks. Now, retreat from Team Liquid. There's no big oldies up just yet, but when you get the wall, Batrider has nowhere to go but down. The GA trigger from Kuro, so they have the extra protection, but the Gust making it difficult for any more abilities. Bulba, he's going to have to be the sacrificial lamb. Kuro stunned up as well. Mind Control breaks it free with a press, the attack and the purification. Heavy hit into Lil. He'll have to repel. There's no extra heal, however, the leap, but nope, Mirana had the Starfall. With the help of that Aghanim Scepter, Kuro does go down, and VP barely holding their bottom racks, and this is 19 minutes in after we had almost no kills for the entire first 20 minutes.
They lose a couple heroes, but they put so much pressure onto VP there. Like Pasha, like lassoed, but his blink got stopped a couple times. Oh my goodness. This game is ridiculous already for such a low kill count.
But Liquid can be ready to go again. Like, that RP is back off cooldown. And they smoke up. The lifesteal is still infested, so the choice is it Roshan or is it something else? MATUMBAMAN jumps out. He wants to farm. But now if he walks in, it can't be Roshan if he's done this.
Another Mirana ulti coming out.
Where are they headed? All of Liquid are very defensive. MATUMBAMAN's trying to get more life back. Uses the open wounds to do it, with invisible shockwaves flying out. Wait, that's a Dire scan. Dire is scanning the front of Roshan.
I mean, they do have the potential to now go for the rush. They have the Desolator, so makes it a lot easier, makes him do a lot more damage,
It
and
means
heal up
VP
a
would
lot
have to
easier.
smoke into the pit. That's the only downside. And you can still get caught out.
They need somebody to break that so he can open wounds it, though. And
Good observer ward.
weren't
The
able to.
Bulbasaur go down. Look at the sentries. Look how many sentries you're going to commit to this.
The Battle of Vision.
Well, no one's going to try and help with that. Lifestealer did get out of the pit. MATUMBAMAN. He's just like, yo, can you throw down another sentry for me?
Look at this.
Okay. If you're throwing down a sentry, you can't just use this as bait. No one will kill. Look at no one. He's so scared. He backs up. This ward's on 2 HP. And he's like, nope. They're still not worth it. This has to be a trap, right? It has to be a trap. The shields must be up. I'll use illusions.
Oh my goodness. This is actually like pretty ridiculous how much they're emphasizing on their vision. But that's, like we said, it's what's winning these games.
Just, you got to feel really sorry for the supports. Somehow, actually, with all these observers and sentries being purchased up, the supports still actually have a decent amount of money.
I mean,
Solo is being crippled probably more than anybody else. But they're spending a lot of monies on sentries and obs.
You do say that, but Bulba is running around with like just Tranquil Blue's Windlace stick and just 4 sentries. Like, look at him. He's just like, there's a ward here. We got to get it. Everybody hit it together. Use your Quelling Blades.
Teamwork.
Good job.
Teamwork.
There's still another one.
It's like one in the river. Miracle. Okay, I'll risk it. I got Skewer to get out of this.
Oh my god. And, oh, that's it.
There's no Radiant Vision now around the pit.
Interesting.
So that Observer Ward should be able to last.
Hood on Miracle.
Really? So he's going to go. Maybe this is the answer to the Mirana. Miracle also just managed to catch one of the Scarab Beetles pretty early on. In fact, everybody from Liquid inside the pit did. And they press the attack on MATUMBAMAN, looking for the attack speed. Blinking, Lasso, dragging the Legion Commander up to play King of the Hill, but she doesn't want to. She wants to get back down again with the TP scroll. She's able to do so. The glimpse, they pull back Lil, but he gets out just in the nick of time before the wall comes up with the Dire Sentry Ward. He's visible. Now another one. He's still visible. Now no longer away and safe. The arrow flying in. MATUMBAMAN able to rage himself out this one. Still with the Infest. 3 hits, not enough to kill off Solo thanks to Stick Charters. It takes 4 instead.
Oh, the double
Starfall dropping on Bulba's head.
Miracle looking
still
for an
looking
RP.
opening.
Oh, and it whiffs!
Whoops. The arrows are still going to keep flying in. While all this is going on, you've still got Ramses beating into the tier 3 towers. So Pasha delaying up Roshan. You've got a fresh diffusal blade also arriving on the Drow Ranger. They have to fortify by time. Mind Control and Pasha. Mind Control's going to burn out. That extra damage from the Flame Break is probably going to be enough. Pasha gets it. Meanwhile, Ramses is a one-man wrecking crew. This man wrecks more balls than Miley Cyrus. And with the TP back out, he will be able to escape. Kuro, no stuns. No way to control it. But Tumberman's still being chased down by Lil. He's trying to get some life back in Fest, and now he's an ancient hero. Roshan cannot be taken. He'll come in form with the Black Dragon.
You see how VP's taking the fight, so they know they can't just take a straight-up fight by any means, so they're just like, okay, let's throw bugs at them. Okay, let's throw a Weaver, some Sakuchi, some Blinking Starfall, some more illusions from Shadow Demon, some Shadow Poisons. Like they don't want to take a straight-up fight by any means. They just want to kite them around as long as possible.
Well, they have succeeded. We have now brought in the V.
How's that net worth? Oh yeah. So VP's looking a bit ahead in net worth now, getting that tier 3 top, almost taking out the Ranger X wall. Their Raxes are now healed up to full. Well, at least the melee Rax that Liquid was beating on.
Oh look, they de-warded.
Oh really?
Yeah, Pulvis, what's gone?
No way.
Look at the sentry coverage and obs.
Look at the yeah, it's the battle of sentry wards.
You know, when we
insane.
look at the stats at the end of this one, we're gonna see who bought actually how many. We get the overall wrap up at the end of this game.
I don't think Bulba's gonna get many items this game. I think it's only gonna be sentry wards because he still just keeps buying more. He had 4, now he bought another 2. I think he used 2 or 3 during that engagement as well.
Well, luckily for him, an Aghanim Scepter is NAS critical to get in this game. Not as many BKB carrying heroes over on Virtus Pro. Smoke maneuver now from Team Liquid.
They have RP, they have Static
RP
Storm.
back up again. This one will hopefully hit people, and Mind Control has his duel available as well. At the same time, now the Moonlight Shadow. Observers and sentries. They're moving forward under the cover of smoke, but where's the detection? Where's the sentry? Smoke breaks, sentry's down. They see Solo, Obs, and Sentry, in fact, both being committed. But Tumberman, he's a little bit further away from the rest of the pack, and now Pasha can lasso him up. Where is the opening? It's going to be Matumberman brought down. Oh, will it? He rages. It's not enough damage. Not with the armor toggle either. And Liquid, they have to run. Bulba throws himself on the proverbial sword. As Virtus Pro will kill him off, they can move back to the very injured Roshan. And Miracle, well, where's this Observer Ward on the hillside? Where's the YOLO RP?
This is gonna be their Roshan now. So
he's not doing it. He's farming up the mid. They're out. They're not gonna fight this.
Matu took a different angle to come into the fight from the rest of his team, and he actually gets heavily punished for it by VP. Great lasso there by Pasha, and I actually said lasso. Look what you're doing to me.
What? Ah! I'm an infection.
You know.
Disease.
Ramses with the Hurricane Pike and Diffusal Blade, like you were mentioning as well. So he went for a different build that we've been seeing, but versus the Omni Knight, it's not out of the norm. And we did actually have KuroKy pick up a mech during that right before that engagement, and now Pipe, as you mentioned, finished on Miracle for that Marana. Is that another? Did I just hear another smoke? No, I didn't, right? Okay.
I thought I heard
something,
one.
right?
But I was looking at the Radiant side, and there definitely wasn't a smoke anywhere near him.
I'm just expecting to hear it at this point. So Solo, he's just like, Pasha, we need a gem. I can't afford the sentry wards anymore, dude. And he's like, okay, fine, man. I got your back.
It works. It works. They just don't want to lose it, because if they lose it, then Moonlight Shadow... Like, if Liquid had the initial vision, like the fact that Moonlight Shadow from VP happened at the exact time it did, if you had Liquid's front liner with the gem on him, that fight would have been very, very different, because Liquid would have initiated. But this time they didn't. Now VP is reading Liquid's movements. They're scanning to work out if anyone's farming from Liquid, which is exactly what they're doing. So the Radiant scan hits perfect.
Yeah, they saw nobody farming in the bottom lane, so they assumed somebody's farming the jungle at least, and yep, they were right with that call.
All over they come. An Aghanim Scepter build is what Drow Ranger's looking for her next one.
And Lil's not going for, he's not going for the Aghanims, he's going for his own damage build. Dragon Lance, Medallion, he's picking up, he's going to be building toward that Desolator probably with that extra Blightstone if he wants to.
Looking for the 4 chord song to actually bring them all the way through. That was cool. Get rid of the sentry.
They're on a
dewarding
mission.
Liquid knows.
Yeah.
You actually wonder sometimes if you let that stuff go. Take out the sentry ward, but you reveal your position. They brought down the tier 2 town pretty quickly, and Liquid, they're looking to push down the mid.
Moonlight Shadow. Looks like Liquid seems a bit aware that something's going on.
Look at their positioning.
Yeah,
they throw down the sentry in the lane. They use Matumba as bait, and they all sit behind him.
I think that arrow may have just gotten a bit of vision of one of them there. But yep. The Moonlight Shadow ends and doesn't really gain them anything but Lil.
Well, they see him. Miracle have to RP. Where's the secondary sentry? They saw him run up. Glimpse, Vision. A Glimpse will pull him back. The wall and Storm is up. Remember, this is a support Weaver.
They've got disruption
They're
for him too.
initiating on, and defensive disruption. There's no one who jumps in with heavy damage, but MATUMBAMAN can't toggle.
Did he get the
can't
G off in
infest
time?
away. They all have to get out of here. Kuro taking the punches. He won't survive. Everyone else is away, however, but you still lost MATUMBA at the start of that fight that Liquid were looking to initiate.
Yeah, it's like even if he does get the GI off there, it's just going to get purged instantly by Ramses. And it looks like Lil doesn't want to go for that the Desolator. He's going to build his own Diffusal, so they have multiple different options to purge off the Repel, purge off the Guardian Angel from all over the place. And now no one, sitting at 4,300, he's going to be able to pick up a pretty much instant Ethereal Blade if he wants to do so.
Yep.
Very soon.
Oh, Liquid. The home is in trouble at the moment. Miracle needs a huge RP, and Bulba needs be ready to follow up, but the Storm's on cooldown for 40 seconds.
Top
and
lane.
because of the damage that Ramses did previously, it's such an easy push. They push the creep wave in through mid, turn the back door off, and then take the top racks. And Liquid do not want to fight without the live stealer, so they must let this racks go.
Holy crap. Look, VP are just doing such a good job of not being clumped up in their fights, just take like little fight engagements, just like in proper positioning and everything. Their item decisions paying off and everything. 5,300 gold now on the Drow Ranger, and it looks like that is going to be a Lincoln Sphere actually for no one. So he wants to be as safe as possible, not getting glimpsed, not getting dueled, none of these things to bother him.
Oh, we got 2.5 minutes left for a Liquid smoke. They were sending together just like by default. They're ready for a smoke gank. But we've got another 3 minutes for VP.
And oh my, yeah, full butterfly coming out for Ramses in a couple seconds here. So that's going to be a really, really painful item decision versus the Lifestealer, because he's not going to have anything to deal with that evasion for a very long time. But
We may have few kills, Knoxville, but I can tell you right now, this game is still like tactically stimulating.
Oh, absolutely! With all the smokes and vision fights and sentry wars and battles of everything, but not actual battles, little mini battles. And now they have.
I love like the mental decision, like this
Yeah.
diffuser blade. Like Kuro's
Just make
repel
sure.
now doesn't give that extra immunity they're looking for.
Yeah, they can also even use the diffusal to burn off the empower as well, so they can not have to worry about that so much with the big wombo combo damage dealers. So that's going to be nice to have on top of that as well.
VP's getting ready. What this world needs is more Drows. He's going to push down the mid lane. Still no Assault Ursa over on MATUMBA. He
Miracle
knows he's
though.
short. He also knows he needs buyback. Arrows will fly up. Looks like Kuro. Well, again, so easy to break him free with press the attack. It's only one buyback on this entire field, and it belongs to the Mirana.
Miracle and Mind Control, though, have plateaued. Their net worth has pretty much been exactly the same for the past, I want to say, even 10 plus minute mark. And VP is pulling quite far ahead on the net worth graph. If we take a look, it's over 15,000 gold lead now for themselves.
It's been a pretty steady climb as well. But as we know, when you run up against a Magnus lineup, you can have no risk. You have no problems going into the base.
Moonlight Shadow coming out.
VP proved that with their Dark Seer as well as Sven combo. This is a very similar position that Liquid is in. And VP cannot make the same mistake as we saw in Game 1. And this is again why you're starting to see sentry wards out in the field. They don't want VP to have the information inside the base. They even, like, just to get the extra vision, that observer ward they plant on the stairs in mid lane. Oh, the arrow is scout.
They're just keeping them at bay, though. I think the Drow range, was the Drow Aura popped even? No, okay, Drow Aura wasn't even popped to push the lanes, and they're just pushing it naturally because of everybody, like Lil just running over, killing a couple creeps, like everybody's just keeping them forced in, and top lane naturally pushes in because of that, the rack's taken out.
Yeah, bit by bit, they're just chipping the tier 3 down. The arrow scout out. If it gets a hit, it gets a hit. If not, you still get vision without having the obs up on the hill. In fact, their observer wall is insanely shallow. So if VP do decide to back out and Liquid try and follow, they'll have to use smoke to do it.
I mean, they're just keeping them stuck in their base. They're farming, like VP's farming way more than Liquid right now at this point. And now we have two huge circles. Yeah, Lil's like, guys, they're trapped in their base. Let's be much more efficient than them. Farm the whole map. That's how we win this game. don't make these mistakes that we did last time. Don't try to be overzealous and push the high ground every single time. Top lane's going to naturally push. Just farm, farm, farm.
That means Liquid needs to be able to push these lanes out so they can smoke out the base. Because if the lanes are pushed out, then Liquid can actually go for something. Now, this is probably their best moment they've got. The top wave is out just far enough. But they'd have to move quick, and Solo's already in position for it.
Yep, and MC commits, or My Control commits even more of his gold to picking up a gem, so his gold, his money's just not moving. Their damage is not increasing, the only one who's getting any damage and money is MATUMBAMAN at this point. While there's 3 people on the side of VP farming. This Weaver is transitioning.
They do have a bit of a stopgap measure, which is the Empower from the Magnus.
Yeah.
Like that's giving him that extra damage, and I think that's also what VP is really scared of. Because if Miracle does get his RP off, you're going to have both Mind Control as well as MATUMBAMAN with heavy cleave attacking a big cluster of people. There's nothing that saves people there. And when they're all that close, there's no way Solo can protect the core he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, if they get a multiple hero RP, like the people who are in there are just going to get Static Storm. They're going to get hit by overwhelming odds, which does pretty devastating damage. And then, of course, the cleave coming out.
Yep. So BKB is now afforded up for the Mirana. You'll add a Yule Scepter in for the Batrider.
Safe item decisions. They know how much is on the line here. They don't want to be going for these unorthodox type builds, except for Lil, of course, because he's, that's Lil.
Oh, the smoke happened, but TUMBAMAN was not caught in this, but he does have Infest. Oh, wait, did he
they
just
see it?
Yeah, they definitely
think they
saw
should have seen it, yeah.
He came down the ramp. They most definitely saw this.
Yep, Solo puts down a ward. He's ready to break it.
They're going to Moonlight Shadow up, but this time the gem is on Mind Control. No, he blinked the wrong way.
Oh, but
Why he defensively disrupted? Now Mind Control can walk in. The arrow's flying forward. Legion Commander get hit by this one. They still have the vision. Wait for the RP. Guardian Angel will protect Team Liquid. SD is down. The Batrider self-fuels himself up. Miracle Shockwave's going to miss. They glimpse him back in again. The Flame Ring pushes him away. Pasha, he's living on 18. No! In mid-death animation, you will pause as there is a lag. But as you can see, he is dying death by electrocution. This is the VP mile.
That's a gem, too, on the floor there, so someone's got to run and pick that one up quick. They're
if they
pinging,
can
though.
save it, they also have to get back home. That top lane's pushed in. Liquid did chase out a long way.
Like
So
Lil was
no one
already
can even
ready.
get over there. We're going to blink the Legion Commander over?
Nah, I think that's going to be... They're going to go back. I'm pretty sure Liquid's just going to... With this pause, they're going to determine what they want to do. They're like, all right, we're going to just have to get back to our base. We don't want to lose anything. Lil is already on the move toward that bottom lane instantly as soon as that all happened.
Did you see the ping as well? It's VP. The ping came from no one. He's like, I've got this. He'll have to drop his Ring of Aquila. And he'll get the gem. The movement's
they're
coming
going for
over,
it.
so he'll get the gem. He's got Leap to get away.
Yeah, KuroKy put down the sentry and started running for it right away. But now they're at least able to hit up this mid tower. Glyph, though, it is a tier 1, so that resets the Glyph once it goes down. And top lane, tier 4s are getting hit a bit. Lil as well, pressuring the bottom.
Yeah, it's just easy farm now to get. Slowly work up, VP. That was... I don't know exactly what all those abilities were meant to be. But it all started like avalanching down with that defensive disruption after the miss blink.
Yeah, he thought he was going to get like grabbed or dueled like right away, but disrupts himself, and then Pasha tries to go in and help out his buddy by grabbing the Lifestealer, but then the Static Storm on top instantly by Bulba doesn't let him get the spell off. So nice little reaction plays by Liquid there and getting a small little kills.
Well, this is a nice item as well. We've seen Miracle having a hard time getting in position for his RPs. Now he's got a Shadow Blade to work with.
Yeah, that'll help a bit.
It's like Miracle is looking at this going, I have to get in position, I have to get in range. You're talking about the same kind of thing with like our Dark Seers earlier.
Yeah.
Like you pick up the 4-staffs and things just so you make sure you get in range. And he could have gone for a 4-staff too. But instead he decides Shadow Blade is the choice.
Yeah, now are they going to give the gem back to Pasha, or is no one just like, I'm not going to die. Like, I have BKB and Lincolns. There's like little to no chance I die here, so I'm going to hang on to this thing.
Here they come smoked up.
I think they saw that overwhelming odds.
The
Yeah, they
gem
did.
is still with no one. The arrow flies out of the pit. They definitely saw. Oh, Miracle! He blew it! He blew it!
Did he RP?
It is only H2O that gets hit.
And they grab him!
So they break through the rappel with that. Magnus will drop. There's no RP and no Miracle for a minute.
That is so devastating. Top tower's even been beating on. VP's all in position to push this as well. Do they have the Drow aura as well to pressure the side lanes? They already used it. So lanes are going to be pushing out pretty hard for them. Lincoln's thrown up on Drow Ranger.
Liquid have to try and fight this somehow. They need
Lil
a pick
spots
off.
it though.
Yeah, they saw him. The blink forward. He just time lapses a better position away from mind control.
They're taking the racks though. Melee racks going down. This is 2 sets.
And Ramsey actually triggered his BKB. That's how much this means. They really wanted mind control. How to get to the front lines. TP out. Then the jump forward. A very quick pop. They bring down the Batrider. Mind control gets back. Disruptor will not be so lucky. However,
purged
while
up.
the mid lane Lil is taking out the mid racks, trying to force out the Megas. It's only the melee left. The Drow
is dead.
Ranger has the extra damage for him. This could be it if they can get the Megas up and running. Mind control wants to walk forward, but the
They
Megas
got
are
it.
already up. Liquid double buys back. They get the glimpse out, but where's your control? Solo has enough money for a ghost set from MATUMBAMAN running forward with the open wound. Solo will not be able to survive this, but the damage is more than done. Liquid have lost everything and now are facing up against Megas and even a bloody Aghanim Scepter up for Lil. There's saving graces everywhere for VP.
And they're taking the Roche now right after that. I think this may have just punched Liquid's ticket out.
What did you say in the last game? It was VP's game to lose.
I think this one's a lot harder though with Mega Creeps.
Yeah,
to lose,
this
to be
is
honest.
so hard to lose. This is EG's game to lose.
Damn. Getting the Aegis.
Someone else can take the gem now. Looks like Lil's gonna grab it. They don't even need TP scrolls. They know they're okay. And
Yeah.
they know they could potentially be locking, like, okay, people were talking about like Alliance and Team Secret, like not getting through. Liquid not attending, like these guys. The ultimate twos when it comes to Valve mages. And now they're sitting here potentially not even attending.
They had a couple moments of glory in this game, but VP just aware of the movements every single time. It's like this, just the team that is just aware of like who's going to get the initiation just is winning so hard in these. And yeah, VP did a great job of kiting them around in these and not giving Miracle the chances to get these big RPs just with the information that they got. DD now in the top lane. Lil wants it, but he's going to give it to his teammate. Or is he? Oh, Lil wants it.
On the bright side, Liquid doesn't have to go far to find farm. It's all
Yeah, but
inside their base.
They don't really farm those too easily. Miracle struggles to kill them at all. My control isn't even bothering to try to hit him. It's just Matu with the Empower, and he just finished up his Basher as well, so he has no buyback.
Oh, there is no going back. Like it's,
of course
it's
not.
win
Oh, it's
fight
cooldown
or
anyway, that's
lose.
right.
That's it.
Yeah, it's cooldown anyway. They you know, it's extremely hard for them to come back. This is
No, the only one who actually has buyback is the Legion. I kind of almost wish he had like even just a Blightstone instead of the TP scroll. Like you're not leaving your home. But she's probably even thinking she needs to Fusel Blade or something. Here comes Moonlight Shadow. Solo's the first one in. Just poking and prodding. The Observer and Sentries from Liquid were on the top lane instead. Now the arrow flies forward, hits, it's on Magnus. They'll break him free with Press the Attack. A little bit earlier, but the Talons are taking damage, and there's your lasso. They catch up MATUMBAMAN. Where's the save? Where is it? It's there. He gets the Infest out. The GA was also triggered. The bash is over on the Weaver. Lil still has his timelines available. It turns to Diffuser Blade, bringing down Kuro. The Legion's already bought back. Liquid, what have they got? Is there anything else left? Diffusal, there's your RP catching out two, but he only skewers back one. It's Solo, and he goes Scepters. They can't even
just hit
attack
the
him,
throne.
but this is it. The Fortress is gone. Team Liquid
That's it.
are out, and Virtus Pro, they top their group, and they get through in the second position from the European qualifier.
honestly the Mirana Moonlight Shadows were so game-winning in this game. Their positioning, like they just read the movements from Liquid every single time. Beautiful scans coming out. Holy crap, VP have done it.
That they have.
It looked grim for a moment when they were taking that when they were beating on that Rex, but able to chase out Liquid, and then Liquid is never able to gain that momentum again to get into a pushing position. They just never let Miracle get those RPs after that invisible one.
Wowza.
That Mexican standoff around 19 minutes, where both teams and where the warding was just basically giving away everything for both teams, and they
Let's actually check that. So Solo bought 17 obs, 9 sentries. Bulba takes the cake with 13 and 14.
Oh, yeah.
There's still a 5 and 4 here though.
So 9 centuries is actually 18, right? Or is that each
No, I
individual?
think that is because otherwise
That's how many you planned
Yeah,
it?
because otherwise you can't have 9. You can't have an uneven number, so
You could
that's
pull.
18.
No, you could pull one though. I guess.
Yeah, but there's no way that the one team
Yeah, I
has
don't know.
9 sentries across the
Yeah.
entire team. It has to be 18.
Could have
at
been.
total.
Yeah, I don't know if it counts when you plan or when you buy, but yeah, it's probably 18.
Yeah.
They bowled by 28 centimeters.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that game. I mean, vision was so important for the first few fights, and then you saw once Liquid had one fight, they were instantly on the tier 3, and instantly, it's very scary because one fight could lose you a game.
That like around that Roche pit when Liquid went for Roche while Ramses was taking the top lane. That was
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
so incredibly well played by VP. They bought so much time there. The bat bringing the Legion onto the cliff. The Mirana was just blinking in, starstorming, then leaping away. And the fact that you get the Legion on the cliff meant Legion had to use his TP scroll to get back down into the fight, and then he had no TP to go back and defend. No one actually had TPs. There was a single TP on the Liquid side at that point. I believe Matu, because he was picking up the Aegis, had got rid of his, so it was a free tier 3 tower, which, yeah, it's on a racks at that stage, but it went on to get VP a very easy top racks later on because there was no tier 3 tower, so that was some great maneuvers by VP. Falk kind of mentioned it where Lil would just go in, throw some beetles, Shikuchi away on like 50 HP, get a time lapse off somehow, live again, and they just kept playing this like hit and run style Dota against Liquid until they could actually fight them, which came much later on.
And it was one of those games as well where Liquid to get this far, you got to feel bad for the guys. To get knocked down at this last point, the emotions must be pretty high for Liquid at the moment. It's some amazing players, some players that we've kind of become a staple in pretty much top 3 at Valve events. This is Liquid not making it through. So it'll be interesting to see what happens then. But of course, VP. Again, from just straight off from the group stages, of course, only dropping the one game against it was Finem, wasn't it? That they.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why they
VP.
didn't choose them.
They only
for
dropped a
the
game against Finem, then coming through the playoffs, showing us some great games, and finishing it with Lil Weaver. From the start, I was excited to see it, and it paid off. We were seeing this Weaver. You may have felt like, picking Weaver into Static Storm, but it is a support Weaver. It's fine. You drop a Static Storm, you're killing him. I mean, some of the times they were dropping it, and Bulba was unable to trap Lil. He was, I'm sure he plays Weaver to pieces. He knows how to deal with that kind of counter.
Yeah.
I was worried though, because
He had a rough
start,
stage.
but towards the end, he was essentially the third core with the Drow's extra aura and the damage that Weaver was kicking out, the diffusal and such, to counter KuroKy's plays. It really was, it was a very, very standout game for VP. And Miracle as well. It just felt that there were those times where he was missing those RPs. They were being whiffed. Suddenly they were on a defense.
Yeah.
Miracle was dead. Even if he was alive, he'd already whiffed that RP down on the bottom lane. They didn't have it, and their lineup, it really needed that. When he got to the late game, you needed Miracle to hit those RPs.
Well, and hats off to VP with their positioning and also their draft. Like the Magnus was picked in the first 2. The only hero they had at that point was Shadow Demon, and most of VP's drafts, we've been seeing these melee heroes, the Svens, the Ursas, the mid lanes like the DKs and stuff. They had Drow Mirana. This is a VP that we've seen very rarely. They have run some Drow strats. They've run some Miranas, of course, in the mid lane, but they drafted around the fact there's a Magnus and this like get in your face kind of lineup. They said we're not gonna try and match that with our own melee heroes. We're gonna pick up the Drow, the Mirana, play the kiting game. They had the Batrider, the Weaver. All 5 heroes are ranged heroes who kind of skirt around the edge of the fights. They were very much ready for the fact that RPs could.
Yeah, it was a hard game for the Magnus.
The only good RP was when he had that Invis rune and was positioned in the perfect spot behind that bottom tier 2 tower, and they thought they were coming in like stealthily, but it wasn't the case. So VP very much drafted around the fact that Magnus would have been a problem.
Such a shame that we won't see these two play again though, and not against each other anyway. At least not for.
Well, we could in other tournaments, of course.
Yeah,
in Dream
true,
League,
but
Dream
but
League.
I mean, the way Liquid played, especially that second game, how they came back, there was such high tier decision making that they could have played at a major as well and do really well.
The Liquid we saw today and yesterday looks like Liquid that fans can be proud of and happy about.
That's the thing.
Sure.
I really, I don't know what's going to happen with Liquid and such coming off, not making it to the major. Obviously, that's a huge kicker for a team. But to see where they are now compared to when they got together as this lineup, it has been an improvement. There's no doubt about it. At the start, I mean, this team was looking pretty abominable. But now they're up there. They're giving VP the run for their money. VP, a team that you can expect to do pretty well, go quite far at the major with the performance they've shown us. So, I just kind of hope the Liquid are able to work through it. Obviously there's one less major this year, but there is another one to work towards that, to kind of get through these issues. and because they're very entertaining to watch.
And now the crazy thing is, yesterday there was a post saying like, "Oh, this is a major without Alliance Navi." This is now a major without Alliance, Navi, Secret, Liquid,
Fnatic.
and Fnatic. Those 5 teams.
That's crazy.
I mean,
Those
could
names.
we have like a rejects major or something
yeah.
with these teams? The weekend after.
like
Let's
the-
go.
I would not be against that,
Yeah.
to be honest.
You could,
I'd
yeah,
love to
exactly.
see
You
those
could
teams.
host an 8-team LAN with those 5 teams and then like
Hey, you've
3
got
other teams.
BTS. Do you want to screw the major? We'll host another one.
At the
Same
same
weekend,
time.
yeah, same weekend.
Same
yeah.
weekend. We'll compete with Valve.
Valve, you hear that? If
No.
you don't invite me, we're doing this. We're competing with you. We'll take you on.
But no, it's a shame to lose all these big teams. But of course, great to know that we're going to see more of these winners. VP. I don't think anyone's going to be complaining about seeing more of them. Definitely,
Ad
no
Finem.
one's complaining about seeing more Ad Finem.
People love at Finem.
It's
I love at Finem.
yeah, it's been really been a great qualifier, some great quality games towards the end, and yeah, as Toby highlights, so one team that I'm really excited to see is Faceless. But obviously covering EU, you
Yeah,
don't really get to see much of the
absolutely.
other regions, but I've heard great things about Faceless at the moment. They were on a
You've also
12
got
win
this,
streak
you've
or
also got
something.
the story of WG who managed to come
Yep.
through the open
Through the open
qualifier in
qualifiers.
Southeast Asia.
And they were also the same story as at
Open
Finem.
qualifiers in the way that they weren't really, they were like they were a top tier SEA team. Though.
Yeah, but
But it was
yeah,
different open
still.
qualifiers.
Yeah, but they still had,
They
still
weren't
had to go
invited.
through the open qualifiers to get in.
Yeah.
They weren't invite through.
Yeah.
And they were
It's
having
like
the
saying,
same
like,
story.
It's because of
Sorry.
roster.
Secret did, like,
It's because of roster changes. That's the
Yeah.
other reason.
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
happened.
I guess you'd expect them to.
They
but
did
it's still
make
a
it
good
very
start.
far at previous regionals as well, and they just never
Yeah,
made
they
it to
Yeah.
a major TI.
They're quite similar to Adfinem. They're like
Yeah,
an SEA
yeah.
version of Adfinem. They've always been up there in the top 3, top 4 of their qualifiers. Very competitive. They take games off Fnatic, MVP from time to time, but they never did it when it mattered.
Yeah.
But finally, they have.
Just to wrap up with the last ones, America and China now the only regions where we haven't.
America's probably kicked off now. hasn't it? Or
America
is it
is-
soon?
It
America
starts a bit later
starts-
today. 2 p.m.
Yeah,
okay.
you got a little bit later, but don't
Okay.
worry. Just go to the Null Beyond the Summit stream to find it.
Yeah.
Who do we think is going to make it from America and China?
I mean, I do think
the
it is.
last
I
ones.
do think it is going to be
NP.
complexity. in
NP
MP.
call. I think
Yeah.
I think MP's going to beat complexity, knock them down, and then complexity.
Did-
I think
Yeah,
should take.
what about
Infamous.
FDL?
Did F- so
FDL's
FDL's
already
out
That was
yesterday.
yesterday.
FDL's out
So
yesterday.
They lost to
the
Infamous?
brackets at the
Oh.
moment: MP complexity at the top, loser plays against Infamous.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what's left in Americas.
I think Infamous has a small chance of beating Cole.
I'd like to
Very
see
small
the
chance,
Infamous
but
upset them.
I don't think that they can beat NP in the full best of 3.
I hear LGD is number 1 in China.
Oh, yes,
and
they're
nothing should
dominating.
really contest that.
China number 1.
So then the number 2 is the question mark as well.
Yeah, but I mean, even Kolov had a best of 5 where they took 2 games off of NP as well. So that's like a.
I mean,
series.
Cole could beat MP.
It's hard to say.
yeah.
It's not in the bag
Yeah.
for NP by any
No.
means.
Yeah.
The first game, yeah.
But it's to me that's like the one region where there's a very clear top 2 who should win, but you never know the way these things pan out.
I want to
Absolutely.
just quickly point out that, sorry for sound issues that happened on Twitch behalf in the audio delay. I know some people that are not able to watch on source are not able to get the audio synced. It's
The-
like 20 seconds delayed.
Apparently,
there was an
it's
issue.
very
Yeah.
desynced. Yeah.
Well,
Uh,
there
but
was an-
but
but
it's,
non-source.
it's,
It was
it's
an
only-
issue-
It's a Twitch issue.
Yeah,
Twitch
it was an
issue,
issue
okay.
beneath 540p.
Yeah.
So yeah, we do apologize.
We could have fixed it during the last game, but that would have required us to
Right, yeah.
restart the stream. And guys, that game
We're-
did not have any chances to restart.
With
that
a
as
5-minute delay as well, it's very like you
It's-
basically
yeah.
would
I
be
mean,
looking at potentially a 10-minute downtime.
Yeah, you can
of
do
missing
it without
content.
losing downtime, but it's always risky,
And
and,
really,
you don't
who-
want to mess it
and, like,
up. It's
who
like,
really gave a crap about those 2 stupid casters who were inside the
Exactly.
game anyway? You didn't want to.
So
You want to
that's
hear them.
it.
You want to watch on mute
Exactly.
anyway, right? Like,
and half of Twitch watches this muted. You know, I
this
can
is
say,
true.
screw you, Twitch. They don't even hear me.
Exactly. Don't fight me. Mute me.
They don't listen to us.
And on top of that, I want to give a quick shout out still to DreamHack because
They
without
lend
them,
us
we
the
would have
gear.
sounded like potatoes all the way through.
Yeah. I mean, look, we can actually.
And
show off
shout
the-
out to Shiva for giving me a glass of water in the middle of that game. where I
I'm
probably
not
died
sure
and
if
killed Ogre.
I'm not sure if
This
it
is
worked
look
that
at this
much.
amazing setup
Made
as
a
well.
difference.
That we had this DreamHack beautiful mixer connected to my
Oh,
focus
good. Now we can actually move this camera off me finally.
and
I was
then
like,
oh no, we're bringing 2 onto you, Tom.
oh,
yeah,
that's
wow.
right. That's right.
Wow.
We're-
And then look, so we had this mixer where we've got these headsets going in. Hello. So there you go. Look at this
Perfect.
amazing setup.
Yours
and then
without the
that
pop
goes.
filter.
That's
There we
fogged
go.
over there.
Fogged on my laptop. How was the laptop fog decent?
Well, it crashed halfway. You can't
You
pronounce
crashed
that.
halfway.
Actually,
Yeah,
okay,
okay.
okay.
It's not
It's still
Nasus
working.
ROG strict.
Still
Yeah, we're not getting sponsored by
No.
these guys. It's
Hey,
it's
it
all
is an
right.
I
Asus
should have
though.
brought mine. I should have brought mine for you.
And then
And that's an
Toad's
Asus
on the
ROG strict,
casting
so it works,
PC setup, of course, down here with this little box, this little magical box. that's
Also
sending you
provided by
the stuff.
DreamHack.
By
by the way.
DreamHack. So shout out to DreamHack for giving us the gear.
Yeah.
And shout out to BTS for making this happen.
Yeah.
Look at that. And there we go. The final stats.
Your end score.
Yeah.
Your end score. Thanks for watching. everybody.
Virtus Pro and Finem, and Lil called it all along.
Yeah, they didn't or they versed each other. Yeah, in the.
Yeah, but yeah. And
No, Owen, don't eat us.
Oh, and
No, they didn't actually get to verse each other
at all.
They only during the group stages.
Yeah,
and that was when
yeah, because
won.
Lil's like, oh yeah, we'll first AdFinem in the finals, but I guess they each took their own path to get to qualifying.
They
without
would have
the top
first
of
in
their
the
head.
finals if
Give me the
there
top of
was
your
a
head.
finals.
Yeah.
Top of my head, why?
Yes.
No, as in like look at
Oh,
the
okay, okay, yeah, right. I'll try and level it up with you. Okay, well, I can do this. I can do this. Ted. This is a good challenge. Right.
You gotta go lower.
Right. I've got to go further away.
No, yeah, and lower.
Lower?
Yeah.
Dream League all over again.
Hello, my name's Toby Wan.
Jesus. That was
wonderful. Kids and cams. Kids and
Great.
cams. All right.
On that note, it's been a fun 4 days of Dota 2, guys.
Yeah.
Any other final words?
I'm gonna be pretty sad to not see Liquid at the major. Actually,
Oh.
would have really liked to see
This is a great
how they would do, but
Wait, where's Fox?
VP just played incredibly well. Yeah, I'm alive. Hello.
This is
For
like
now.
this is like
Can we then play a song
This is
for
Big
Liquid
Brother
again?
style, up close and personal. Oh god.
I'm saving
Thanks for
everybody.
watching.
I'm
There we
saving
go.
everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Update the scores, Topes.
I'll take her. We'll take us out in that one.
Have a good
Yeah.
night.
Have a great night.
Have a good night. Hope you guys enjoyed the cast. Thanks for watching.